I look and see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, it would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn it, yeah!
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
毎日
Sunday,
毎
Monday,
日
Tuesday,
日立の
Wednesday,
細長
Thursday,
は
Thursday,
静
Friday,
か
Saturday,
サラサ
Sunday
ラ
comes again.
綺麗な空気体には細長が気持ちいいんです日立のビッグフローウェルネス
It's time for Jim Cornette's Strike Through, sponsored by Stephen Paynew. Send an email to our crew by a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Strike Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen. Watch his corny cuts of promo on that bitch at Dairy Queen. Hear a tale of Smoky Mountain and some stories from the South.
Then make like Vince McMahon and shove a sandwich in your mouth.
It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Taking questions you will ask. Talking wrestling from the past with his co-host Bryan Last. It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Come see Nero, Kevin Pockets, Dino, Douche, and Chuckle Fuck. Felix, Riho, Baldwin, Buck, and Harpo, Finger Fuck. And then there's endless twerking from good old Sunny Gifts.
And then there's Maki Ito, she's the god of love and piss.
It's Jim Cornette straight through, knocking AEW. The Observer thinks it's fine, Uncle Davis lost his mind. We used to be on Monday, now we're not on Monday.
King Kong Monday.
Jim Cornette straight through, thank you.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
Apparently, Maeda would go all over the world, and he would challenge people in circuses. That's where you fought. Dude, he was having MMA fights all over the world. He was famous. This is what Jean-Jacques told me. I think Kano was his master. Apparently, something like they didn't want him to take these fights in these circuses and stuff anymore. So he took a fight in Mexico, and he wore a mask so he wouldn't get busted. And he was the one who started the mask wearing in pro wrestling. Maeda started it.
Was it what they call it?
That's what Jean-Jacques told
Nacho
me.
Libre.
Ladies and gentlemen, shit's about to hit the fan.
The system is broken. It was time for a revolution. We could be the wrestlers that we want to be.
We have our own stories. We make our own characters.
Different. That's what makes us elite.
I've been forced to vacate the AEW World Trios Championship.
Fun created a revolution.
Show days, super chaotic. A lot of times we get here and we don't know what we're doing till hours, minutes before we go out there.
There literally are, I think some weeks, 100 talents running around backstage.
At that point, it caught Tony Khan's ear, and he started thinking, maybe I want to do this. Let's get together. And I guess the rest is history, right?
We're just getting started, but it's a great fight to start a great night.
Orange Cassidy in serious trouble.
This will be fun, right? I'm excited. Ready to go? Go to break.
Figured out what works as a heel in the ring for me.
Us wants to be here so bad.
Is it a break spot?
Not yet.
We need to build an army right now.
It was good. That's good match.
You thought everything looked okay? Yeah. I just feel like
You tonight.
That was big.
We've seen this time and time again out of Jericho and Guevara.
That's awesome. That was great. Ah! Yes! Sick!
He's going to take it. And Claudio Castagnoli was it.
Is that heavy, Tony? No. I gave you extra time. Take the break for right now. Go. They're really flying through. Hey, that was great. That was perfect.
1, 2, 3.
Are you okay? That was great. Way to get him up at the end. You got him back. That was great. Pick him up. That was a great finish. Oh, yeah. Going into the card rundown. We'll feel out the ending, and then we'll go to the card rundown bumpers.
With Ty Mello, Dr. Ty and Anna, and Will Nightingale taking Britt Big in her sights, and now Sky Blue goes down. My catcher. The good team match right there. JD Hater coming up right now. The Elite versus Death Triangle.
The sooner you get to the Death Triangle, the better, man.
Good. All right, the Bucks are attacking. Oh, this.
We're good. We got a minute or so. We want to get him going. Get him off this.
Moxley charging right back and hang. Now,
I like this.
I don't think I've ever seen him with an elbow like that. Oh, modern day pro wrestling. Danielson.
We're doing good. We're doing good on time. This is good. Hey, hometown hero. Way to go. Welcome back. Yeah, it's great.
Welcome back.
Loved it.
Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back. You okay?
Oh, I'm great.
Whenever you're ready to get it going.
A secret.
Am I safe?
Am I safe?
Oh my God. They snuck me in. It's beautiful. Thanks for getting in.
Of course. So it felt great to see Tony. He has been incredibly supportive through this entire process. Of course, we had communicated and talked, but it's not the same as seeing someone face to face.
Hey, I'll close the door. I'm going to run by every time I go to the bathroom.
Oh my God, of course.
Share a bathroom. Yes.
It's Wednesday. You know what that means? AEW Dynamite is live in Los Angeles at the fabulous Kia Forum.
All right, we're 2 minutes here. I'm going to give you the 5 in about 30.
A win.
Thank you.
So I talked to Tony last week, and he told me there's a plan. So I just got to trust him. You know, I trusted him before, and I became TNT champion 3 times.
Dr. Britt Baker should be better than these. Neck breaker. She's near fall. Let Saraya blow into the shot. Here's our finish.
I decide I'm not only going to hide in Tony's office, but I'll hide in Tony's bathroom.
Oh, shit! She missed that table. She landed right on the floor.
Hey, you did? Oh, yeah. It was crazy. To get to the bell in 2 and change so we can celebrate.
The kid looks like,
At this point,
Literally ready to throw up.
Let's do it.
At the ring.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is it. I didn't.
Let's go.
In months.
Go see a watch out of that Cole, baby.
Seriously, every single day, I'd read things like, I miss Adam Cole. The thing is, the bad news, it's not for me.
Hey.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, Phil Marks, and if you hate the shitty jokes, the terrible laughing, and the bad soundboard, then this ain't the show for you tonight.
You
folks.
what?
We are going in. I will check in with chat in just a moment. I want to thank you all, though, for 4,600 subscribers, running up to that 4,700 number mark, and soon to be 5,000. Round of applause for you all. We start the show. I'm already lit. Yes, it is my B-Day. Yeah, so we're going to do the dang thing. And then the other channel, we're almost at 1,500 subs. Thank you all so much. You guys are all too kind. The patrons are running up to early access to things, exclusive stuff, yada, da, da, da. I don't want to plug stuff. I just want to get into the funnies. So how you guys doing, chat? I am your host, Phil Marks. Can I get a yeet? Can I get a yeet for 33 here? I don't know. 33. Let's do the damn thing. I appreciate you all. Smoke that Perry pack. Yeah, me too, dude. I'm trying to get UFC going, and I just watched PFL where Francis Ngannou fought that like Ferreira guy, and he just knocked him out in the first round real quick. He just wrestled him down and then KO'd him on the ground. It was what I said. He was just gonna steamroll him, you know. So yeah, now I'm trying to get this whatever UFC on. I don't care about Collision. We're not even thinking about all that tonight. Tonight we are just celebrating and reacting to goofballs in the IWC. I have a new music video to debut for you guys. Make sure you hit that like on the way in. And I'm going to debut, well, no, I've debuted it everywhere, but I keep calling it a debut because I'm a cheeky little wanker. But yeah, I sent the link out sporadically to like 1 billion people. Not 1 billion, but just like a good handful of folks. So people might pop in, people might not, you don't know. And yeah, I just want to hang out and rant to you guys. I've had a good day. It was the B-Day. I'm going to check in with chat in a second. I see some super chats and stuff. I'll get there. Thank you. Just make sure you're hitting that like. So what did I do today? Not much. Didn't really do anything. I got some McDonald's. That was good. Did a little shopping. That was good. And I got some cheesecake for later, you know, and I'm just having a few Freddy Faz Mbiers in Minecraft. And yeah, I'm trying to get these fights going here, which has been a little more difficult than I had anticipated. And then we're going to talk, dude, I got bookmarks galore. Meltzer's been feeling himself. You already know I got news in almost every category. But first and foremost, let me check out what chat is saying, and then I'm going to bring some people in here who I see people waiting. Just sorry to keep you waiting, but we're going to Plenty and Pixel Art to open the show. Gifts 10 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. And we are on a little earlier, so sorry if this is a little, people were like, oh, come on now, Phil. You usually come on much later. It's not very fair when you start the show much later, and I haven't had time to use my Manscape or my Blue Chew on my wife. Yeah. Thank you so much, Plinian. You are insane. You're a madman, and thank you so much for always showing me so much support. Mike Saucelace for $5. Happy effing birthday, Flutes. PWT for life, the greatest mark in IWC. Love you, bro, Chacho. Love you too, Saucelace. And dude, yeah. How funny is it? I was thinking about this the other day. How funny is it that I got an emoji that everyone has associated with Meltzer that's forever on the internet now, you know? I just think that is funny. And thank you so much for being here. And then again, no homo. Yeah, dude, it's all good. Even if it was, bro, don't worry. I think the bro Chacho part, you know? But either way, I love you no matter what. So thank you so much for the support. Round of applause for chat and everyone keep chatted in there. Gifting membership, amazing. Hope your day was good, bruv. It was great. Happy B-Day. Thank you so much. Take your time. Yeah, dude, I was just doing a little this and that. In fact, I botched. So I'm going to premiere, if you guys haven't seen it, I'm going to debut my latest music video for you guys. I hope you enjoy it. Let me go to my channel here off screen and find it. There we go. And yeah, we're going to debut this in just a moment. It's called For the Sickos. I'm sure a bunch of you have probably seen it, but it's the world premiere as far as I'm concerned on this show. And yeah, I whipped this up. I was steady. I didn't do a Twitter space. You know what? I'm just going to work on this because it's amazing. And oh Jesus, this playlist button is stressing me out here. Sorry guys, lame start to the show. I know, compelling broadcast here, but as I said, I am a pretty well lit already, if you can't tell, and I cannot function well pulling up this video. So give me 1 second. I got it right here. There we go. Okay, so we're going to share this in just a moment. I'm not even going to play it yet, but I just want to get it ready. And yeah, let me just tap in with chat. Happy birthday to our favorite Mark. I got to go like now, but catch the replay. Absolutely. Good day, chat. Happy birthday. Thank you. What's up? And Awful Wrestling as well. What might pop in a bit. And yeah. Hello, my people. What's up, Nikki? Thank you. Yeah. Moose Knuckle, you're already stalking feet. You and Tony Atlas are buddies or what? Tony is the king of cringe. Yeah. Okay, let me just skip through. I see the yeets. I see everything. Use your dude wipes. Yeah, it's a wonderful music video. Okay, guys. So, this is the premiere of my latest music video, and it is called For the Sickos. If you haven't yet, go and like and subscribe. You already are subscribed to this channel, but go and run these views up and hit that like button over on this one as well. Let me share the screen. And I hope you guys enjoy this. This was produced by Chick Disc Beats. And yeah, I edited everything. And it's featuring Tony Khan, Dave Meltzer, Jim Cornette, and a slew of our fools, of our dirt sheet fools and IWC fools. So I hope you guys enjoy this. This is For the Sickos, PWT Remix. Let's go.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears? I'd like to hear the flute. Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time God. It's so great this way.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
So, round of applause for me for putting that together for your enjoyment. Thank you, me, guys. Happy birthday to me. What a treat. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy that. I don't know, I have fun putting little things like that together. So let's get into this time fap. Time fap. It's like my favorite wrestling movie, Time fap. Oh my god. I'm mad AEW is this much cringe, bro. You just gotta live with it. You know, it is what it is. It happened. I'm gonna check some DMs off screen. Yeah, okay, people tapping in. Okay, sounds good. Where are we at here? Let's dive into joining Ichi Ni San Da David Carradine's closet. Oh my god. That's brutal, man. Ugh. That's brutal. My stepmother knew him too, so that's that's nasty, bro. Ichi Ni San Da. That was super cringe. Yeah, there is a Time Cop too. We looked up the name and it was actually funny. It was called The Berlin Decision. And we were watching Bash in Berlin when we discovered that, and we were all popping at like, no way, AEW, The Berlin Decision, you know? They try and copy WWE, you know? Let's get those likes up. Yeah, let's run them up. We're at 130. Let's get them to 100, and then I won't ask you anymore. And yeah, that might become the new... What I'm thinking is that new song is the new intro, outro. And then the Jericho one, if it pops up in the intro, outro, pre-show stuff, then there you go, you get it. But I think chat, you guys let me know, have we graduated to, okay, the new one is For the Sickos, is the new PWT live show intro, outro, and then the Jericho song, just if it's in the mix during the pre-show or post-show, you guys are cool with it? Is that what we do now, or do we keep it Jericho? You guys let me know in the chat. Yeah, and then somebody said Time Cop 3 Rampaging Collision or something, and we just died laughing. And because I bid on it, I was like, is that real? We had to look it up. Hilarious stuff. Okay. No Jericho. Yeah. Is the Sickos? Yeah, that's Jericho forever. Hell no. Okay, so we're debating. So chat, I'm gonna put a poll in the chat, and it's gonna sit there throughout the night. Okay, we're gonna start a poll. What should be the PWT live show theme? And you guys vote. We are going to put in there OG Youth Gone Wild or For the Sickos. And you guys go ahead and vote. And yeah. So joining me on the show, and guys, hey, be nice now. It is Chris Connor with Last Call Podcast. He is here. He is here. Chat, be nice. Round of applause for Chris Connor. And he's here because he goddamn loves me, okay? Just like you guys. So okay, Chris, what's up, buddy? How you feeling? We're gonna dive into Phil Marks bookmarks. Are you ready for it?
I am ready. But first, happy birthday. I hope you were spoiled rotten. I hope the little lady and the family sent you gifts and that you have had a great day so far. You deserve it.
Thank you, man. Did you watch Ferreira lose to Ngannou right before? That's what was taking me so long, actually, is I was waiting for that. I was listening to his post-fight speech while I was letting the intro play.
I've been busy watching Alabama versus Tennessee. I think Bianca Belair's at that game. I might be wrong. And then we got Texas versus Georgia. So it is football hog heaven.
Who's winning?
It is gambling. Right now, Tennessee is beating Alabama, so it's in Tennessee. Everybody's going, hog wild. People are dancing, and they're
hog wild. No Bischoff, no
Bischoff. But with literally 2 minutes left, already Tennessee fans like, we're going to the national championship game this year. Woohoo!
Well, you're missing a hell of a blood and guts match here between Elkins and Pineda. But besides that, let's get into Phil Marks bookmarks, guys, okay? Without further ado. And, yeah, we have other people popping in tonight and popping in and out possibly. Let's start with UFC MMA to get it out of the way. It is relevant to specifically WWE. Actually, I fucked up, and it's in WWE news. So, botch. Editing Phil. Memes are cleared out. I cleared out so much of this stuff here. So this I thought was hilarious. Guys, there's going to be like Trump stuff on here tonight, but don't get triggered because we don't get political. If it's your first time here, I'm not going to tell you who to vote for because that's fucking dumb and cringe, okay? I'm going to sit here and we're going to laugh at
you. You don't care about.
Exactly, bro. We're dealing with our own stuff. Listen, this is funny and it directly relates to wrestling. If it don't relate to wrestling, I don't bring it to the show, period. So we're going to start in miscellaneous, guys. Let's get into it here. And thank you so much, everybody. You're so kind too in the chat. I love and appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Chris, everyone's shouting out the Tonga twins, by the way, sir. Anyways, Kamala HQ tweeted this out that Trump, Linda McMahon did a great job during COVID. Linda McMahon resigned from Trump's administration in 2019. Hilarious. Let's look at.
So we do. We have record national debt. We've never had anything like it before. We were getting ready to start paying down debt, and then we got hit with a thing called COVID or the China virus.
China. It was China's fault.
And that had to be the focus. And we needed to help businesses stay in business. And if we didn't do the job we did, Linda McMahon did a great job, small business.
Maybe. Is he bluffing? Who knows? Who knows?
Association. If we didn't do the job that they did, you wouldn't have any company.
So they claim she was done with him in 2019. That's hilarious. Chat can fact check me on that, but that's so funny. Linda McMahon, she was awesome. I let her go before, but it was a huge deal. Trust me. That is fucking hilarious. So Manser put out a great tweet. And I fucking love this dude. He's the GCW champion. He goes, bring back the feeling. 45-minute fuck-off main events. Friends of friends always at the top. Crybabies everywhere. That's what I remember. Manser bleeds, fights, and does whatever the fuck I want now. Why would I want to go back to the old days? Manser era. Hell yeah, dude. Is that not? I don't know. Chat, you guys can let me know. I don't know if you're familiar with Manser. He dates Steph DeLander. They're like together, you know what I mean? But he's awesome. He did it. I think he did a couple matches in AEW, whatever. Also in miscellaneous here. So I needed to clear this up, right? I needed to clear this up because I came on the air and I was like, fuck this guy. Oh, I'm cussing so much. Sorry, guys. I'm lit. We're only half hour in. YouTube, what's up? But this Artem guy, so what happened was he actually won all of this divorce stuff. Like, he doesn't need supervision with his kid. And the truth was, it wasn't over a toasted bagel and then he got mad at her. It was because he lost his job and she threw a fucking shoe at him and it hit him in the face. So he like tackled her. And I'm not saying that's okay, but like, don't throw shoes either and shit. But he like, we can read it here. He gets to share custody. He doesn't have to have anger management classes. No suit, bro. People take like, this is how you know it wasn't his bad, because anger management classes is just like, you just take that to get out of trouble. You know what I mean? People will just take that to get out of trouble. So they were like, no, you don't even need that. So he was, obviously there was like cameras in the house, probably, I'm sure, whatever, but I'm not trying to lean one way or the other here, whatever. I'm going to stay neutral, but I did go off and say, fuck this guy. So I'm going to retract that and go, apparently it wasn't, you know, he wasn't even the one, the aggressor. Yo, Chris, turn down your TV or whatever, bro. I can hear the decision bleeding through. Thanks,
all right, I'll work on that right now.
Yeah, I thought that was me for a second, so I was adjusting mine, but no, it's yours because I turned mine all the way down. But the judge did order both Artem and Nikki to take parenting classes, so that's good, so they can better co-parent. So just meaning like, don't argue in front of the kids and stuff. So yeah, I'm sorry to bury the guy before we had the information, and it just shows you men do that to men too. And I'm not even putting it all on her. Like, it's mutual combat at some point. Like when you're in a relationship with someone, I'm just kidding. I'm not saying like, oh, but they're throwing shoes, they're comfortable fighting, scrapping it out. Like, just thank God no one got seriously hurt in the kids, so being dealt with accordingly and whatnot. So another guy like Meltzer that we love here on the show is the veteran Jack Vaughn, who liked my retweet of this. Indie wrestling versus professional wrestling 2 counts. Now, chat, I want you guys to tell me who the hell he reminds you of when I play this for you, the indie referees counting. I want your boy Phil's been saying exactly, making fun of exactly this thing that a certain referee does. I want to see if you guys spot it. And yeah, I don't know. The veteran Jack Vaughn, shout him out. Here we go.
Indie wrestling versus professional wrestling.
Okay, so when he's counting and he's going 1, and then he jumps in the air, 2, jumps in the air, who's he doing? Aubrey Edwards? No, it's not Aubrey. It's not Aubrey. It's Bryce. Yes. Okay. Hypno called it out. He's like, Bryce and Aubrey both do that shit. When you're doing the count, I'm gonna back it up. When you're actually doing the count and you're like jumping in the air, that's Bryce Remsburg, dude, right here. Just like, oh. That's him all day. That's him all day. So I don't know. That's hilarious that this popped me so hard when I first saw it, but I watched it like 400 times. So I'm all out of laughs for it. Sorry, guys. Lincoln Hawk for $2 says, I can't hang out tonight, my dude. Happy B-Day, Phil. Dude, I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much, dude. Are the videos meant to be choppy, George? No, probably not, but I'm jumping back and forth between whatever. So it's StreamYard, bro. Honestly, people have been telling me, yo, you gotta switch to like Streamlabs or whatever, maybe even Zoom. I used to Zoom in the early days and then I switched off. So I don't know. And StreamYard like up their costs and everything too, like doubled their price for like month. It's like, I don't know. It's crazy. And they don't like offer anything really new. Happy birthday, Phil, for $5. Thank you so much, Chris. I'm going to throw this at StreamYard. It's going right to It's going right to StreamYard to keep the show going. So, and try and get less choppy video. I appreciate you so much. Everybody acknowledge Chris, please. and hopefully you can hear the sounds too. And George is in the back here tonight. One of the boys in the back. He's modded in the chat, and he's in the green room here. George is going to join us maybe next week is what he was saying. So he's just doing some configuration, and then he's going to come on and talk about the giveaway a bit next week. That's going to be awesome. Anyways, though, the vet is awesome, and yeah, that was Bryce Remsburg all the way. Speaking of Donald Trump, so we had Dave Bautista. I can't play it because it's Jimmy Kimmel. I'll get pulled. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't play like 2 seconds of that shit. So it's not like I'm like, it's not like I'm like, Jesus Christ, I got to stop doing that. It's, I'm not sitting here going, oh, Kane and Undertaker and Trump are my guys. It's just I cannot show the Batista one. But basically, he was like boxing a bunch of punching bags and like punching shit over. And he's like making fun of Trump or whatever. So Undertaker and Kane respond with Trump. And I just thought this was funny. It's directly wrestling related. I don't know. I'm Canadian. So just like Chris said, like, I don't give a shit. I'm sorry if I don't know what you guys are going through over there, but hey, I'm just saying.
All right, everyone.
So this is funny.
5th, election.
And it's his music. Like, it's unless you vote for Trump, you're going to rest in peace. Like, what is this? It's so funny playing the dead man music. Gong. Don't vote Kamala or I'll tombstone you.
All right, everyone. November 5th, election mania. Choice is
Election
yours.
mania, brother. Trumpomania, brother. We watched that too. That was funny.
With President Trump, Kane, and the Undertaker.
And Tony Khan's like, oh, my family's voting for him too. Maybe you'll come work for me. Maybe Undertaker will come work for me.
Kamala Harris, Dave Bautista.
Like, why they got to throw Batista into it? A handicap match. Yeah, no, wait, I have an idea. Yeah.
Well, in fairness, Batista's flaming liberal. I mean, he's in Hollywood, so they're all liberal over in Hollywood.
No, you're right. But I got an idea. A handicap match. It's going to be the Brothers of Destruction versus that pussy Batista. No, I love Batista, so I don't know. I don't care who he votes for. It's crazy.
Choose wisely. The nation depends on it.
And that should be an easy choice.
Because if you don't vote for me, the Guardians of the Galaxy will take over the world. I promise. I've seen it. Haven't you seen that movie? It was huge. Blockbuster, biggest movie. Guys, I love it. How you doing tonight, chat? That was miscellaneous. Round of applause for miscellaneous, chat. That's good. So we're going to move along to the next bookmark folder, I guess. Let me look. Batista is Illuminati. Just like Jimmy Kimmel. Let's go. Sickos in the chat. Let's go. I don't know. I might have just played it twice. Trump is Paul Bear. Keeping WWE great. Yeah, let's make wrestling great again. That's all I care about him, okay? Oh my God. Batista can afford Kamala real people. That's just it, right? Like, I get it. I'm a normal dude and I get it. Who wants to charge us less taxes and not stick their goddamn nose in our business? You know what I mean? I get it. I'm a regular dude. I understand. In Canada, it's the same way. We're like, yeah, we just, we get taxed a lot and our healthcare ain't the best that it's all hyped up to be. Everyone wants to hype it up. But Jamie Earhart for $2 says, apparently CTE may be a real thing. RIP. Yes. I don't know who you're referring to. Maybe me. I probably have CTE, but
two guesses, and you know what? I'm just spitballing, but I'm guessing Jamie means like, Undertaker. Spitballing out there.
Like they're dumb for going with Trump. Yeah, see, the politics.
Yes.
Stuff, that's why I just play the fence and just make fun of it. I mean, I can't have an opinion. I can't vote in your shit. It's like me bringing up Trudeau to you guys. You're like, what? Who?
Trust me. I feel for you. It's like you gotta get rid of that guy. He's even
like people kind of want him gone. Yeah, I'm not a political dude. I don't care about that shit really. To be honest, it's just
yes, you do.
I just control what I can.
He is a feminine man, just like Tony Khan. That's what he is. He is Canada's version of Tony Khan. When you think of it,
hey, come on,
guys, Tony Khan.
Think of it: a famous rich father who gets his son into the business. That's Trudeau. That's Tony Khan.
Yeah, it's true. It's
They
true.
are,
Yeah.
they are brothers from different mothers.
Yeah, dude, you're absolutely right. So into TNA news, guys, we got a couple. The Rajgiri who listens to PWT confirmed. No, I think come on, Matt Morgan's been on this show. We kind of know Raj knows, but he followed me back finally, which was cool. Because we DM'd a little, but I was like, why didn't he follow me? But he did. So on my birthday, no less. So TNA Wrestling confirmed that Rhino and Company co-founder Bob Ryder will be inducted into the TNA Wrestling Hall of Fame. The official ceremony for the class of 2024 will coincide with Bound for Glory weekend in Detroit, Michigan, and air live during the BFG pre-show. I like the way TNA does it. They keep their inductions like limited. They don't try and go, we need 5 guys. They just, here's 1, 2, 3 guys, you know? And a lot of people were like, maybe AJ Styles. It could still happen. And apparently as well, TNA wanted to induct Monty Brown, the alpha male, who was just the shit, dude. When I was a kid, I loved that guy. And yeah, they wanted to induct him, but they couldn't get a hold of him. Like, that was legit the reason. We just couldn't get a hold of him. So show him out. Hopefully they can get him in there, and shout out TNA. Crushing. TNA making wrestling great again. So Jay Vidal, who would team up with Giselle Shaw, which Giselle Shaw asked for her release and was released from TNA and is now wrestling with Maple Leaf Pro, who has a big night 1 of their show tonight that I'm going to indulge in at some point. I'll watch it afterwards, or I'll buy it afterwards, or whatever I got to do. And support Maple Leaf Pro. And so Giselle Shaw went over there, and Jay Vidal did the same thing. Now, someone had told me that Giselle Shaw was like dating Scott D'Amore, or did I misunderstand that or something? All I know is that it makes sense, you know, like with the way, like the Anthem execs and D'Amore, it was kind of like a sour outing, you know, they're split up there. But Jay Vidal, though, who we've put over, but is very green, like earlier TNA reviews, you know, I was like, you know, I like how Jay can, you know, just bump around and sell, but like very green in a lot of other areas. But I'm not overly familiar with their body of work or anything, you know, but this was their statement. They said, I asked for and was granted my release from TNA Wrestling. I appreciate the memories I made and the people I've met while I was there. As an LGBTQ plus wrestler, I believe that representation matters, but proper representation should be above all. I'll keep doing my part to show the world that an openly gay man can be featured prominently on TV. I'm looking forward to the next. Is that a thing? Are they not? I'm looking forward to the next chapter in my wrestling journey. With that being said, stay tuned, because I'm about to go as hard as I've ever gone in the business. Well, good. Yeah, good for Jay, and hopefully they do some shit. But if they show up in Maple Leaf, that's why I brought up Giselle. It's like, okay, it's Giselle's friend, and they're just all kind of like, let's get out of TNA and go to Maple Leaf. That's how I look at it anyways, but maybe I'm talking shit. Speaking of TNA again.
Look, I mean,
I'll go ahead, Chris. Sorry, yeah.
I'll vouch for it. Look, that Jay is, you know, a Giselle Shaw, you know, got the more, you know, signee. He didn't really fit, you know, once they left, you know, but he's look, good for him, you know, good luck to him. Which, you know, not gonna say anything snarky, because hey, look, he's a decent little worker, just they didn't have room for him. So it's like, all right, well, good, you know, he goes to Maple Pro, at least at least he knows he has supporters there, and who knows, maybe this leads to something bigger for him down the road.
Right. Jamie Earhart for $5 says, bang on, sir. Undertaker. Also, I'm Canadian as well. Right on. And this election affects us too. Think the convoys happened without Trump's win in 2016? I have no idea. The convoy, I have no idea, bro. Political uprise and stuff happens everywhere, but this ain't politicast. But yeah, I dig what you're saying, bro. Just, I think politicians in general are fucking kooky, you know? So, like, I don't go out of my way to be like, this guy's awesome. Even in Canada, it's like, yeah, we need to get rid of Trudeau, but I'm not like one of these guys with a fuck Trudeau sticker on my truck or whatever, you know? I don't care that much. It's just like, I don't know, man. I just feel like this stuff is way above me, and it's all rigged. But for real, bro, thank you so much, Jamie. And we love your opinions. Keep them coming. Don't ever feel like you can't voice your shit here. Joining us now, Evil Dose. Joining us on the show, Evil Dose. Round of applause. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. I want to say happy birthday and congratulations on your other, thing.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that very much. Thanks for popping in, man. It's always good to hear from you. I fired the link off to a bunch of people, and I knew you would be one who would tap in for some reason, Dose. You always got me like that. So good to see you, and thank you so much. How are you doing this weekend, man? What do you got going on? I'm watching fights and stuff. Chris is watching football. What are you tapped into tonight?
I'm tapped into you, man. I mean, that's what is that I'm old, and so like going out is sort of a rarity for me. It's like I was having a conversation with TechSource today, on Twitter, it's public, about how parking and dealing with traffic and crowds is like a very much a disincentive to going out. So yeah, no, nothing. I was planning to watch Maxine on Max. That's what I was tapped in to do.
I've been watching Chucky, and I'm on season 3 now. And I really like the show, but it's not like my favorite show of all time, or I'm melting over the plot lines or like the twists and turns. They're kind of, but it's just consistent. If you because I rewatched all the movies first, and if you do that and then you get into the show and you're like, okay, it's been the same writers and producers and everything since day one. You can't fucking say like, oh, this character wouldn't do this or that, because the person writing it has been doing it since day one, and they pay everything off from the movies. They pulled like a Cobra Kai kind of, but it's also like sometimes one episode will just be like its own little mini slasher flick, but then the overall season is like one big Chucky movie. And I just think they pulled it off nicely, and now it's on Netflix, and I really hope they continue it, because it got canceled on USA out of nowhere, and then they just got shifted over to Netflix. I hope that enough people watch it to where, they go, Netflix says, we'll bring a 4th season or something. You know what I mean? Like, I want to heal that shit. Yeah, so
I never thought that was a possibility, but they did with Manifest, but they only did a 10-episode final season, and they cut a third of the cast. But maybe. I mean, I know that Netflix has Evil, which ended after 4 seasons, and I saw the first 2 seasons on Netflix, and I really liked it. But seasons 3 and 4 are still behind a paywall on Paramount Plus. So hopefully they'll get season 3 soon enough, and then season 4 will come a little bit later.
Right, but they're trying to do that with Heels right now, Dose. They're trying to get enough people to watch it, and do you know what's so unfortunate? Heels is not on Netflix in Canada. I have to VPN that shit if I'm gonna. Yeah, so I want everyone to support that too, because we need a 3rd season. But luckily, nobody saw that. Now Netflix, they just have the 1st season of Chucky, so it's like if you're on season 3 like me, it's like I'm not gonna rewatch the 1st season. I just did that shit last week or whatever. So it sucks, because like I'm in the middle of watching the show. I'm at like the end of season 2, and then all of a sudden I go on Netflix and Chucky's here and whatever. Chucky cast, yeah. But let's dive into some
I'm for anything that keeps Jennifer Tilly employed.
Oh, dude, me too. And she's like 60, and she is banging, dude.
Always was.
Yes, absolutely.
Her and Gina Gershon were in that.
What are you talking about? But Mrs. Dose is like, a 10, bro. So you ain't even worried about Jennifer Tilly.
No, right. Mrs. Dose is amazing, and she's magical. But I'm a fat man, and I can look at a menu.
Love it. Guys, joining us on the show now is Alt Jake, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love for Alt Jake. Round of applause. Joining us now. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, everybody. Happy birthday, Phil.
There?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, my internet went a little bit weird on me, but
never be sorry, buddy. Never be sorry. So you panelists, mighty Jake, how are you doing, man? What are you doing this weekend? What are you watching tonight? Are you tapped in anything specific or?
I'm doing good. No, not really. I was just it's still kind of early for me. I'm on the West Coast, so we just had an early dinner, and I was just kind of prepping for this. Had a couple pre-games, and you know, got my Perry pack ready. You know,
let's go.
You tell me there's a party, I'm always ready, especially like a party from home. In.
So, did you gentlemen indulge in SmackDown yesterday?
I indulged in SmackDown this morning.
Excellent. That's a good way to do
I
it.
watched
too.
some of the clips, but I know what went on. I actually saw the clips bits, but I do know the full results, so I know what's going on. So I'm also
the blue brand. It's sort of like a blue chew. Sometimes it's better in the morning, Eric, and you just don't. Right? Sorry, I don't know.
Be ready at any time.
Yeah, all Jake, you watch SmackDown or what?
Absolutely, yeah. I caught most of it live, even.
Wow.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing live. I was gonna do a Spaces, but I bailed out because I was editing the music video, the Sickos music video. Did you guys get a chance to see that or no?
I sure did.
Excellent.
Absolutely. That was class.
Thank you. Yeah, I like putting those together. Anyways, let's review some SmackDown. So Roman Reigns confronts Solo. Cody Rhodes addresses Gunther. Motor City Machine Guns make their debut. I wasn't even planning on this because it slipped my mind because I was drinking, Eric. Oh, come on now, Phil. So anyways, though, what happens? The show, we're just going to read it. The show opened 5-minute video package before the new Bloodline comes out to kick off the show. Sickos said Reigns and Jimmy would acknowledge him by the end of the night. And then, of course, at the end of the night, the main event isn't even a match anymore in WWE. It's just like Roman come out and talk and fight someone for a minute and get beat up. But yeah, so basically Jay and Jimmy, they're trying to link up. Jay Uso is there. So we know it's going to happen, but he's like, hell nah, no yeet. Even Jay said it. And then this guy's just hating. The Crown Jewel Championship is absurdly big. It's like, yeah, dude, the Saudis made that shit. It makes no sense at all, but money talks. So we got Pretty Deadly versus DIY versus Street Profits, and they're in a triple threat tag match. And the winner of that triple threat tag match takes on the winner of a triple threat tag match later on that the Motor City Machine Guns were a part of in their debut. A little convoluted, a little AEW-ish. However, I'm like, okay, if you're going to have all these tag teams, like, might as well, showcase them all. I'm not mad at this at all. I love tag team wrestling. So this one, I'm not trying to bury the other one, and I'm not going to jump ahead, but this one cooked better than the last one, than the Motor City one. I'm just going to be honest, but I was cheering for Pretty Deadly the whole time. I want them to win so badly. I'm cheering for these guys no matter what. Babyface, heel, losing every week. I'm with them, ride or die. I wanted them to win so bad. I really didn't want DIY to win. And if Street Profits won, it's better than DIY. But I didn't care if they won or not. And ultimately, we got DIY. Why? DIY, you ask? Well, let me tell you why. Because we need DIY versus Motor City Machine Guns, right? Like, that's all.
Do we really need that? I was thinking about that. Do we really need that? Or is that one of Triple H's? Well, I can't get rid of them. They're my binkies. They are his pet project.
I don't know if it's like pet project. This
it is. It's the pet project. It's Triple H going, well, they're my NXT, black and gold. I can't get rid of them. Yes,
no,
you can.
I just think they're like on the indies, they're all so revered. So I just think it's like because they can just have a match. Motor City and DIY don't need to like rehearse a match before they get in there, but like Street Profits probably got to go over some shit with, you know what I mean? I think that's all it is. They just want to have like, here's the most absolute banger tag team classic for the #1 contendership. And then I think Motor City gets the belts off the Bloodline. I think that's what it's leading to. It has to be. Why the fuck else did you bring them in, put them right on SmackDown? But either way, yeah, DIY won. What did you guys all think about this match? Just quick thoughts. We'll start with Dose. What did you think about it?
The team that I didn't want to win won. I know why they keep getting title opportunities, because Triple H loves them. You just said it. But I mean, the least interesting team possible. I feel a little bit bad for Pretty Deadly because they were gold with Lash Legend, then they got called up, and then she was gold with Metaphor. Now she's gold, doing
She's
her
gold.
thing, and she no longer needs them. And then like I think they would have been gold with Tiffy, but then they put her into a much better story with Naya. So again, they're sort of left out, and there's no Carmella to sort of pick up that role. The Street Profits are the only interesting part of this because they were clearly unhappy that they felt like they got the pin simultaneously. The ref made a big deal saying that Montez Ford was not the legal man, or somebody wasn't the legal man, so it was the right decision. But I think this is going to catapult them into turning heel again. So I think that's good because they feel like they're just dying.
All Jake, what about you, buddy?
Yeah, I think showcase was a good word of putting it, where to put the teams out and kind of have a good kind of fun match. I did love the sports kind of finish where they showed why the legal man wasn't the legal man. I thought that was an interesting kind of thing there.
Oh, right.
Changing up a bit. But I mean,
oh, sorry, Jake. Yeah, I
was
forgot
fun.
to
Oh,
fucking
no, you're
mention
good.
that. Yeah, I forgot to mention the finish because it was so screwy, right? It was a double pin. Sorry, Jake, you go ahead, but just explain to everyone what happened with the double pin there.
Yeah, it was a good little way they did it, where they had Pretty Deadly tagging out, where they both got hit by moves, but was it Ciampa realized which one of them was the legal man and which one wasn't, and they explained it out and they showed it very well. I mean, it was a screwed finish, but it made sense, and it was more sports based than things that we've seen before. So I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
And I think you're right about DIY versus Motor City. That's just an easy match, and they can put it on there and have a fun little showcase match. And hopefully Motor City just doesn't get fed to the Bloodline, but storyline wise, it would make sense for them to finally lose the belts.
And you can have that match on like the go home to the PLE, or whatever. Like it's
exactly.
Yeah.
Or the one right after, or like the show right after. They seem to be doing, booking big matches right before or right after the pay-per-views or PLEs, which I think is great.
Especially tag team matches.
It's great. Guys, make sure you hit the likes, please. Okay. There's like 200 of you. It's fluctuating. We hit about 200. There should be at least 100 likes. No, it's my birthday. Please be generous. Let's run them up to 100 and then I'll stop asking. What else?
I want to throw something out there quickly. Sorry to do with Tony's birthday, but I want to throw Dose and AJ. We all understand that this, for a lot of these tag teams that have been there, especially Street Profits. There's one guy who's going to be the star, one guy who might be left behind, and we hear
it's not that way anymore. It's not that way anymore. I don't think. I think Ciampa and Gargano are just going to be level. Like, we're not going to see Gargano break off from Ciampa.
I wouldn't call them, though. They are what they are. But, I mean, we see, like, Otis, heavy machinery. Otis went on to bigger things, and Knight got left behind. So that's that's what we've heard from a lot of people. This is what, that's why Montez Ford doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to leave this guy behind. You guys both follow wrestling. Is that good? Or if you're handling Montez Ford, how much you tell him, hey, look, I get it. Friendship is friendship, but business is business. You got to worry about yourself.
Listen, I was unaware of that until you just said it. But if that is the case, where Ford's like, no, I don't want to leave my guy, then I wouldn't say it's an L, like, oh, you're fucking up. But man, Montez has something. I know people are like, he's the next The Rock. I don't know about that, but he's got something. And can I X-Files you guys for a second, though? This is what I think you should do. Bring Tyler Breeze. He's associated with WWE already, as it is. He's still in the games. He doesn't wrestle or anything. Bring him in and just have him manage Pretty Deadly when it's time for them to get more serious. And now we're the serious team and we're actually hurting people with moves. And like, no, they're still just what they are. But you bring in Tyler Breeze, like, with me, I'll take you to new heights. And they do the whole, just do it. I say, and then Tyler Breeze can just manage. He's already associated with WWE, not wrestling. More managers, more valets. I'm old school like that. I don't know. But moving along, though, speaking of Lash Legend, we had Piper Niven versus Lash Legend. I just tweeted it out. Legend is ready. And this is how I know. Ready? Because you can't go on SmackDown, have a fucking match with Niven that's actually that good. It's easier, like, maybe go up there and work with like a Chelsea Green or something, but Niven, like, you have to work her a certain way. You know what I mean? And she was so good. She looks like she should be on the main roster. Her manager as well, Jakara, she's awesome. just by her side, and she can work too. I get it. There's a little greenness there, but I just thought this match was awesome. And I'm like, yes, bring them up then. And I told y'all this too. We're going to see NXT and SmackDown crossing over a bunch. Raw's going to go to Netflix and do its own thing. And we're going to see SmackDown and NXT crossing over like their superstars a whole bunch. So we'll see like Ethan Page on both shows more as like we enter the new year and stuff like that. That's my prediction anyways. But this, I don't know. What do you guys make of Lash Legend here? Like she's had a couple shots now. Are they calling her up? I don't know. She's a floater. She's a tweener. I think she's ready. What say you, Dose? Do you think she's ready? What did you think of this match?
Yeah, she worked Piper Niven like she worked Otis. So it was great. Very impressive. In the beginning, you could tell that the crowd had no idea who they were. Most of the crowd didn't. And by the end of the match, they didn't care. They were fans. And that's how you get over. I think that she has the star quality. I think that her and Jakara Jackson as a team are pretty much all already called up. And I think that what's going to happen is when Noam Dar is well enough, they're going to bring him back, but as their manager. And I think that can be a lot of fun. Or if that's not the case, like putting Pretty Deadly with like Lash Legend with Pretty Deadly was amazing. I don't know if Pretty Deadly with Jakara and Lash Legend would be as amazing, but Pretty Deadly needs something because I don't like your Tyler Breeze idea because it'll then look like just feel like it's just three sort of gay guys together, and that's not fun. But when you have like a ostentatious woman with her glam squad, that's a fun dynamic. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
What say you, Jake? I'm gonna save Chris for last because I hear him fucking sighing.
So first thing I say, I want. First thing is, I always agree with more managers always. I don't know, maybe because I just never viewed myself as someone who could ever have been athletic to be enough to be a wrestler. So I always clicked with the managers and was always a big fan of managers. But I don't know. I think pretty much, I think she could be ready, but I think the best thing that NXT has done is making sure that people are like 100% ready and kind of giving them that extra polish so that when they come up, it's like Braun Breaker, where he just came in and kind of hit the ground running. But I also like what they're doing on NXT as well, but I could see it going either way. Honestly, I think they'll book it right no matter what, but I would be interested to see if that's what breaks up Bianca and Jade, because I feel like that's going to be the Mania match for the two of them against each other.
Can I X-Files again?
Always.
Jade with Lash and Jakara as like the new baddies type thing, and that's how she breaks off from Bianca. She starts this new little faction over here, and then eventually from that you get Jade versus Lash down the line as well. Because I mean, she's a bigger girl, man. You know what I mean? She can pick up Otis. She can throw around Niven. You know.
Yeah, that when she picked up Piper like that was like one of those. You could hear the crowd just
Yeah. So when she went to hit her
that
finisher, that weird like behind the back finisher where she like picked her up, the crowd was like, "Oh shit!" So yeah, more of that.
Listen, I can dig it. You sort of have this new Jade, Lash, Jakara, someone else, bloodline thing going on, and Bianca takes the role of Cody that she chases for 2 years or whatever, and then finally finally overcomes all the monsters and gets her glory.
Fucking boom. Dose is a genius. That's why he's here. Chris Connor, what say you about do you have anything else to add, or are you
I don't think it's going to be beyond. Here's my prediction. We're not getting Bianca Jade at WrestleMania. We're going to get Bianca versus Rhea Ripley, because that's what Rhea has been wanting. You just can't keep doing friggin' Liz Morgan and Rhea for almost a full year. I think that would even get too tiring. I don't know what you do with Lash. And I've been a fan of hers when she was a All-American basketball player in Texas A&M, and she is that new female athlete that WB is recruiting. Not an indie wrestler, but hey, All-American, basketball player, wrestler, track star. I don't know what you do with her yet. She has star quality. It's just, where do you put her? Because you don't have much room right now. You're filled up with all these people and nobody's leaving. So I think she stays at NXT until maybe next WrestleMania full time, and then you figure out, all right, you phase somebody out? Do you let somebody go?
Yeah.
Do you?
Someone's saying too that Chris that she'll be called up when Trick is, but I also just think if you float the SmackDown and NXT talent and then you just keep Raw separate, I think that's the move right there. Jimmy B for $10 says, I like DIY, but I think they should just turn heel because they're boring as fuck right now. Yeah, I agree. Also, happy birthday, Phil. Can't wait to hear Jericho singing by the end of the night. Well, speaking of which.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
I play it again. I play it again every 15 minutes until we get to 100 likes. Okay.
I don't care.
Blame Jimmy B.
That is torture. That is blame Jimmy B.
I play it every 15 minutes until we get to 100 likes. Got it, Shay. This is a stick up. We're at 90. Fucking run them up so we don't have to hear Jericho again.
10 of you people, come on.
Yeah, I got that too. Don't worry. I got a ton. Your boy Phil got a ton.
So Phil, I was thinking about this when you talk about tag teams. So if more City Machine Guns, let's say they take the tag titles,
right?
What do you do with Jacob Fatu? Because he's sort of in that sort of no man's land. Like you in theory, you could have put him up against LA Knight, but do you risk LA Knight getting squashed and Ben had been like, okay, what are we gonna do? I don't know. I mean, he's the only LA Knight's the only guy who's sort of away from the bloodline.
Eventually, you have Jacob beat LA Knight. Yeah, and that's unfortunate to say because that's my guy. But yeah, you eventually, yeah, I think that's inevitable. But I will say this:
Jacob is going to be in the main event picture. I don't know what any of you guys are talking about.
Like first thing first, you don't think they go, here's the U.S. title for like 7 months until Roman and Cody? No, okay, there you go. I could see that too.
I think he's right into the top wars.
I lean more that way too, Dose, honestly. But I just think you strap him up just whenever he's ready. He doesn't need a belt, and that's what's awesome too. Like Roman doesn't need the belt. He's still the tippy top draw in pro wrestling. He doesn't even need the title. Like they're in such a good position with these. So I don't know. Jacob is just.
Wait a second, Phil. That's that image on the screen. Why is Nick Aldis talking to Orange Cassidy and Matt Sydal?
Oh, come on now, Dose. That's not very fair to call Chris Sabin Orange Cassidy when Chris Sabin's a way better wrestler than Orange Cassidy. Dose. That's not very fair.
My bad.
Not very fair, but that was a damn good one. You got me with that one. You popped me with that one.
Jesus. What were you saying, Chris?
I was going to say, he brings up a good point. Like, okay, so, I mean, no, because we make fun of Orange Cassidy. We make fun of Daniel Garcia. We make fun of, all these guys. And I like Motor City Machine Guns because they aren't, dicks like the rest of some of these guys. But that's what they are. They fit AEW more than they fit WWE in a lot of ways.
Here's the thing, man. They're ready for this run. I'm so happy for them. There's a reason why, too, when you sign to AEW, none of the wrestlers are like, congrats, you made it to the big time. But when you fucking sign to WWE, they're like, these people deserve this and stuff. It's just such a difference. You notice that. But yeah, speaking of the match, so they have a triple threat tag match. It's MCMGs versus Los Garzas, which I love those guys, and A-Town Down Under. Now, I don't know if, I'm going to be honest. Okay, I love Motor City Machine Guns. I felt like Shelley was doing too much, like almost what Jim Cornette would call Kenny Omega gesticulating and jiving in the ring, because he was doing a little too much to where I thought, is that what he thinks they want him to do? I don't know. I just was like, but he was selling his ass off though, and it was so nice to see. It's so refreshing when people just sell. And like Motor City didn't just come in and get over and just do their moves and squash the other two teams and get all their shit in. They came in and sold their asses off for the other two teams and then eked out a win type thing, hit their finisher. It was booked the right way. That's how you bring someone in. It's the same thing with like Ethan Page. Yeah, he gets the belt, but he kind of weaseled his way there. It's not like he's just running through everyone. You don't bring someone in from another company, or even if it is TNA or whatever, you don't bring an outsider in, and like that's not how you keep your roster happy. Yeah, you're just gonna Los Garzas, you've been doing all the house shows. You're just going to fucking lose to Motor. You're going to eat all their moves and take the pin. Yeah. So I get why, like, they made it like even, it was like even Steven for almost every team. I didn't like this one as much as the other one, though. I thought the other one was worked better. And I'm not putting it on Motor City really at all, but you could tell like they haven't touched all of these guys on the road 100 fucking times like people in WWE do. So it wasn't. I think it's weird to debut them in a triple threat tag match. I'm way looking forward to them versus DIY is all I'm getting at. And I'm not even a big DIY fan anymore. In NXT, they were great. But on the main roster, it's like, whatever, man. I'm more interested in these other teams. However, I will say Motor City versus DIY is going to be insane. And they're going to actually show this should be their real debut. Motor City versus DIY. To me, that should have been their debut. And then they beat them, and then they get a shot, or they get the number one contender match from there. But I'm nitpicking, and maybe this is the right way to go. But it wasn't like the most stellar debut. Do you guys get what I'm getting at? I'm not trying to shit on them, but it wasn't my favorite debut. But I was marking out hard. There's a moment where I was like, dude, this is crazy seeing them hitting their fucking tag moves in WWE on SmackDown. It actually tripped me out a little bit. I loved it, and you could see a lot of the sickos were just mad on Twitter. I was fucking looking at it laughing like, you guys really gonna and hate on MCMGs now, dude? Like, fuck you. So anyways, I ranted and raved. That was the highlight of the night, I would say. Let's start with Jake. What did you think of this match, and I guess just Motor City's debut in WWE in general?
Yeah, no, I can see what you were saying. To me, it just like they maybe were like a little nervous. Like there was just a little bit overwhelmed by the moment, but as the match progressed, I felt like they got more into it. And then I agree with you on the selling. I thought that was great. And I think it was kind of like the mix where they didn't, just come in and squash somebody as the brand new guys, but they also didn't do the old Vince move where you come in and take an L right away or get squashed right away. And, because we're the better company on your head. Right, yeah. Get rock bottomed onto a pile of dog poop. The dog poop. It was a better mix, and I think you're right. I think maybe that was kind of like a way of showing them off a bit, and then the match against DIY should be spectacular.
And then what say you, Chris?
You're gonna hate me for this. I like the match; it was nice.
No, bro, I don't hate you.
I kind of wish you didn't sign Motor City Machine Guns, not because I don't like him. It's
hater.
I'll tell you why. Like we keep hearing, Los Garzas are ready, but they need a chance. So when are you gonna give them a chance? Like, or A-Town Down Under, like Austin Theory, he's this next star. Well, when do you give it?
Chris. Usos versus Motor City Machine Gun.
Okay, but
tell me that ain't a hater.
But are we trying to get more of these younger guys in there? I mean, you keep saying, NXT's this development, NXT's this development. It's like almost like going back to Vince, where the NXT guys come up, and then it's like, screw you. You guys look like idiots. I'm going with the old guys. So I'm being consistent here. I want to see more of a Garzas. I mean, you invested a lot in them in NXT. You invested a lot in Santos Escobar.
Yeah.
And they sort of
I love
seem
those
like
guys. I love the Garzas.
They feel like jobbers now. That's what they feel like. Oh, it's a job squad.
Yeah.
So
here's the thing, man. This will all balance out too, because you got to remember a lot of these guys like Gargano and Ciampa and Authors of Pain and shit, they're just getting the shot now that Triple H tried to give them, but there was like that 4-year period of time where Vince fired everybody, and then you know what I mean? Like
people.
I know, but listen. Like their age, a lot of these guys are getting their push now because it didn't happen like 4 years ago to where they would have already been passed, but they got to like get it in now because Triple H sort of they're his guys, you know. He hired a bunch of them back and stuff. So I do get what you're saying where they're kind of older, but I think we're going to get to in the next like 10 years, we're going to see the average age of wrestlers main roster WWE be way younger, in my opinion, just from like all the NXT recruits that are such high level at this point. And we've already seen it where AEW surpassed them, which is crazy as far as like the average age of the wrestler in ring is older than in WWE. Whereas the joke was like just last year, you know, oh, WWE, all these old guys, you're going to push all these old guys. So it's kind of funny how it flipped, but I think we'll see that change in the next little while. And yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You know,
like
you don't need to push all the older guys, but 40's the new 50 or 50's the new 40.
No,
now.
I understand
What
that,
is the notes? You know, I love you, my guy. I love you.
All
What
right,
is
you
the
know what?
saying? No,
I'd
30's
rather-
the new 20, whatever the saying is.
But here's
you know,
the, I'd rather they cut AOP, DIY, and even half of Judgment Day and just bring up Oba Femi. Like bring up people you look and go, they are stars in the making. These guys can get the casuals to go, ooh, I want to see that guy. That guy looks like he's going to be a star. They have a bunch of guys who it just feels like, oh yes, they're part of the indies. That they're Triple H's guys, and Triple H, like Tony, likes to collect wrestlers like Pokemon cards. He does a better job of handling all of it, but he kind of does the same thing that AEW does. That we accuse him. Oh, you're signing all these people. They have over 225 people in WWE.
Right.
How do you fit them all in 3
though.
shows?
I just think it's like the UFC, though. Like the UFC, all of a sudden, they're much more international, and they have like 600 guys on their roster or whatever.
Yeah, but
and it's because the talent's way deeper, but also like you just have more shows to put on and stuff. And I think that's why WWE's in that situation. They just have more shows, more TV time to fill. More whatever they're doing, traveling around the world and things like that. You need more stars to put in each different country and things like that. But Dose, I want your thoughts, man. Dose, what do you think about MCMG's debut and just the match in general, I guess, and then we'll talk about the Bloodline.
All right. Well, let's talk first about just Chris Sabin and Alex Shelley. Because they've been working the right way and grinding for 20-something years. And I, as much as I make fun of them being little guys and all that stuff, and they are, Shelley left wrestling for a little bit, I think, to become an EMT or something, or a physical therapist, whatever it was. And, obviously, wrestling is either what he loved or where he made more money, whatever the case was. So, I'm happy for them to, at this stage, to get the big money, frankly, and get some, be able to have some retirement. And even though WWE is a grind, it's not the same grind as booking your own travel and having to rent cars and get hotel rooms and, figure out how you're going to get from Peoria to Houston to, Spokane and then down to Phoenix, all in the same week. It's different. I'm not really feeling it. I feel like it's sort of like when the Rock and Roll Express got to WWF, it didn't really feel right. It didn't make sense, never really clicked. I don't deny the Motor City Machine Guns' place in the annals of tag team history. I mean, they sort of took like the Hardy Boys, Edge and Christian vibe and sort of took it to a different level for they made Rey Mysterio ×2. And, for all the tag teams that work this style, they're still the best. And I guess since MSK isn't part of WWE's future, and I guess the Rascals isn't part of WWE's future, they got the original Rascals. So all that is fine. I'm not particularly feeling it. I'm not really that interested in them being pushed right to the top. Yeah, I think DIY versus Motor City Machine Guns would be a fun match, to watch once. I don't need it to be like an ongoing thing. I would much rather see the Garzas and the Street Profits vying for that top spot, with the Bloodline and, occasionally other people. But I don't know. We'll see. Wrestling's an ensemble show. It's a variety show, and they offer something. They're very good. They're very precise for people who fly all over the places, and be a good change of pace. I don't really like how WWE, how Triple H is booking the tag team divisions generally. Like
I think he's ramping it up more, and I like that he's trying to feature them more.
Is he really, or is he just going?
He's not having any teams win matches. He's having these ridiculous triple threats and tournaments to get title opportunities, as opposed to anybody winning like 7 matches in a row. I know that the times have sort of come and gone, and there's a monthly PLE to plan for, and the bookend shows sort of have these secondary titles, and sort of the U.S. Intercontinental and the tag teams are those secondary titles for the Raw and SmackDown bookending the PLEs. But I don't know. I'll get used to it. This is going to be the lamest end of all time. It's fine.
I think he's doing the best with what he can. I think not saying with what he can. There's a lot of great tags, but I think just like as far as TV time and shit, it's hard to get everything in there these days. I agree. I used to be like, no, don't do an all women's show. I'm starting to say they need to just do an all women's show once a week to help balance shit out. You know what I mean? But dude, put it on Wednesday against Dynamite and just let them go.
No, because you have too much wrestling. I mean, you're asking people to go then. Oh, you should watch wrestling. 4 out of 7 days a week. I mean, people are getting too tired enough of 3 days a week. I want 4. Oh, no,
we got 99 likes. We just need one more for 100.
Yeah, so here, let me read some super
chats. Come on now,
so
chat.
The Rabid Wolverine LC Killer 17. Happy birthday to you, Phil. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you always showing so much support. George Capture for $2 says 99 likes. Come on now, Phil. Let's run those likes up to 100. And yeah, we need to run them up to 100, please and thank you. So there's like 200 of you watching. We can run it up to 100 for sure. Thank you so much, George. And Shadow Badass for $10 says, so relieved MCMG signed with a company that will build them up to succeed and go places. Looking forward to who MCMG feuds with. They're my favorite tag team. Happy birthday, Phil. Damn, they're your favorite tag team? Here, I'm going to give you an air horn. You must be pumped. You must be pumped then. I was marking out a little because I fully was thinking in my head, they're going to just go to AEW. They're going to take that big check and just ride it out. Like, why wouldn't they? But no, they know what they can do, and I just picture them at this WrestleMania, and that's like, they deserve that shit right there. So kind of what Dose was saying. They're just veterans, man, and they innovated a lot of... Man, I was watching TNA back, like Saban was... I don't know. I was such a fucking mark for him, like, when I was young, and... Shelly, I never really got into him that much, honestly, until now when I started watching TNA heavily again, and then he won the world championship there not long ago. Just a year ago, remember, Aldis and Shelly was the main event of their WrestleMania over there in TNA. So, yeah, thank you so much for the super chat, and I'm pumped for them too. And I don't think they fall into the... I don't think they just like fall into the shuffle there in WWE. I think they will actually garner a lot of interest in that tag team division. They've done it everywhere else they've gone, so why not? But anyways, guys, the last segment was the Bloodline. Or no, we got Nia Jax and Candice LeRae versus... Oh, yeah, I totally forgot because I did not care about... I was like, Candice, whatever. But she eked out the win. So I don't know what they're doing. She's the speed champion. She ekes out the win. And then doesn't Candice get a shot at Nia now because of it?
I think the whole point is, I mean, that's not important. The whole point is that Bayley and Naomi aren't exactly seeing eye to eye because they're going to have a non-title related, feud going on for a bit.
Yeah. So, and
it seems like.
Are you guys with me? Like, do you guys care about Bayley right now? I just feel like it's
No, you know what? I was one who said I
agree
wish
with you.
that Naomi stayed in TNA. I mean, she felt like a bigger deal. She's come to WB, and she sort of feels like, well, you're a grizzled vet. You're a solid hand. They've lost interest in her already.
They jobbed her a bunch, and then now they're like, you're going to get a bit of a push now and get some wins. But and again, they have to do that. She left the company, went to TNA for a year. You can't just bring her in, have her beat everyone. It's like Jordan Grace, you bring her into the Rumble. I don't think she got one elimination.
No, but that's the difference. I mean, Jordan Grace wasn't a WWE person, so we didn't want to have a non.
I know that's exactly what I'm saying, though. Even if you leave the company for a year, though, they're not going to just bring Trinity Fatu in and just have her beating everyone. Like if Matt Cardona comes back to WWE, he'd be lucky if he like gets a program with Cody, but he's gonna lose it and he's not winning the world title, that sort of thing. That's my opinion, and especially like the way Naomi left the company with.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
say,
so
at least
they're not going to
Cardona
bring
was
her in.
released and she walked out. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're.
I
We
mean,
got a
even,
super.
I mean, there's been
but-
people who have passed her by, though. I mean, you look at it, it's like, well, when she was there, she was one of the big names. Now it's like, Bianca Belair is, topped her. Rhea Ripley has topped her. Liv Morgan has topped her. You have all this talent from NXT. It's, as I said, I wish she stayed
on her
in
heels.
TNA.
Yeah, you got a point there, Chris. For sure.
Yeah, it is a good point. The Rabid Wolverine LC Killer 17 says MCMG embrace the grind and I'll give you a bruv. Exactly. They're like, we're gonna embrace this grind, and you just know they want to have a WrestleMania moment. They want to be one of those dudes like climbing up the ladder or whatever the fuck in a tag, whatever tag turmoil. They just want that moment and give it to them. And also, they could split up and do their own thing, like especially when they get older on their way out the door. If they want to just, I'm gonna go challenge the NXT champ. Not even out the door. Out the door is in, they're gonna work in NXT after their time's done or whatever. But like on their way off the main roster, they can just do what like Gallows and Anderson are doing. They can just go and we're gonna just job to these tag teams in NXT, and or like I'll put this guy over. Alex Shelley could have a main event with Trick Williams or some shit. Not saying it'll be that soon, but you catch my drift. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that a lot. Cardona going to be an upper mid Carter? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he'll get a shot at Cody, but he won't win, and then he'll like win the US title or some shit. He won't ever be like the guy because he's coming in as Cardona. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. But look at Sean Spears. He's like in NXT, and they asked him what he wanted to do, and he said, I want to be Sean Spears. So I think he's like dealing with an injury now or something. So I don't know. Cardona could do a number of things, though. He could be like the GM of SmackDown or something. He's just a funny guy. He could work.
Does he want to do that, though? I mean, because if you were,
I think he does.
Said, passion creative. If he's the GM, it means he's not wrestling. That means he's just a guy who's going, hey, I'm here for special appearances. Like,
no, he wants to wrestle, but I
is.
mean, like, you could put him there, like, in the future. I'm always thinking the long term here, Chris. I'm always like, what? If you bring someone in, it's not like, what can he do just right now? I'm thinking, like, down the line, what does he do? Like, I get why they brought MCMG in. Who the fuck do you want training all your tag teams for the next 5 years, next 10 years or whatever, So I get it, fully. I get why Punk and Shawn, I get why they went, oh, Punk, you're the guy, You need to be in NXT working with all these kids, because you're that guy who is like, fuck the industry. And then, no, I built the industry, He's one of those guys who, so I get, I don't know.
He understands how to put together a match. He gets like, all right, the small things which you can't teach, like, the psychology, how to connect with the crowd, how to do stuff that, that's tough to teach people these days. So that's why you bring him in. But for a lot of these guys, it's just, hey, they're there. It's talent. We always need talent.
Exactly. You always need talent, Chris. That's exactly why.
But at what point? Here's my question.
Yeah.
At what point does TKO start looking at this and go, you have too many people. You got to start cutting people. We're paying too much money.
As soon as WWE, as soon as their stock goes back below fucking, what are they at, 130 today or whatever a share, $130 a share, like whenever their stock starts shitting the bed, that's when they go, hey, now let's start cutting the cost. We can't have Culligan jugs anymore, pal. No more water coolers.
I wouldn't say that, but I mean,
we're getting rid of the pencils too, pal.
Like next WrestleMania, at what point do they start going, all right, look, we're gonna start cutting people who there is no future for them. So Triple H, you got to figure it out, because they're a business. They are a corporate business.
Well, they just did. I mean, you don't remember it because it was just contracts renewed or not renewed, but MVP and Bobby Lashley would just let go. I mean, that's what's going to happen. There's going to be less releases. I mean, Dijak was released because he was a snitch.
Dude. Oh, he was. Dude, that's the thing. Here's the thing, though, guys. Yeah. Happy birthday, Phil, for $2. Youth Gone Wild. Oh, now that you mentioned it. Just kidding, guys. I wouldn't do it again. Thank you so much. And you guys hit 100 likes.
Headphones across the world were just thrown. No.
Yes. You guys hit 110 likes. Round of applause for the chat that are goated. I almost did it too. I'm lit. You guys don't know what I'm gonna do. That's the best. Okay, but listen. Yes. The end of the show, though. the end of the show, we have like Roman Reigns just gets his shit pumped, and then they just the floodline, as we're calling them, the fake bloodline, the faux bloodline, the floodline, they're standing tall. And I thought like Jay was going to come out and yeet all over everyone's faces, but that didn't happen.
He shouldn't.
And yeah, I agree. Milk it. I thought they were going to pull the trigger, and I would have popped for it. Here's the thing too that I forgot to mention. I tweeted this out. Jay randomly too, his entrance was like one of the greatest entrances of all time, as far as like he came out, the crowd went insane. It's just one of those entrances where it's like when they're singing to Nakamura shit the first time and you're like, wow, this is insane. It was like that. I don't know if the segment went long. It seemed, I don't know, but his entrance was phenomenal. And they were in Columbia, South Carolina or whatever. So shout out Jay for being over as Rover. Can I get a yeet in the chat? Let's yeet it up. Yeet. But I forgot to mention that way earlier. However, to end the show, if he came out, place would have exploded, but they didn't need to do it yet. I agree. And but it is going to happen. And people might be like, oh, the bloodline just beating everyone up and standing tall. It's like, yeah, that's what they've been doing. And apparently the clip, it was uploaded not even 24 hours ago, probably 24 hours now. But the Roman interaction or whatever, it got like over 1 million views overnight or whatever. And it just shows you, man, this story's still hot. It's white hot. People were trying to say Solo. I'm not into Solo. Like, his promos are great. I think he's phenomenal. I think he's been the standout guy of all of this, where you're like, dude, he's the breakout performer of this. For sure, man. He is. He's leading a faction. His matches are always solid. That's why they put him in main events for like a year straight on Raw and SmackDown and shit when he was with Roman and them. And he can wrestle whoever. And his promos are great, man. He's believable. The faction's awesome. I love this bloodline stuff. And I can't wait to see what happens next. And I was kind of like, oh, again, they just laid Roman out. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, it's kind of repetitive, but get used to it. You know what I mean?
That's
and
the point.
yeah,
and that's exactly it.
Yeah, because when it stops happening, we're all gonna be rejoicing, and that's exactly the point. So I'm down. I'm just trusting the process, and I'm invested. And this is like an episode of fucking. Like, I can compare it to like, okay, it's an episode of Breaking Bad or the finale of whatever. That wasn't my favorite, but it's gonna hit eventually. When The Rock comes back, this is all just gonna get crazy eventually, so
no.
Yeah, and then we have Hikuleo looming. We got whatever. I keep bringing it up because it's gonna happen eventually, but we got Jay talking about, Jacob's like messed up, bro. That's why we didn't mess with him before. Like, you went and got him. So I don't know. I want your guys' thoughts. Dose, let's start with you, man. What were your thoughts on just like the bloodline stuff in general? We can keep it quick, but yeah, just your thoughts on it in general, and I guess like what I was rambling about for 10 minutes.
I think that Solo has been steady Eddie. I wouldn't say he's been great. I think he's been okay. I mean, the whole point of it is that he's not supposed to overshadow Roman, so that you're annoyed with him. He's sort of like the old school heel. He's not supposed to have that giant aura. You're just supposed to hate him, but you're supposed to believe he can win. And I think he's doing fine with that. This is just the same story that we've been watching for the last 2.5 years, except instead of having sort of the earnest and confident, all-American Cody, we've got the cocky but confident, displaced king coming back for his crown, but not really wanting to ask for help. So it's the same story, but it's the same trope. I mean, it's like when Dusty formed the superpowers, and then they had to form a different superpowers, and then he went heel for a while with Manny Fernandez, and
or like the Outrunners in FTR.
Well, I wouldn't know, but yeah. I think it's fine. I think it's good. I mean, it's a wrestling story, but it's like all wrestling stories. I feel like I've seen it already, and it's I don't know. I feel like I'm watching reruns now more than I typically do with wrestling.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, because they always start the show like, here's what's going to happen in the main event, then that's what happens in the main event. And Raw's getting like that now that it's 2 hours. And I hate that shit. I want 3-hour Raws. and SmackDown's going to 3 hours. Thank Pete. But anyways, let's go with you, Chris. Your thoughts quickly on the Bloodline stuff and how SmackDown ended. You know what I mean?
I'm not feeling Solo. And look, it's nothing personal. He feels like Ronnie Garvin, a guy who's steady. He'll do a good job. But you look and you go, I mean, in a lot of ways, he's the Finn Balor of the Bloodline. Where,
come on,
it's
come
not
on
bad.
now. That's not very.
It's not a
fair
bad thing. I
now,
mean,
Chris.
he's been overshadowed. Jacob Fatu looks like a star, but Solo Sikoa looks like just a mid card guy. I worry that the longer this plays out, and I hope Rock doesn't get involved, because if he gets in, it might as well.
He is involved. He's already involved.
I hope he's not. I know it's.
He already is.
I'll tell you why. Let me finish, Phil.
What do you mean?
Don't be like Tony Khan and start jumping in here. Let me finish. Let me breathe. Let me breathe here. If you put him in, you might as well just say, "Yep, Solo."
He already is in, Chris.
Yes, let me finish. Damn it. If you bring him, if he goes, "Hey, yes, I am the full final boss," just admit that Solo Sikoa is basically the chauffeur, and that he'll be in the mid card, by mid next year.
Oh my God!
He'll feel just so like
Solo's doing what he's supposed to, Chris. He's doing what he's supposed to. He's supposed to make you feel like he's not good enough. He's playing his part perfectly.
But I mean,
this is exactly what he's supposed to.
And
be.
The Rock is already in the story, so it's not about putting him in. He's already in.
But that's once again, though. It's like this feels like Austin Theory all over again, where within a year we'll forget Solo Sikoa. You laugh, but think of it. Austin Theory has become sort of this, like, oh yeah, he's there.
There's no way Solo.
That's what I'm worried about Solo. That Solo will become, he's just there.
Well, we disagree, but here we go. We got some super chats to get to. MJG for $2 says MCMG are WWE's Young Bucks without the egos and less.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Yeah,
what the Young Bucks claim to be.
Yeah, a lot of people are making that
that
comparison. I think they're like better than the Bucks aesthetically and just like everything. And that's not even
in every single possible way.
I would say this if even the Bucks didn't do all the dumb shit in AEW. Let's say this was pre-AEW and you were like, hey, Phil, Motor City or fucking the Bucks. I would say Motor City personally already. So that's just me, though. I don't know. But thank you so much for the super chat. Shadow Bat Ash for $2 says MCMG are everything the Young Bucks think they are. Oh, shit. We're just trashing the Bucks. Let's go. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. So just to add on to what MJG, who comes back in with another one for $2. Solo is having his Orton leading legacy moment. Boom. That's a good comparison.
Oh, no. I'll give you no, I wouldn't even. No. Orton never got overshadowed by Cody.
Thank you for the super chat.
Ted DiBiase. Solo already feels overshadowed by Jacob Fatu. It's like Jacob Fatu's a star.
I disagree. It's not overshadow yet. It's not overshadow.
Oh, it is. I mean, Jacob Fatu, when he gets in the ring, you look and you go, I gotta see this guy. He is a star. Yeah. You don't get that feeling with Solo.
I kind of I just disagree. I just think I look at Solo and I've thought it a year ago. He's next up. I was saying too, I was like, it won't be Cody who ends it'll be Solo. I used to think Solo was going to be the one to actually dethrone Roman because he would get more heat on him that way. Like I thought that's how they would get Roman babyface eventually. It happened just sort of naturally with the Cody switch, but I was always like, no, he's going to beat Cody again, but eventually it's going to be Solo because I just see it in Solo, man. I don't know. Hey, this is why it's split in the IWC. Go on Twitter right now. As you can see, Phil Marks, bookmarks, where, you go on X and it's split too. A lot of people are like, yo, Solo ain't it. And a lot of people say the opposite.
Well, here's the problem. Because let me jump in quickly. Sorry about this.
No, it's fine.
Rock comes back and we get a triple threat. Where the hell does Solo go?
No triple threat.
All of a sudden you look and you go, oh yeah, crap.
No triple threat. We won't get a triple threat.
All right, so let's say it's Rock versus Cody or Rock versus Roman, which who knows? We get Rock versus Roman, we get Cody versus Orton. Where does Solo go? It's sort of like,
Mania's 2 nights. Mania's 2 nights. When's Money in the Bank? Shit,
It's like, where does he go? There's
I don't
nothing
know.
there.
I think
He's
it's going to be Rock versus Cody and Roman versus Solo is what I think it's going to be.
Oh, I don't think so. Even
If it's not that, it could be Solo versus Jacob, dude. It could be the next step. We don't know.
There
We
you
got to
go.
see how it plays out.
And that
Yeah,
feels
like
like
they're 10 steps ahead of us, bro. I just trust it.
But
'cause
that
it's
feels
been
like a step down
so
for
hot.
Solo, though. It feels like, oh yeah, well, we thought you were going to be the guy, but now we're just dropping you down to, you're sort of the mid card guy.
Jamie Earhart for $2 says, I agree with Chris. Solo will be an afterthought. See, it is split in the IWC. It's like Rhea and Liv fans. In the IWC, half of us are like, nah, Solo's him. Like eventually, half of us are like, nah, it ain't, but it's split for, that's a good thing. These are the right discussions to mark out and have these discussions are exactly why WWE's crushing it right now. We're arguing Batman, Superman. We're arguing, pardon me, Spider-Man, fucking Batman, right? It's amazing. So, yeah.
I want live loving this conversation right now.
Yeah.
I want Phil to do me a favor. Phil, sell it to me. I am a casual fan. Sell me on Solo as a star. When I'm looking around at like Braun Breaker, Jey Uso, Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, Jacob Fatu, and Damian Priest, and then there's Solo. Like, what makes Solo this star outside of, well, he's in the bloodline and he's the leader?
I think he has a really good look. He's like an amalgamation of Rikishi and Umaga, kind of, but like more modern. I think that's really cool. I think he wrestles really well. He's like the little stock, not little, I don't want to call him little, but he's like like a stockier. I don't know how tall he is actually, but Roman's taller than him. But it's like I don't know, he's just a badass dude that, do you not believe Solo would beat the fuck out of you in person? You know what I mean? He was the heater for the bloodline. Now Jacob's there. To me, it doesn't diminish Solo at all. It just makes me think, well, Jacob gets in line for Solo. That's how fucking badass Solo was. And he saved Roman a million times. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking at it all. I'm just like thinking of the whole story as a whole. I'm backing up and going, dude, Solo's been the guy. So whatever. I don't know. We just disagree. But how do I sell him as a star? I think just look at him. I think he has great. There's a reason he just shot up to the main roster right away. It wasn't just because family shit. He could work. They put him in every main event. Every Raw and SmackDown. He's main eventing every show for like a year, dude. He won. He was just winning on TV. So they don't do that unless.
He had a good NXT run too.
Yeah, do you see what I see? Maybe Triple H sees what Phil sees. That's all I'm saying. Maybe that's what the powers that be see it, because I just see that. I'm like, yeah, it makes so much sense. You need that guy. Like,
and that sounds like a guy named Finn Balor when you think of it. That guy
because this is why. No, this is why. Because if I pull up a picture of Solo and I pull up a picture of Finn Balor and I go, who wins in a fight?
Solo.
Exactly. Not even a question. So there you go. If these two met in an alley, who walks out?
But that's like, so that's
Solo,
like saying,
bro.
if Otis,
That's what it boils down to. The baddest
men
men in the world. Speaking of, Chris, to change topics, we've been on it for a while here, okay, guys? Speaking of the baddest men in the world, okay, we have TKO's 3 men's world champions. Tom Aspinall, the WWE, was in the UK, I believe, right, Dose, recently?
I don't know who the guy in the middle is, so I don't know.
Tom Aspinall.
Right, so they're in
the
interim UFC World Heavyweight Champion. He might as well be the world champion, though. He might as well be. I mean, I don't know if he ever fights John Jones to unify that, but I don't think John has an easy fight against Tom Aspinall. Either way, TKO owns WWE, they own UFC, and here is they're making it a point now in 2024 in the Triple H era. And you got to remember too, he did his Evolution run where it was completely, the rosters were totally split, and he was the world heavyweight champ and all that. And the crown jewel thing, what I do like about it is very sports based. The Saudis, Jake Paul, all these guys like to have fights, and then they have some like fake belt for just winning the fight with a bunch of diamonds that cost $1 million. They all do it. Floyd Mayweather and Conor did it. It's not for a real title. It's just some shit they made up. So I actually like the idea of this because it's what the Saudis do with actual combat sports. So I'm not mad at all that they made this crown jewel title. Although, yes, it's like It's like whatever. I'm not sitting here going, oh, Crown Jewel's the greatest thing ever, but it actually is very combat sports based if you really think about it objectively. And so in my opinion, though, when it comes down to the brand split thing, I think it's good that they're really defining, because they stated it. They're like, every year the WWE champion and the world heavyweight champion will throw down whoever they are at that time. So Triple H is telling you, in the long term, we're keeping the WWE championship on one show and the world heavyweight title on another one, and they're two different prestigious belts. Cody Rhodes cut a brilliant promo on SmackDown. We sort of jumped over to where he talks about, if Ric Flair met Hogan, and if he cuts this brilliant if the AWA threw down with whatever. And so they're really building it up like Raw versus SmackDown, but not really that way, just the WWE champion versus the world heavyweight champ. And then they do a UK tour. Tom Aspinall is the world heavyweight champ, in my eyes at least. I don't know. And so I love this picture, and of course TKO did this just for like media purposes, etc. But
it's not just media purposes. I mean, you can. It's not the only factor by any means, but you can trace the decline of wrestling viewership to the rise of MMA. I mean, as one grows, the other one shrinks. It's probably in similar numbers. Again, it's not the only reason, but they're giving UFC fans permission to think wrestling's not for kids. They're giving UFC fans permission to say wrestling's cool. You can check that shit out too, and you're still legit.
Yeah, I love that. I love it so much. And I like that. I'm a big fan of keep the brands fully separate too. You guys know that if you listen to this show or PWT podcast. And I don't know, just a good photo op here though too, for them to all link up. And I'm not a big fan though, I gotta say, of no. Actually, even though I'm not a big fan of it, I will say I understand why. You can't just have Cody being beat up by everyone all the fucking time. So you have to have a match where he's shaking hands with a dude and they're just going to go into a super fight the way, like Anthony Joshua and Francis Ngannou go into a super fight, and they're not like talking shit. They respect each other, and we're going to throw down whatever. Yeah. And I think in my opinion, Gunther wins this match. Boom. I threw it out there.
Nah. Goldberg screws it up for Gunther.
Goldberg with the run. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Oh. Goldberg with the run-in spear. Cody gets the win, a la No Way Out, right before WrestleMania 20 for Eddie Guerrero. Cody gets the win. And then Goldberg versus Gunther spins off of it.
Yeah, like a Royal Rumble or something stupid like that.
Wow. And then you get Goldberg in there once before like Mania. Then you figure out something he could do on Mania. Who's sighing there? Is that you, Chris?
Yes, I hate.
I don't want to see Goldberg either. I'm not gonna lie. I'm over Goldberg, dude. No, I was talking shit.
No, God.
I was tweeting it out though. I was like, listen, I'm down. Bring Goldberg back, do everything. But I don't want to see him like. What is Gunther going to power bomb him correctly, and he's going to put Gunther over clean? Hopefully, if they just let Gunther beat his ass, I'm down. But
and then the next day they're going to announce that they signed Gage Goldberg to an NIL contract.
That kid looks pretty. That kid looks like
dude. See, Dose is smart, man. That's why you're fucking here, dude. And I love your takes, and you're right. That's a good way to do it too, because they keep showing Gage on camera too. And Goldberg's not like, go to AEW, son, and go play around with those guys and then learn how to grapple, and then you'll join. You know what I mean?
Gage Goldberg versus Jacob Henry.
He's seen 5 years of wasted hook potential.
I agree with that fully. That was amazing. Jimmy B for $5 says X-Files me. Oh shit, he called his spot. Let's go. But I think Rock joins the new Bloodline, turns on Solo, takes the title, and faces Roman at at 41. See, you're cooking, Jimmy B. This
Here's
is what I mean.
No.
Chris, you're just booing it. You would be
I
popping.
don't
It'd
think
be the biggest selling.
because I don't think they want to have a Rock hold the world title. Now you get two.
I
parts
agree.
of
I
it.
think that People's Championship, sorry to interrupt, but I think the
Yes.
People's title will be on the line, and that's why they have him out there with that, is that so he doesn't need the WWE title, because that'll kind of fuck up the long-term plans, because he's not there all the time long-term. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
But getting back to this original thing, the whole Saudi thing, I hate it. This is just, and look, I hated I hated Joshua versus Nagano, because that was just a cash grab. That was Anthony Joshua going, I'm gonna pad my bank account. I'm gonna get this guy who I can knock out because he's not even as good as my sparring partners, which he did. So yes, I hate the Saudi thing. It's just,
You don't like the Saudis dumping money into the sports?
no, because let's face this, what the Saudis are.
Guys,
like
Hold
not
on.
the nicest people.
Wait. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Round of applause for Dose. He's got to get out of here. Everyone chat.
Thank you,
Dose. Thank you for popping in, brother.
My pleasure.
And
See you
soon
guys.
I come do
Team
your
NXT.
show, man. I come do Garden of Doom soon.
I can't wait. Looking forward to it.
Me neither, dude. Peace out, man. Thank you for being here. What a guy, man. Amazing. Love Dose. He always changes my mind on shit too. Dude, always. He just is like, no, it's this. And I'm always like, oh fuck, I think he's right.
He says
You
one
know?
or two things,
Yeah.
that changes your whole perspective. It just gives you a
It's
different
very
take, even if it doesn't change your whole thought. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I'm
Very
logical,
smart.
but it's like, no,
Love that
I'm a crazy asshole too, you know? So like I gotta
So get back to Saudi. I mean, are we ignoring the fact that there's sports washing, that they've committed human rights violations? They've attacked other countries.
What are we going to do about it? It's
come on.
Yeah, bro, they're putting women.
It is what it is.
Listen, they're putting women on billboards in that country and paying them big money and making them diamond belts too. Like tonight, I just watched. Listen.
on Twitter.
Hold on. In PFL, I just watched Chris Cyborg's eye fucking ball fall off and flop in front of her head in PFL in the co-main event. Okay, I just watched that, and they're doing that, giving her the pay of her life. And women are on billboards because of WWE and UFC and boxing and shit like that. So I understand it, but I take Randy Orton's stance where they're like, Randy, you're trying to go to Saudi. Don't you feel bad? And he's like, whoa. He's like, hold on. I got kids. I live in America, and there's kids there who want to see Randy Orton. They're going to get Randy Orton. And that's all he had to say. And it's like, exactly. What are you
I mean, look, I'm not blaming a WWE wrestler. They are employees. They are being hired by the WWE. But let's call it what it is. I mean, this is basically like having a drug cartel pay you. And boxing and
Right.
they've done this for years.
The
where
world, bro.
dictators
That's
have,
the world. That's the world.
Yeah,
like
and
all money's like funding war. Your taxes are funding war. We're getting it's Politicast. Fuck all
I was
that.
just gonna say, man, that's what we're trying to get away from.
Fuck all
It is
this.
what it is. It's been this way for years.
Yeah.
They got 3 more years on the deal. Like, there's nothing we can do about it. All we can do is,
I'm
it is
still
what it
hate
is.
this.
Hey,
I mean, I'm not gonna-
Chris, you want to talk
man.
about Khashoggi next or whatever the fuck? No, just kidding. Listen, so Chris Sabin on X, speaking of the Motor City Machine Gun, say MCMG are WWE superstars. The journey started in 2006 with many highs and lows along the way, from being struggling tag team artists working to prove ourselves to inspiring and innovating an entire generation of tag team wrestling. Everything has led to this. Thank you. And yeah, I'm just excited to see MCMGs in WWE. They deserve it.
Yeah, you can't not be pumped for those guys. Like, just as the two of them as men. Like, that's.
Can I ask you guys, Jake, let me ask you first. What do you think of the SmackDown logo? Has it grown on you? I actually like it.
Yeah, I didn't mind it from the beginning. I mean, it's again one of those things. Like, what am I going to do about it? Like, I don't hate it, but it's definitely grown on me more. It doesn't just look like just an S now. Now I can see the whole thing. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah. And then what about you, Chris? Do you think that this SmackDown logo is slapping? Like, I literally Googled the other day every SmackDown logo, and I just to refresh my brain, and I was like looking at them. I actually kind of like it. What about you? Are you it's too modern and whack?
I really couldn't care. I mean, as long I don't care about the intro, because sometimes I won't even tune into the show until it's already started because I got other stuff. So yeah, look, it is what it is. the show still looks good, and that's all I care about. Just the action rather than does it look cool or not? Because I'm the wrong person. I'm a 40-something-year-old man. I don't think they're going, oh yeah, we want his opinion. We really care about his opinion.
The same thing, Chris.
No, we do.
I'm 42.
I do.
We're not the target audience for the graphic designers. I don't think they're
I turned
target audiences.
33 today, bro. So you guys got like a solid decade on me. You know what I mean?
You're still in that 18 to 35 demo they go for.
Exactly. That's why the show works too. The 18 to 35 demo. That's what I care about on YouTube, pal.
Gotta get the kids, pal.
You ain't hype for $5 says, happy birthday, you effing Mark. Oh, guy, I gotta give you one then. Here.
You fucking Mark!
Just got off the road, about to pour some bourbon over ice and listen to some P.
Nice.
T. Yeah. Yeah, good, man. I'm pretty saucy right now, not gonna lie, but I'm loving it. So I'm loving every minute of it. Dun, 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 dun. Loving every minute of it. No? I don't know. Chat, what say you? Do you guys like the SmackDown or Raw logo? And are you loving every minute of it? Thank you. You ain't hype. You're the shit. Thank you for being here. And we're just really getting into the hot news. We just randomly reviewed SmackDown. I wasn't planning on doing that. Anyways, per Wrestle Votes, SmackDown will be 3 hours starting with January 3 show, the 1st of 2025. It will remain that way until the May 30 episode. Additionally, it is expected that in January, Raw will also return to the 3-hour format with its move to Netflix. Told ya. It's likely that NXT talent will be brought in prior to the draft to cover the 6 hours of programming. Boom. Phil, don't miss. Jake, what are your thoughts on basically SmackDown's going 3 and Raw could be 3 or maybe 240 or maybe 310, like I was saying. It seems like
the road to WrestleMania is going to be fire. That's all I can say. That's just like, I mean, come on. If that doesn't excite you, like it's right when you want it to be good. Like that's right when you want more. Like this last road to WrestleMania, everybody was watching the shows, what was going on social media. It was being considered like Triple H is so ahead of the game. Like they know what they're doing. It's not even like
it's
chess.
all about the game and how you play it. It's all about control, and if you can get ahead of it.
Man,
fucking Chris, what say you, buddy? What say you? Are you excited for 3 hour SmackDown? I am. I think the shows are
no. You know what? I like 2 hours. It flows. I mean, how many times were we watching Raw? It's like, oh crap, this third hour is gonna suck.
Never anymore. It sucks now that it's 2 hours.
It still sucks when you have like R-Truth and Miz segments. When you have
Miz is awesome. I love Miz,
when you have like DIY there. Like, no, I like 2 hours. 2 hours. I can actually go to bed at a reasonable time and not feel like, oh crap. I mean, really,
I'm dying.
2 hours. I mean,
we're living on the West Coast's benefit for me. Yeah, it ends at 8 o'clock if it's 3 hours.
I'm on the East Coast. I'm like 11 o'clock. I want to go to bed.
Yeah,
I want to stay up for this. I want to go to bed. God damn it!
You just got to watch it the next day, Chris. There you go.
No, because no.
I know you're right. You're like, no, I need to make content. Jamie Earhart for $2 says, you're a baby still, Phil. I turn 50 next May.
What?
Dude, make sure you remind us when you're 50, and because that's a huge monumental thing. You know what I mean? And yeah, I guess I am a baby, especially around here. Anyways, though, I'm excited for it. We're going to move along because there's other WWE hot news. WWE has a date booked for the former ECW arena, the 2300 Arena in Philadelphia. It is believed to be the NXT taping on November the 6th, which will go head-to-head with AEW. And everyone wants to go, AEW's the new ECW and all that shit. And WWE's going to do NXT. You know they're going to do some sort of crazy hardcore match. Mia Yim's going to show up and do some crazy shit again. No. But, yeah, I think this is – I just quote tweeted this, and I was like, nasty business, because I don't know. You don't think Tony Khan's thought about this, or maybe he just wants to do the big arenas, but I don't know, man. This, to me, is like we're coming right for the Sickos, too. I feel like they've been doing that lately. WWE's like, no, we're going to get the Sickos too. Don't worry. Like we'll get them too. And we're seeing it. We're seeing like NXT's beating Dynamite. I don't know, man. I think this is really cool. And whatever show they do here, who knows who shows up, man? Maybe the Dudleys show up, put someone through a table. Maybe
I'm gonna say NXTCW.
Yeah, dude, exactly. That's a great one. So Darth Chris.
I didn't realize it was head to head.
Hater, Emperor Connors. Dude, they turned heel on you, man, real quick. Oh shit. It's all good though. We love you, buddy. But yeah, this is the Wrestling Observer newsletter too. So it's funny though that Dave would go, it is to be believed that they want this one to go head to head with AEW. Like, ECW is owned by WWE, boys. As bad as you want to be ECW, and you're not, go put old ECW TV on YouTube. It still slaps. Like, sometimes I'm watching, I'm like, damn, this shit is, and a lot of it's really bad and sloppy too. But that kind of makes it fun, you know? Looking back at it, you're like, oh yeah, a lot of this shit was bad. But the stories were there. That's the key thing in everything that Paul Heyman was doing. So
you say that, I just think of like, I just think of old school Paul Heyman and Tony Khan now. Just imagine them being combative against each
in
other.
chat,
Oh my
Jimmy
God.
B
Just
says
that comparison.
Lexus King is gonna pull his dick out like his
The best
dad.
guy is Tony Khan.
You what? He might as well. That's his character, dude. Oh my God, that is fucking funny, man.
Well played, Jimmy. Well played.
Thank you. That popped me hard. Okay, so we got Karrion Kross on Giga Chad Van Vliet, Thirst Trap Van Vliet's channel, where Karrion Kross says Bobby Lashley suggested they get into a shoot fight heading into their WrestleMania 40 match. Let's listen to what he had to say here.
He had an idea to try to blur the lines on the way there to make it feel as real as possible. There was even one time Bob was like, he was like, you know what we should do? He's like, all these guys, they like to talk and they like to run to the dirt sheets and stuff. Dude, we should fight. At the beginning of the show, we should get in a fight. Because all these guys are going to go and they're going to call the dirt sheets and tell them that we actually had a fight, and it's going to stir people up into what we're doing on TV. And I was like, Bob, hold on a sec. I was like, first of all, what happens if nobody breaks up the fight? And he was like,
good question.
Damn, I didn't think about that. I go, yeah. And also, what happens if we get fired? Because what are we going to do? Like, Hunter's going to pull us aside and be like, what's wrong with you guys? Or like, no, it's just a work. And he's like, you guys are bleeding. Like, what do you do? Like, what are you doing? And then we just the whole logical process of having to explain, like, that it was a work and hoping that the office would have been okay with it, that we did that. And then it's spilling. I was like, let's hold off on this idea. I said, I love crazy stuff like this, but please let's hold off on the idea. But
dude, who would win in a shoot, Lashley or Cross? Factor in the age, factor in
Lashley, not even a question.
You don't think though, because Cross is younger. He is a legit. He can strike, but also he's a 10th planet BJJ. I don't know if he's a black belt or not, but like their whole style is fighting off your back in the rubber guard and all of those sorts of things. I think I don't know, but yes, Lashley has that real MMA experience where if you put a gun to my head, I'm putting all my money on Lashley. However, I would pay money to see Cross versus Lashley. Now, I'm not trying to drum up the shit, but dude, that fight is intriguing to me. Hey, Saudi Arabia, book it. Come on, put a shiny little diamond belt on the fucking line for this one. I'd watch the shit out of that. I watch fucking all combat sport though. I'm a freak. I'll watch whatever. But yeah, that would have been hilarious if they did the shoot fight type thing. I told the story before. My brother thought that the LA Knight AJ Styles fight was real, like leading into WrestleMania or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know.
Like him and I were.
What's that, Jake? Sir?
I said Dijak would have been the first one running to the sheets if they got in that fight.
Oh, come on now, Jake. That's not fair. No news has leaked since the Stooge test. My nose is a little stuffy from fucking. It's cool. It's cold, man. It's like, getting late October. It gets cold up in Canada.
Every single week trying to make this as insane as humanly possible. There was like, he wanted me to, and I would have done it I'm glad I did in retrospect. He wanted me to powerbomb him out of the ring through a table at Mania. He wanted me to give him a running powerbomb out of the ring through it. Like, he was ready to put his neck and everything on the line. I was like ready to do thumbtacks. I said, if they let me, set a table on fire, like, we're ready to do barbed wire. We're ready to do all kinds of crazy stuff. And maybe it is a good idea that we didn't do it. I don't want to promote that that's like the best thing to give to people. It's not always.
But you were in Philly, and they don't do it really, so it would have been dope.
Please, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that could go wrong. You can get a barbed wire in your eye. What if you get a barbed wire in your balls? Think about that. Or a thumbtack in the nut.
Shout out Cactus Jack.
So I don't know. It's there. Yeah, there's zero. There was zero issues.
That would hurt
so much.
Amazing. And shout out Gig.
No. This is why you sometimes need to have like the adult in the room go, it's a bad idea.
To work or shoot, work, shoot, work, Chris Connor. God damn you. Oh, come on now, Chris Connor. Don't you want to save with Conrad?
No, I don't. I really don't. Phil, I get it. Look, you'd love to just push the envelope. You're like, hey, let's try this. Let's try this. Hey, let's get wild. Have ice cream pizza, a little bit of marijuana. Let's just do it all. I'm the guy who's going.
That's literally what I did last night, dude. Those three things you named, I literally consumed all of them last night. In fact, until the early morning, probably. Anyways, though, moving along. So, guys, this is we're gonna circle back to this. Here's Braun Breaker making a kid cry at a house show. And then Jey Uso noticed and brought the kid in the ring to yeet with him. Hold on a second, though. Why is this in WWE news? This should have been in the Sicko section, but either way, because we do celebrate people in the Sicko section too. Maybe not anymore, but either way, this is a cute little vid. I thought I'd share it. This kid was legit crying, dude, from Breaker. Yeah, wrestling's hot again, bro. Shout out WWE for being fucking hot and bringing everyone's dreams back to life again. We have a super chat from the Ashton Chevrolet for $2. Happy birthday from your biggest mark. Wow. That's awesome. Phil Marks, dude. That's awesome. That's the new name of our club. Someone start a fan page for PWT, Phil Marks, PWT Marks.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you so much for the super chat, and it's great that you're here. It's good to see you. So yeah, that was a cute little vid. I like to bring some positivity. We're gonna circle back to the most hilarious shit. Speaking of positivity, I forgot to read this. Oh no, I did read this actually. Sorry. Few libations. So Pierce Morgan Uncensored. He had on a wacky ass who's who of professional wrestling. We got Maven Huffman, Jonathan Coachman. Okay, we got Phil Mushnick.
Ugh.
Don't you want to?
We got Charlie Arnaud. I want to say her name correctly. Arnaud. She works for UFC. Gorgeous. Worked for WWE before. Works for Power Slap, I think now, and also is just very like a right wing, whatever. Pierce Morgan, though, he puts this, and then we got Vince Russo, Barreau. So where do we start? I watched this whole shit. There was like a 40-50 minute shit online. Okay, guys, go check it out. It's a video, not a shit. You get what I'm saying. And Okay, there we go. And it got unhinged. The whole thing was that I would love to, maybe I'll watch the whole thing on Patreon, but the whole thing is hilarious. I'm going to play these clips. Hopefully we don't get strict. I've never tried to play Piers Morgan uncensored. Hopefully he doesn't censor other people and not let us EFAP this together, but we're just going to play clips of this, and it is fucking hilarious. Did you guys watch this just going into it? Did any of you guys watch
No,
this?
but I've heard of it, and I know what Piers Morgan is, so
yeah. What about you, Jake? Did you watch the full thing? Like, there's like a 47-minute one that I watched today. I was burst out laughing multiple times.
I've seen clips, but Piers Morgan is a fan of the soccer team that my soccer team hates the most, and
yeah, feed him fish.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
sorry. Go ahead, Jake. Sorry,
Phil Mushnick is not somebody I'm a fan of either. Phil Mushnick is just annoying. And Russo too. Like, just I've seen clips.
Yeah. Okay. Let's check.
Yeah. He was. Yeah. So I mean,
he was unhinged,
clips
bro.
are good,
We'll
though.
see. We'll see in some of this. Like he went crazy.
That's shocking.
Well, not sensational.
And sorry to say this too. They tried to bring it to Trump again, like a bunch. Do you think he learned some of it? Do you think Trump learned some of this? They made about. It's just like, why are we fucking focus on Vince? Like that's what you're talking about. Anyways,
Netflix documentary has cast doubt on Vince McMahon's career and legacy.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about you. He didn't care about your family. He put all those females in a situation where they could not say no.
They probably put their own self-respect on the back burner.
oh, the funniest part of the whole thing that's not clipped here that I should clip, Chad. I'm so sorry, and you can 100% go check this out. Charlie calls Nick Khan Tony Khan. And she goes on this rant about all the good he's doing for WWE. And then right before the interview wraps up, she's like, sorry, I just need to correct myself. I meant Nick Khan, not Tony Khan. He's, of course, the leader, or like he's the owner of the competition, AEW. Like she gave him a big shout out of nowhere that like she didn't mean to do because she works for TKO all over. Like I said, UFC, Power Slap, wherever they need her, really. She worked in the WWE before. Now she's sort of doing this news outlet type thing, you know. I don't know. I don't follow her too closely, but either way, yeah, it was funny that she referred to Nick Khan as Tony Khan. I popped so hard, and then I was like, I wonder if she's gonna correct it. And then the interview goes on for long enough to where she doesn't correct it. You're like, she's not gonna correct it, and then she makes sure to do it before the interview wraps up. It's hilarious. I don't think it's clipped here, but maybe I can clip it later.
Somebody
Or maybe I can just play it. Maybe I'll pull it up and play it. I don't know though. I'm probably gonna get yellow flagged. They're gonna fucking block me probably for playing this stuff, but whatever. It's all good.
You want to hear from the bosses of all bosses.
As soon as I came through the curtain, he was there, and he was there to let me know just how mad he was at me.
Okay, well, look, in classic WWE fashion, it's time to introduce to the Uncensored Ring a surprise guest.
I called There you you out go. 30 years Coachman. ago. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that you looked at it fairly, and this guy's delusional.
That was a good run-in, Piers.
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. This guy, Phil Mushnick, bro, he is absolutely delusional, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. I worked with Vince McMahon closer than anybody, bro. Let me tell Jim Cornette did not even work close with Vince McMahon, bro. Okay, let's get into this here.
Wrestling.
How come I called you out?
Look at how unhinged this shit gets. And then look at Coachman's face. Everybody, if you're watching, if you're listening, he looks like the shocked
What
emoji.
a pause.
Yeah. He looks like the shocked emoji. Just look that up on your phone and tell me what that looks
Coachman doesn't want to
like.
be there. He's like all of a sudden realizes this is a train wreck. I want to get off.
And so Mushnick comes in, and this guy's red with envy, red with fucking, I don't know. This guy's red and angry. Pierce is like, I've had 5 hours of sleep, actually. And then Maven's just laughing. Even look at Charlie's face. She's like, and Russo just snaps when this guy comes on the show. It's hilarious. Let's watch this. I'll make it small. I really don't. If this does get by chance flagged and shit, I will clip this section of the show and it will be on Patreon. Okay, guys? But I'm going to play it. Okay.
Coach, he wanted. I just
said,
tried to prove.
how come-
I called you out. I called
There
you
you
out
go.
30 years ago
Coachman.
when you made it up. You
ain't
made
never
stuff up, Phil, 30 years ago.
Me, I didn't make anything up 30 years ago, Russo. No, it's funny, but he snapped instantly too. This wasn't like long into the conversation. I need y'all to understand this is like 10 words into the conversation. And yes, I'm gonna pause and give commentary a lot because I just want this to work on YouTube. Love you, chat.
Keep shouting because you're a
You're
fraud.
gonna sit there and say
You
we
were the
haven't
guy-
spoken because maybe you're senile, bro.
Well, no.
Maybe you're senile, bro. You're not senile. You're senile, bro. Fuck.
We talked a lot.
Maybe you
We
just got
talked a
out
lot.
of the chair, bro. You reported on stuff that was
Don't
never
call me
said,
bro.
I'll call you whatever.
Don't call me bro. Bro, I'm not your bro. Oh man, this shit is legend. I love it. Chat, this is amazing. Chris,
I can't wait
Jake,
to hear
this is
Jim Cornette's
amazing.
reaction.
Let's go. Come
Jim
on.
Cornette's gonna love
This
this.
is like just a train wreck, but we can't get off.
Look at Maven's face, guys. And I gotta pause a bunch too. Y'all know for YouTube, but if this does get pulled, Patreon / Pro Wrestle Times. Anyways, enough with my plugs. Look at Maven's face, and even Morgan, because this little schmarmy prick knows. Oh, I got a clip here. Oh, this is gonna go viral. Toodle pip, chop chop. He knows that shit. He's like, oh great, this is amazing. He fucking knows, man. And it did. And we're playing it on this show. And hilarious. He knows what he did. Coachman's actually pissed. He was shot. Charlie was like just chilling, waited for her turn, and she just spoke very intelligibly and honest, I felt. Not that like Maven or anyone didn't, but she was just very or Maven too. He just sat back and laughed. But Coachman, Mushnick, Russo, they all got into it.
Hey, bro, I'll call you a liar then. How about that, bro? I'll call you a liar. You reported on
Knock
stuff
yourself
that
out.
never.
Knock yourself. I'll call you a liar, bro. I just want to bring that back.
Hey, bro, I'll call you a liar then. How about that, bro? I'll call you a liar. You reported on
Knock
stuff
yourself
that
out.
never said. I recorded
You have no credibility.
You went in
You
the New
used to
York
be-
Post.
you used to be a
stuff that was never said. Yeah, what? What, bro? I was.
Yeah, what, bro? He just snaps. Yeah, what, bro? He fucking loses his mind here. Watch this again. He loses his mind. Here we go.
Stuff that was never said. Yeah, what? What, bro? I was what? I used to be what? What did I used to be, bro?
Are you
Tell
gonna
me.
let me speak?
Oh, go ahead.
Are you
Tell me
gonna
what I used
speak? You let me speak.
Go ahead.
Sure,
What I
Phil,
used
go
to be.
ahead. Did
Phil.
you once?
I want
Did you once write a newsletter about pro wrestling? Did you run once? And weren't you very, very anti-McMahon, right? I got
I
the
was
copies that
very
don't
fair.
lie.
Yes, show us the copies right now, Phil. Show us the copies right now. Anti-McMahon.
You ain't got the answers, Sway. That's what it reminds. It's so funny. This is hilarious. I need that on the soundboard. You're a liar. Vince Russo's just like, you're a liar.
And my
What are
butt,
you,
bro.
you
I was
moron?
fair. I was a fair. That's why I went to the symposium to hear his side of the story, because guys like you were burying him. So I was, there's got to be another side to the story. That's why I went and you didn't go, because you didn't want to hear the other side of the story, because you had to sell newspapers, bro. You're the fraud.
Damn.
It's
that was the
Springer all of a sudden for wrestling fans. Just
Yeah,
Jerry,
you wanted
Jerry,
proof. I just-
Jerry.
it's Vince Russo's dream come to life. Like, you know, he loves this car crash. And just look at, like, again, look at Coachman's face right there. Holy shit. I'm going to actually, you guys know what? I'm going to screen grab that. I just screen grabbed it. No big deal. Just screen grab that for later. That's a hilarious fucking picture. Okay. So moving along, here's another clip. This one is long too. I'm going to leave this one small. Pierce Morgan, by the way, we love you. So if this isn't AI by chance that flags it, if it is actually like a manual thing where it's like, yo, whatever, this is transformative. You know that, and we love you. And I'm pausing a lot. And I'm going to leave this one small because it's 4 minutes. How about that? Okay, so here is directly from the man himself, Piers Morgan, uncensored. Uncensored. You believe in uncensored? We're uncensored here. China. We covered Trump. Okay, this show's huge. What can I say? Pro wrestling loves me. Anyways, here's another clip. Are you guys ready for this? Jay, Chris, how do you feel so far? Like, that was round one.
This is pure comedy.
Yeah. Russo, you are not the father. That's amazing.
I'm the right level of Perry Packed and Jameson, so I'm doing,
me
doing
too,
well
bro.
here in
Me too.
Minecraft. This is funny.
Yeah, well, fuck Minecraft, dude. We're just going. It's live and raw tonight. Yeah, we're Joe Rogan in it tonight. Here we go. Let's watch what happened next, as Pierce puts it. Pierce, we love you. Should I just big screen a chat? You guys will go to Patreon, right? If it's not, we're just gonna big screen a chat.
I never forgot this. In 1991,
Burrow, when I was at Vince McMahon's house, Burrow, next to his pool with his daughter, Burrow. Listen, first off, you don't even know, Burrow, actually what Vince McMahon was like, Burrow. I was there during the Attitude Era, and we saw lots of success, Burrow. Sorry, let me...
And the steroid trial was going down, and Vince McMahon was facing jail time after he was found innocent of all charges. Vince and the WWE had a steroid symposium where...
Do you know what a symposium is, Burrow? I'm actually educated in the arts. I'm so sorry. Guys, I'm lit as fuck. Here we go.
They were going to change policies, and the media was invited.
I'm unhinged tonight. Yeah. No, sorry. Let's go ahead. And I do got to break it up as well. Sorry. Let's go. Come on now. Straight to the pay window as well. Look at Coachman's shirt, by the way. Let's shout it out. Straight to the pay window. I don't know. Shout it out. Gimmick, a little gimmick shirt there.
Including Phil Mushnick. I went to that steroid symposium because I was media at the time. I recorded the entire symposium. Phil Mushnick, who made a living out of burying Vince McMahon, was invited, did not attend. Not only did he not attend, he wrote a story in the New York Post the following day filled with untruths. How do I remember that? Because I got on the phone with Phil Mushnick and I said, bro, and I was not working for the WWE. I was a journalist. I said, bro, you are full of crap. I have every word that was said on this tape recorder. He didn't say some of the things that you said. So again, as a journalist, I asked the question, what kind of a journalist are you if you're not going to go to a symposium you're invited to, and then you're going to report on it?
So I know this clip has got some time to go, but I should say this too to add some context. A lot of people want to shit on Mushnick and that. Everyone on the panel seemed to agree that he just kind of like jumps on anything and everything to attack Vince. Like they all agree. And even Charlie's like, I don't know. I wasn't there when Mushnick was around, but just from my interpretation, he just seems to hate WWE and Vince, and everyone seems to agree, right? I don't know what's Jim Cornette's thoughts. I want to hear people who like don't like Russo's thoughts, or maybe don't like Charlie's thoughts, or maybe don't like. But this is a very diverse panel as far as like these are all different eras of WWE, I would say. Right? These four people are from four different sort of time periods. Maybe Coachman and Maven overlapped, but and maybe Russo a little bit with Coachman. But either way, yeah, I don't know. We'll finish it, but it should be said they all sort of agree on Mushnick. Like you guys were both like, "Oh, Mushnick." I didn't say anything, but I agree. I'm like, he's just outrageous. He's just jumping at anything. He just hates Vince. He wants to take down the WWE, and then he even says he's a mark too. Like he's sitting there in the interview. Hopefully I have a clip of that. I think I do, but he's like it's a work. Like, you don't think Vince is working when he says he doesn't, whatever. He starts using like wrestler lingo, Mark lingo. I'm a Mark film. I use it all the time. But yeah, these guys, obviously pro wrestlers, been in the business. They use these terms, even if you hate Vince Russo, whatever. He wrote for some of the top guys. And Mushnick uses terms. He's like, well, Vince was working. He was no selling or whatever he says. He uses it a couple times too, if you watch the full length thing. So it's, to me, I feel like he's just a mark and he's angry and he's like a wrestling fan who's like, oh, I bet he loves AEW. You know what I may
He tried to be a
With
writer and
false
got denied.
information from
Yeah,
that.
just a hacktivist. Jamie Earhart for $2. Sorry to you're unhinged. I am a large group or beers in. I don't know what the fuck that means right now.
But we all feel the same way.
Yeah, exactly. We all feel the same way. Yes, I'm unhinged, and people don't like that word, but whatever. It is what it is. So yeah, let's continue with this. Barrow, happy birthday, Barrow. Cornette can't stand Phil Mushnick. Let's hear about it. Someone link us some shit. I see Corny in your thing. Welcome. Anyways, let's continue and watch this along. Thanks everybody for hanging out tonight. Yeah, let's go. Let's continue.
That point on, Phil Mushnick had zero credibility with me.
Okay, and Charlie, your views of Phil Mushnick?
Well, I was not a part of WWE when Phil Mushnick was really doing most of his dirty work. But what I will say is, just by garnering
She's really pretty, dude. Holy shit.
a lot of knowledge throughout the course of the documentary, it seems like he was the type of guy. He definitely had it out for Vince. He would throw whatever he could at the wall, see what stuck.
Thirstcast.
Because ultimately there were going to be certain things that stuck. I'm sure there were certain people who would side with a guy like Phil and say, yes, I can back up your story. But then there's other people who would have the complete opposite to say. So Phil just seems kind of like one of those dirty journalists who, no matter what.
A dirty, see, you guys see what I mean? This is actually the clip. See, I paused it and rambled about what they were about to tell you guys. And I'm sorry, because I've had a few, as Cody Rhodes would call them, libations. Welcome to PWT Live Show, baby. Let's go. Happy birthday to me. Thank you all, chat, for being here, though, for real. And Jake and Chris, I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here, too.
Oh, anytime. Thank you,
yeah,
Phil,
man.
for doing this.
Yeah, I'm trying to break this shit up, too, guys. We got to pause a lot, so let's go.
Yeah.
Love you, Pierce Morgan, too. You're welcome to come on the show anytime.
But his goal was to bring down Vince McMahon. And I believe that, yeah, Vince, he definitely played the bad guy well. He said in the documentary, we all heard, there's nothing I wouldn't do for this business. I regret nothing in my life. So when you say things like that, it makes Phil's job a whole lot easier. But
Oh, come on now, Charlie. That's not very fair. My job is pretty easy. All I got to do is hit pause on the video and kind of make a joke. But some people don't like it, but they like that I cover all the hot news. Oh, come on now, Charlie. Save with Conrad.
judging by what Phil said, I mean,
just
there
sent
were
you 3 YouTube
definitely
videos of Cornette
upsides to
and
Vince
Phil
McMahon. And
What's? I'm sorry. What's that, Jake?
I said I just sent you 3 videos of Cornette talking about Mushnick because they're in my like favorites or save things on
Fucking
YouTube.
Jake. Guys, do not forget, just because Jake is on the goddamn show, don't forget he was and is one of you guys in the chat. Yeah, and
I'm a full Mark. Absolutely, baby.
Exactly.
100%.
And so he came with the clips live on the show. This is crazy. Okay, I love it. Dirty journalist.
Anything I can do to help, man.
Yeah, I sent a hate email to Mushnick once. He responded about the wrestlers that passed young as if all of them were Vince's fault. Some guy, how long Phil been on? I don't know, dude. 2 hours and 27 minutes. And I thought I was going on for like an hour and a half tonight, but I was like, I'm getting lit with chat. We're chilling. Everything's good too in my life. Just so you guys know, everything's great. It's great. So yeah, I just wanted to come have a good. This is like my favorite thing to do to unwind is do PWT live show / podcast. So, goddamn. Come on, down, Charlie. You know you want to show your. No, guys, stop now. Look at her. Hold on. Look at Charlie's very conservative outfit. That's what I actually think makes her more appealing. By the way, personally, okay. Make of that what you will, but like her tatas aren't just out, and that's where it's like different than most ladies' in 2024. So all I will say is I think she's a very attractive woman who's definitely older than me, but
handsome woman.
I don't discriminate. We're all good. Okay, let's continue with this video before I get canceled.
I think a lot of people have explained it well. I do think that ultimately it was about Vince and his bottom line, but there are lots of stories about Vince really taking care of his people. And I also got to know that side of Vince as well. Not personally necessarily. I wasn't ever looking for personal favors from Vince. But
She never came on a plane, right, Charlie? That was me. I came on a plane. Get it? Do you guys get the Moose Knuckle gets the joke, pal?
But from people that I was close with in the WWE, I heard those things.
Okay, Maven, any thoughts yourself about Phil Mushnick?
Yeah. And it should be said too that at the start of the show, Pierce was calling Marvin, and then when they started calling him Maven, then Pierce knew to call him Maven. It was very cute.
Yeah, I think Mr. Mushnick had Vince in his journalistic crosshairs. I think he found an easily attainable target, someone he could go after, someone who was big enough, large enough, ran a large enough company, a worldwide company. So he knew whenever he wrote anything, it was going to garner attention. And I'm not saying everything he wrote about Vince was incorrect. Hell, it probably wasn't. A lot of the stuff he wrote was accurate, but there's a lot of things that you just don't see on the day-to-day.
I should say this too. So he had them all say what they thought of Phil Mushnick after he played them clips from the Vince doc of what Mushnick had to say. And then he went, well, I have a surprise for you all. Phil Mushnick is here. And then Phil Mushnick shows up angry. And that's where we got the screaming fight instantly. It was like Pierce set it up, and you saw that little cocky prick fucking smirk. And it should be noted, too, is that Phil Mushnick's a writer for the New York Post or something like that. And so is Pierce Morgan. And the whole time Pierce is like, well, I think you're a very reputable source. I think you're a very good writer, just misunderstood. But, like, they work for the same company and shit. Sorry, Pierce, love you. Don't flag this shit for it being full screen, because I know you want to. Patreon.com/prowrestletimes. Jake, go ahead. Sorry.
That's because they booked his homie for a run-in. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize he booked it that way. Fucking rude.
Hot tag.
Yeah, seriously. Gave him the hot tag. That's exactly it.
Oh, man.
Son of a.
Yeah, let's watch this.
That's great.
When you're
Hey, it's
working
good
with
clip.
I know, it's amazing.
Someone, on 365 days a year. And I just don't think Mr. Mushnick was ever looking for anything good out of Vince. He was only looking for the bad.
Okay, well, look, in classic WWE
Did he say looking for the bag? No? Am I alone? Chat, did you hear bag?
No,
Someone.
Tony.
Okay, all right.
It's time to introduce to the Uncensored Ring a surprise guest, because flying in off the top rope, hopefully not with a steel chair, is the New York Post legendary columnist and Vince McMahon nemesis, Phil.
Flying off the top rope, hopefully not with a steel chair like New Jack in the Mass Transit incident. I know all about that. Piers Morgan listens to PWT Confirmed. Fuck's sakes.
Mushnick, who's been listening to all of that. Phil, welcome.
Wow.
They fucking Gordon Ramsay'd him. You guys ever see the show where Gordon Ramsay's like, Dom, hey, what's going wrong with this restaurant? And then they all fucking say what's wrong and they shit all over the guy. And then they're like, well, guess what? He was listening back there the whole time. Dom, and then he comes out and it's like, and then he's like, what the fuck? His whole life's destroyed. It's so funny, man. It's fucking funny. Pierce is a slimy bitch. Yeah, that was the last clip from that. Round of applause for Pierce Morgan, everybody. Hopefully.
We have to. Can't we just have them all deported somewhere? I mean, Phil Mushnick is basically like the Howard Stern of journalism, or used to be what Howard Stern was. He says offensive things, kind of lies. He's Howard Stern, Jim Cornette combination. Where he also was like, back in the day when Johnny Unitas was, playing football, that was the glory days. And now football's going to hell. Like, that is Phil Mushnick. It's just like, oh God, Phil, just go to the retirement home, Phil. You know, pudding at 6, shuffleboard at 7, lights out at 8. Perfect for you.
Lights out at 8.
That's funny, man. That's funny. Jamie Earhart for $2 says, chat loves Phil. Happy birthday, King Marks. Thank you so much. Guys, I have a question. Should we play? Because I've left the poll in the chat. Don't worry, I didn't forget about it. I know I'm lit as fuck, and you guys can tell. But I did not forget about the poll in the chat. Don't worry whatsoever. Because it's real data, okay? But should I play the For the Sickos remix one more time? Like, just to break up the segments. We're about to get into AEW news. We're about to get into the Sickos. We're about to get into Dave Meltzer. Should I play For the Sickos right now in case anyone hasn't seen it, or should we save it for later? What is the chat feeling? Let me know. Just type it in. But at the end of the night, because we reach so many people, like, you guys don't realize there might be 200 of you in here throughout the night, but we might reach 3,000 unique people or 2,000 unique people, or pull in AEW and get 1,200 people. But that's still good for YouTube, man. That's still great for YouTube. You know, we be outdrawn channels that are well established. You know what I mean? And thank you so much, Jamie Earhart. This is literally my favorite thing to do in the world, so I'm just so happy I get to be here and do this. Mushnick is that guy how got slapped. Yeah, we're all lit tonight. Am I reading wrong, or is that what he said? Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Let's go. Play. Do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's run it.
Yeah.
Here we go. For the Sickos, Phil Marks.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, Sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears? I'd like to hear the flute. Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise. Because we have just secured the bag. But you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
Wow. Once again, guys, a round of applause for me.
That's good stuff.
That was amazing. Yeah, I love that. I made that too, so I love it. Let's go. Guys, you guys want AEW news? We might as well get into some AEW hot news. I got a bank of it. Chat, let me know. I'm gonna. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chris. Chris, what do you think? Chris, you hate on everything.
We're having a good time. I know, just AEW. That's it. But we can skip it. We can talk about Phil, what we should expect from Phil for the next year. We can talk about TNA. We'll talk about them. Can we just skip AEW? Because I'm gonna get upset because it's another bad pay-per-view. We're having, it's what is it? More of the the skinhead gimmick. But Dark Order is now the main defenders of AEW. I'm getting pissed off, though. I'm trying to keep my diet. I'm trying not to eat. And right now I'm tempted to grab, a big thing of chocolate, some apples, and just gorge because, God damn it, the Dark Order is back.
Well, no, we got to talk about AEW. But Chris, I want your thoughts on the For the Sickos music video, dude. You hate on everything. Do you like that or what? Or does it stress you out? Yeah,
I know the music video is great. I love it, Phil. And you don't stress me out, Phil. You are my guy. It's just AEW. Just
let's go. I know. I know, my guy.
Dark Order. We thought we got rid of it. It's like a toe fungus. We can't get rid of it.
So you guys vote. Make sure you vote in the poll. Make sure you get your vote in at some point, I guess, and we'll just leave it up the whole show. And is that the new intro outro? I think it is. I think we upgrade to it, but I leave it to the people. I'm a man of the people. So AEW is now, this is according to Wrestling Observer, AEW is now interested in making this match that was a social media hoax. So somebody whipped up a graphic of Mascara Dorada taking on Konosuke Takeshita in his first Dynamite or his first title defense on Dynamite after becoming the international champion. And so somebody's like, yeah, I'm going to whip up this Photoshop. And then apparently, according to the Observer, so they would know WONF4W, all the same thing, right? I should play a flute, but we're going to save it for a minute. But they would know, man. Tony texts them directly, and apparently they're considering, why would they even float this out there unless Dave has some sort of agenda where he's like, we need actually, the luchadors from CM, except if you look at CM, LL, not Punk, because Batman. So yeah, I don't know. Apparently they're considering making this match that some Mark whipped up in a fucking graphic WWE 2K. You know what I mean? What do you guys think about that?
I mean, Tony saw the picture and he was like, "That's great, book it." Or maybe he thought he booked it. Was it on his horizontal or his vertical lines? Did he have those wrong or something? Like, Jesus, Tony.
Pretty funny. Chris, I know you're just going to freak out, so we're going to move along. We're going to fly through these. Don't worry. So the original plans called for Darby Allin to be the one to beat Bryan Danielson at Wrestle Dream. This is according to the Observer, though, so who knows, but I don't know. They're texting Meltzer. So we got to believe it to some degree, in my opinion. But according to the newsletter, apparently Allen was the one to beat Danielson. I just have always thought it would be Moxley personally. I don't know. But it was changed to Moxley to jumpstart interest in the promotion. It's the fourth time he's had their title. No one really cares. Jake, what say you about, what if it was Darby,
Well, how many times can you jumpstart something that's already dying or dead?
He's been going.
Put the DNR on it, man. Do not resuscitate. Just stop jumpstarting. And it's just, Darby would have at least been possibly interesting, But the Moxley thing, it's just the same old stuff going around in the same old circles. They try to redress it up as different, but we all know it's not. It's the same thing. This is the fourth invasion they've had this year alone. Come on. It's just more unoriginality. That's the biggest problem in that company. There's just nobody. No one's original. Nothing's original. No. Nothing.
I need to jump in.
Go ahead.
So we have right now, let's see, 5 invasions going on. We've got the Bald Combat Club invading. We've got the Elite who are invading. We get the Patriarchy who are invading. we have a CMLL invasion going on. Oh, wait a minute here. We also have, I forgot about this, the Don Callis family invading. And better yet, we still have, this hasn't been settled yet, now a new invasion with MVP and his group. You know what? Is there anybody defending this company? People wonder why I do not like AEW. There's no common sense. By the way, what was the payoff for the Elite? They invaded. Oh yes, they won the Middle Mayhem Rubber Cage match. Darby Allin got a shot, lost. And that was it. Just nothing. There's no payoff. It pisses me off. Still, it's like watching Teen Titans Go when you watch
Teen Titan,
not Teen Titans. Teen Titans Go, where you look and you go, oh my god, I'm becoming like a 2-year-old because it's so stupid. That's what AEW is.
Dude, the chat is so ruthless.
It's just a really bad game of Risk. There's all these factions going against it. It's just a really boring game.
And I forgot Mercedes Monet's invading. Her and her crew are invading. So wow, we got more of these invaders coming on.
No, Chris, you're absolutely right about that. I won't lie. It's too much invasions, and especially from these guys who have all been in the company for so long, it feels like less of an invasion and just more like Moxley living out a fantasy. But I also will admit this. He has been their guy they can trust to put the title on and all that sort of shit. Although he was going to go back to WWE. I know nobody likes to talk about this shit. Hughesy's the only one who's like, yeah, I know. I'm telling y'all, this was floating around. Like that motherfucker was going to go back as John Moxley. But it was just Tony gave him more money and was like, oh, come on. I don't know if that part's real, but he's like, come on, pal, I'm desperate. I was going to say that, but I don't know if that part's real, but it was legit. Like AEW just gave him more money. He was willing to jump back over. It's just about money for all these guys, and good for them. Don't hate on them for that, taking care of their families and shit. But it's like, if you're going to be cringe, like if you're going to, I made like 4 videos on Ricochet arguing with Marks. Like, don't argue with me. Not me. I don't say nasty shit to him, but it's like, don't argue with Marks, bro. Like, what are you doing? So I don't know. Anyways, but I mean, Moxley doesn't do that. He was just like selling tweets for a while. If you guys notice, if you followed Moxley, he made social media or like on Instagram and Twitter, and then he was just selling posts. So all of his posts were like, go and follow this thing. And it legit like a bot page, but it was actually his page. And he was just selling them. I don't know, whatever. That's years ago. But anyways, I think we're going to see Darby Allin beat Bobby Lashley in like a hardcore match, or Moxley in like a hardcore match. Whoever he gets the belt from, it will be in a hardcore scenario where he can jump off some shit, through some shit to pin them on some shit, and that's my opinion on that. So whatever. You guys know what I think about the Bomba Clock Club. So Tully Blanchard on the
off
real
shit, through some shit, on some shit. Yep.
By the way, I want to revise a statement I made. I do not think Mercedes May will beat Swerve Strickland. I admit that. Instead,
obviously you're trolling. It's a bit.
It's gonna be. She's gonna pin Wheeler Utah. Watch. It's gonna be.
Hey, I'm okay with that.
Versus,
I'm okay with that.
Versus, the Bald Combat Club and Mercedes Moné frog splash on Wheeler Utah, pins him. Probably does a drop kick on Pac. Maybe even hip drags. Moxley. That's what's gonna happen. Why?
He's booking the whole match.
Yes, hey, Mercedes Moné owns that bitch. She owns Tony Khan. If you look at Tony Khan's property of Mercedes Moné, he can't say no to her.
Well, you know what they say.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
So Tully Blanchard on the real reason why he was fired from AEW. Now it's not that whatever. It's Tully Vision. Now here's Matt Kuhn. He blocked me a long time ago. I don't think I maybe roasted him, but I think I was just kind of like critical of AEW. A lot of the same people fucking blocked me around the same time. And Matt Kuhn had 2 people respond to my tweet about this, my quote tweet. And he responded to one of the quote tweets and I could read it and everything, but I couldn't like follow him or look at it. Like I was like, oh, did he unblock me? I can read because he's like, thank you. I love Tully Blanchard. And my tweet was, Matt Coon's mind explodes when Tully Blanchard criticizes AEW. And I'm clearly joking, guys. If you guys don't understand, I troll a lot. I'm like cocky and an asshole on Twitter. It's the gimmick, okay? You guys get it? Yeah, I think you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying this because his reaction is like just the most normal reaction ever. And so a lot of people are like, Matt Coon can't criticize AEW, whatever. He has a whole pod with Tully. So I was actually being like an asshole. I was being not what y'all thought. I was being kind of like pro Matt Coon there, even though he blocked me a long time ago. That's all I'm saying. So he came under the responses and was saying shit, but then I look on his page and he's blocked. And then I go back and it's like post limits, whatever. But I could see it at first and I could see his response. Someone could screen grab it, whatever. But all I'm saying is that it was a clear joke and like 2 people didn't get it. And Matt Coon was one of them. And it was like, oh, yeah, you know what I mean? I'm kidding. Come on. So let's play this clip. It's not like a burial of AEW, but well, I have a follow-up to this actually. So let's just play this clip and then we'll have a follow-up.
I never had to lay anything out. Arn didn't, Flair didn't. It was all, okay, we're going to play it by ear depending on what the audience does. And that's the way that I always did stuff. And it was like oil and water with the guys in AEW because that's not the way they were trained and not the way they did stuff. But
an empty-headed dumb fuck like you guys know the rest.
It all worked out good. And I got on TV for a little while and was on with some very great talent and was thrilled to do that. And then you miss a show and you get fired. I never had to lay anything out. Arn didn't, Flair didn't.
And then you miss a show and you get fired. The boys. No, just kidding. But I have a follow-up to this. So that's his side of things, right? And shout out Matt Coon. We will go down here and just unbookmark this, but leave it on the side so we know. But there's a follow-up to this. Brad Shepard at Cancel Unleashed. So infamously on the show, if you guys remember, Brad Shepard called me like a pussy or whatever. And then I was like, no. And I read the response. I read his response. I read it all on the show. Apparently he's super hated in the IWC. I don't know. I'll have him on the show. Let's fucking go. So we're going to do it. I don't know. He's going to come on the show and we're going to talk. I don't know if he's going to be mad at me or what. I think we're cool, but it is what it is. But either way, he's liked some of my tweets, retweeted and shit. I know a lot of people hate this dude. It is what it is. We're just going to react to Meltzer shit and stuff. But either way, his name is at Cancel Unleashed. I know you guys know that I've covered him before. And crazy. That's like an asking for it handle, but either way, he goes, the story about Tully Blanchard's well, for real, because he got mad at me. So I was like, he said crazy shit. Well, I don't even want to get into it all again, but it's
I
all
remember.
good. Yeah. So it is what it is, but this is this is a crazy one out here. I'm just saying it. I don't know. This is a great little tidbit that if he's right, he's been right before, guys. Whether you like him or not. Okay, so let's just listen to what he says. He goes, the story about Tully Blanchard's firing from AEW that's making the rounds is that he said so many offensive things that Dax Harwood of FTR complained to management and asked that Tully no longer be paired with them. So
you what?
But I don't know it's true. Believe what you will. I'll have Brad on. I know it's going to trigger. People are like, you're going to get canceled having him on. That's impossible, because I'm not a fucking weirdo.
For the record, I am pro Tully Blanchard and anti the Muffin Top Twins, the most overrated friggin' tag team. They bitch too much for the social media, warriors. I just God, Triple H, I know probably was like, take him back. I am glad they are gone.
Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. That what you're saying, that Triple H would take them back, but I also agree with. Do they even need them in WWE? They got Motor City. To me, all I'm saying is this: I went hard on Dax last show I did. I went hard on him, dude, for like going after JD or whatever. And I don't even know JD like that, but I went hard on Dax, and I know he blocked me for what I don't know because I never went hard on him before. But if he was like, we don't want Tully to be with us anymore, to me, I'm like, who cares? I know a lot of people will be like, oh, he's soft and shit. Whatever. A lot of people don't want to work with other people for whatever reason, you know? So I don't trip about that. It's not like Tully's like, oh, he buried me or anything. It's not like Tully's like, I got to stop that. Anyways, Tully's not saying, oh, he buried me, right? He's just saying Brad Shepard is alleging that this is the story making the rounds. So we can only hold so much. Like, we're listening to Tully just say his side of it. So I'm gonna just trust it from the horse's mouth itself. You know what I mean? That's all I'll say. Shepard is Poon. Moons. Yeah, I fucked it up. I'd be willing to bet that at least 50% of the chat has been blocked by Dax. That's crazy.
Oh yeah,
I like Ice Cube Jr.'s new wrestling podcast. Yeah, I like it too. I will say this though, it is just like another surface level pod, you know. So, and I'm not hating on that at all because I do like that it's O'Shea and his partner there. He conducts like, it's kind of just like O'Shea reacting, and like his co-host is like doing the interview real good. I do like it. It's like a CVV vibe, and I like that. So, yeah, shout that out all day. You know, I sounded like a hater on it a little bit on the member show, but I was just being honest. Like, all the shows are kind of these surface level fucking interviews, you know. Whereas I think the new wave is like the IWC mixed with like the mainstream at the same time, you know. But I don't know, whatever. I'm just talking shit. Anyway, we'll continue along here. Make sure you're hitting that like button as well, please and thank you. We've been live for like a bunch of hours, I think, getting close to 3 or over 3, something like that. Anyways, though, Tully also though went on to say, like, because I did read an excerpt about this, he went on to say nothing. He's like, I don't hate on AEW. I don't want to say anything bad about anybody there, whatever. So I don't want to just take this clip and be like, he's burying AEW, but that's what I'll title the clip, bitch. Anyway, gotta play. It's all about the game and how you
Absolutely.
play it. Yeah. Can't hate the player. You gotta hate the
work
game.
that
Dude.
algorithm.
It ain't me. If it was me, bro, you know what I mean? Anyway,
the algorithm. You gotta get that thing. You gotta get that thing humming, man.
Gotta get that thing working, bro.
Pause.
Yeah, no diddy. So at Wrestling News Co., best wishes to Bryan Danielson. Dave Meltzer said Danielson hopes to heal with stem cell treatment. If not, he will need surgery. If or when he returns to the ring depends on if they get better or worse with his neck. Let's just give like a round of applause to Danielson in case it is the end. I refuse to believe it, though. I see him doing a WrestleMania match Hall of Fame induction one day and then just like owning AEW with Tony Khan as he gets old and gray. I don't see WWE holding any ill will against him, and AEW can't compete. We've learned that. And I know people like to go, well, it's been 5 years. But the thing we're in a different it's like a different age, man. Things are just different. Like, it's different. Shout out Brendan Schaub. Things are different. But things are different though. We don't things have just changed so rapidly. Think about like you were probably watching DVDs in your lifetime or VHS tapes or whatever. And that shit does not exist anymore. So just think about that.
Oh, I remember making the conversion from VHS to DVD. That was, and then
I
think I have like 6 DVDs left because they're like out of print ones that are hard to get. Stuff streaming or whatever.
Right, and Triple H is in charge. WWE's just such light years ahead, and it's proved it. And we're in like a rapid consumption phase of humanity where it's like, no, we know after 5 years you got the test, homie. Like, this show is not popping off. Now, if you change some shit, I put over their last show. Everyone buried the last Dynamite. And I'm like, man, come on, though. Are they not trying? Like, am I wrong for saying, well, they did a bunch of vignettes and packages and tried to do more like storytelling, and the matches weren't as long? I know they didn't feature the right people, but I mean, Jay White was on. Like, I'm trying to be optimistic. Optimistic Phil, always trying to get AEW over if I can. The little train that could, I get it. That's why I root for them. They're the underdog. But I get it. I get it. It wasn't a good episode of Dynamite, but I put it over as like they're trying to they open it with a package, then they do they're trying. They do a promo. It's all about the same dumb shit, but they tried to do something with Darby. It was trash. I put it in the Sickos music video so bad, but they tried. They aren't selling tickets because it's just bad faith. We said it. They could have John Cena come in. It's not going to sell tickets. No one gives a fuck. So
you can see the moments where they're trying and stuff. But yeah, like you said before, the problem is Tony. If he could just step back and let something else or make changes and let other people book or try to make it make sense. But that's why it's not for the sickos. It's for one sicko. It's for him because it all makes sense in his. Yeah, exactly. It all makes sense in his head with his vertical and horizontal graphs or lines or whatever the hell he said. The little psycho.
Well, actually, Mark. Sorry, go ahead.
Look who came out to defend AEW. Who was it? Private Party.
Everyone.
Dark Order. I mean, really? What? Come on. It's like
he sent out another text order.
It's like the Bloodline is beating up people, and who comes to save him? WWE, Alpha Academy, R-Truth.
See, you're a fucking hater, Chris. Someone in chat says that Collision was good tonight, and I will watch it after I'm watching UFC. Scully Vibes is this for $5. Says, happy birthday, Phil, PWT. Yeah, here, I got to give you a fucking and all that, sending good vibes to Lil Phil's healthy delivery. Yeah, dude, salute my favorite hot news. It's the hot news, Conan. Yeah, I don't want to talk shit, but we were talking about listen, hold on. I don't want to talk shit, Scully Vibes. But we were talking about maybe linking up with Disco on the last show, and that actually might happen after I put it out in the universe. So what's up, chat? What's up, the universe? Thank you for linking that up, man. The universe worked out, man. Disco fever, bro. Yeah, dude, it's good to see you, man. And thank you for tapping in. Sorry, Chris, what were you gonna say though?
I was saying, like, all right, you say I'm a hater. I'm not a hater. It's just these are guys.
You're not a hater on hater?
These are you know what I mean. These are guys who are jobbers who are defending the company. You don't have them. Like, where's Wardlow? Have Wardlow come out.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Yo. If the whole storyline is Wardlow and Hobbs form a super tag team and just, I was gonna say something for Rumble. I was gonna say something Moose Knuckle would say, but just slaps around all these Whitepool dudes. That would be amazing if they just built the company around those two, and then they feuded each other after. Yeah, we wiped out all these pussies, and now we're just gonna fight each other. Like, yeah, I totally.
MJF and Wardlow reunite, and they realize, these scumbag WWE guys have stolen our company. Like those guys who it's like, all right, they look the part, they are the part, they can wrestle. Not a bunch of guys who've been with Job Squad for the last, year, who are like, yeah, we're defending AEW. Yeah, good luck. You just got bitch slapped around. That's not the defenders of AEW. It's Tony's little buddies coming. We're trying to save you. No.
And I love how. And Chris, to add to what you're saying, I love how people are like, oh, Orange Cassidy will get more serious. He's 40. He's 40. You guys know that, right? They're shitting on Cody Rhodes. This guy's 40, bro.
Oh, it's possible.
No, there's no getting serious.
And he's the same character he's always been from day one.
They're like, yo, Orange Cassidy's evolved. I was saying this on X today. I'm like, he hasn't changed one iota. He went from guy who doesn't care with hands in his pockets to guy who doesn't care with hands in his pockets with bandages on his shoulder, who has harder matches. It's just stupid. It's like not character progression. There's no redemption. I get especially offended by this shit because I write. That's how I make my money, So I get especially offended by this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyways, AEW star Deonna Purrazzo. I know I talk like an idiot, but I'm telling you, the penmanship is fucking is steady. Anyway, so AEW star Deonna Purrazzo recently appeared on Talk is Jericho, revealing her thoughts on the time she spent in WWE from 2018 to 2020. Are you guys ready to hear this? Talk is Jericho, baby. Talk is Jericho.
I look and see it.
I'm totally trolling. I would never do it.
If you do that, Phil, I'd take away my birthday wishes for you.
Let's go. So
I just immediately go look at the chat and see if the chat explodes.
No, they're mad as
Oh
fuck.
God! It's so great.
Just give 'em a
It's a
taste.
fun night, people.
Yeah, what?
Give 'em-
It is. It has been. Yeah, it's only 8-2
We're just
where
having a
I'm
good
at.
time.
Yeah. So Purrazzo talks about her time in NXT and WWE, and she goes, "It was bad. I had so much experience working with WWE in an extra role. I had been on Raw and SmackDown actually wrestling, and I had then been on NXT TV a ton. I just felt like not that I earned more when I got there than I was given." Weird sentence, guys. Sorry. But there was a respect level that I thought would carry over now that I got the job, I think. I found out real quick that it didn't matter that I had done all those things. Purrazzo recalled being put on NXT live events when she first started and being asked to carry wrestlers as ring jackets to the back or act as door security using a metal detector wand to make sure fans weren't bringing banned items inside the Sickos. All the while, she was trying to get the point across that she was a distraction because many fans, pardon me, already knew who she was. It just rubbed people the wrong way, Purrazzo continued. It wasn't that I didn't want to do those jobs, you know what I mean? I didn't want to carry bags, you know what I mean? I think I was a little bit too vocal about the things that I thought weren't right or should have changed. And then, sorry, I'll breeze through this. She goes, "Finally, I reached a breaking point. I was like, this isn't working for anybody. It's sure as hell not working for me. So either you're going to tell me what I'm going to do wrong and I can fix it so I can be on TV because I came here to be a TV star, or I'm going to be a TV star and you should just let me go." Now, chat, before we continue, and Jake and Chris, how long until she has that same discussion with AEW? She came in, a lot of momentum, a lot of steam behind her, and then what happened? She is just randomly in a Ring of Honor tag team or a Collision tag team with Taya Valkyrie or whatever. Am I wrong about that? So she's going to have these same discussions down the line. The money's better, but it's the same shit. Same poop, different group. A few weeks later, WWE gave Purrazzo her release. The former Impact Wrestling Knockouts champion now feels that the company showed her a lack of common respect. In return, she lost her respect for some in the company, they're probably all gone now, causing Purrazzo to act in a manner that surprised even herself. And she says, "I remember sitting in someone's office in a screaming fight. That's not who I am. Deonna Purrazzo, the professional, doesn't do that. But now I'm like, New Jersey, Deonna, Jersey Shore, angry at home, and you don't want to bring that to work." I don't know. I thought I'd bring that to the show. Your guys' thoughts on that real quick. Jake, what are you thinking about that, bud?
My mom's from Jersey, and she's the nicest lady on the planet until she's not.
Jersey.
You make that turn, and you're like, "Oh shit! Oh god! Oh no! Oh no!" So I get that, but
Is
no,
she
you're
a fan of Joe Piscopo?
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
That sounds, yeah, 'cause with our age bracket, yeah. But you're absolutely right. Like, I mean, what's the difference between what was happening there and what's happening now? I mean, just like anybody else, you come in, they make a splash for you for a couple of weeks till you have your one big match on a pay-per-view, you job out, and then you're on Ring of Honor in some random 6-woman tag, and nobody cares. You know, she did a couple of those vignettes where she was drinking wine. Yay! Like, it's the same stuff.
And it says here she immediately got shot into a world title feud against Toni Storm that she lost and then has been sort of in obscurity. And then she has since picked up wins against Red Velvet and Anna Jay.
No follow-up. No follow-up.
Yeah, now I follow up their Instagrams, but I mean, as far as Red Velvet and Anna Jay, I mean, okay. So, Chris, Connor, what say you about what Purrazzo's saying here real quick? toot sweet.
I'm heartbroken because I was the biggest. I still am, but the biggest Deonna Purrazzo fan. She was the MVP of TNA Impact Wrestling the last several years. I'd say even better than Jordan Grace. She perfect heel gimmick. Knows how to sell. Knows how to be that perfect sort of arrogant heel. And as soon as she went to AEW, I'm like, oh crap, Tony's gonna screw her. Because knew as soon she signed it, and 2 weeks later, like, oh yeah, they're in talks with Mercedes Moné. It's like, yep, they're gonna bury her as soon as Mercedes comes in. What happened? Happened. And I get it. Look, it's bigger money. TNA doesn't pay as much as Tony. Tony overpays for people, but you've already heard like Cena, where she's like, yeah, that's great what they're doing over in the TNA, NXT, and she probably already has like buyer's remorse in some sense of like, oh yeah, well, shit, that could have been me. I'm stuck here, and Tony's just lost interest because, ooh, new toy. A newer toy. I'm bored. Woo!
Woo! It's exactly what he does every single time. It's not. You feel bad because it's not the talent's fault, but he forgets about him and moves on. And who's next? Yay! It's great. Ding! Time cop.
Time cop. It's the best movie ever. So Jamie Hayter says only a fool wouldn't want to work with CM Punk. Jake, I'll let you take this one. Break it down in depth. I'm gonna rock a fucking squirt really quick because I've drank like a lot of Freddy Fazbear's in Minecraft. So
I get you, boss.
Yeah, so you go ahead and run with this one. I'll just give my thoughts quickly. You goddamn right, and watch her. Well, she already got slammed through, what was it, Hot Wheels and a table after she just got back from an injury. Then because Britt Baker was sick, they threw Hayter into a random fatal four-way, and then she just fucking lost. And it's like, what the fuck, man? They're just going to bury her now that she's saying this shit. And I think she sees that window of opportunity short after that big, long-ass injury. And you got to get to WWE, miss, right now. And I think she's great, has a great look, a great worker. But only a fool. She just called everyone in the company fools pretty much that they're running with. Jake, break that shit down. Pass it over to Chris. I'm going to take a piss.
All right. So, Jake, let's start out here with a question. How long until Jamie Hayter's on a milk carton going, where is Jamie Hayter? Because you know what's happening. Tony's going to just like go, oh, you brought it to him. How dare you?
Well, so my only
2 months.
When I first saw this quote, my thought was her thinking, "Oh shit, I was out for a year. If he's adding injury time, I'm stuck here forever. How do I get out of here?" Like she's trying to plant the seeds of just like fire me, please, because she's got no chance of like, really doing anything there. Because just like Deonna and just like Ruby and just like Saraya, no matter what, they'll come in, make a splash, and he'll forget about it. The only one that's not is, like you've said, Mercedes, because he's paying her whatever the hell he's paying her, and she's got her creative controller, and she is the CEO because she's his boss. But
I mean, the only way you get fired over that place is you threaten Tony Khan. That's what they should do. Athena should just walk away. Hey, I'm going to beat your ass, bitch. You better put me on TV, slam a table, then just walk off, give the middle finger. Then she can get released. She'll be free. She can go back to WWE or go to TNA. Actually, have like a role on TV and not get stuck with, this.
On something that actually has actual television and not, on Honor Club that no one's paying for. And still hasn't come up with anything of the Max deal. Like, I hope they get on there, but we haven't seen it yet. No one's mentioning them. Yeah,
I heard you guys too, and what you were saying, Jake, there's important as well. Like she probably has like 2 years. What was that? Like a year at least of injury time. How long was
seriously
injured?
Yeah.
So he's gonna hold on to that too. He fucked over the Lucha Bros. We heard about it. For those of you who aren't familiar, Husey came on the show and talked about it. He said, "Listen, not that he didn't hear it from anyone in particular." Can you guys hear? He didn't hear anyone say anything. But, apparently the Lucha Bros were going to come in against Los Garzas. And he said this before Machine Guns were booked against Garzas. And he's like, and it was going to be revealed that there's like a kingpin with the Santos Escobar stuff. And that is Conan and the Lucha Bros are brought in as like, yo, we're going to take out the LWO and all that. Or maybe not, right? Maybe that was speculation. There you go. Machine Guns came in. Their first match was in the mix with the Garzas. So who knows if that was all speculation? But I truly think, because the Lucha Bros trademark names, I think they were replaced. I know we're retreading here a bit, chat, but we got to do it because we chronicle everything. This is all about chronology here. But yeah, shout out Jamie Hayter. So RJ City, he got a lot of heat for this. RJ City compares timeless Toni Storm to The Undertaker when it comes to keeping kayfabe, except she doesn't wear problematic shirts and has a horrible podcast criticizing modern pro wrestling. And I'm going to give him
You what? Because she's not retired?
Yeah, exactly.
Not that I'm defending anything, but just saying.
But she didn't come up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s and isn't retired and doesn't have a podcast. It's the dumbest shit. RJ City is like, I love him. I put him over so much, but Tony Khan's money turns people into goofballs. That's what I tweeted out. Anyways, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, your tweet nailed it with the rare RJ City L. That just, it's something in that soda water, man. You nailed it. It's something in that.
I'll give you, you know what? I will give you a better tweet about this from a quote from a famous thespian, Conor McGregor. Who the F is that guy, RJ City? Who is he? What, some dork who he's like one was like, what, a Kamala Harris fan, a guy who got beat up by Elmo. I mean, he's a tool bag. Come on. All these new like indie guys bitch about, all the old guys don't want to talk about blah, 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 blah. It's like, none of you guys ever drew money. And you're complaining about The Undertaker. Well, if you guys you can argue is a true star in pro wrestling, is complaining about stuff, and you're going, he was in blah, blah, blah. And, saying, he had a bad character, bad this, bad that. Like, he drew money, RJ. The only thing you ever drew are flies.
It's that Tony Khan money making people crazy. Ricochet's arguing with people with 12 followers. RJ City's comparing Undertaker and Tony Storm. None of this makes goddamn sense.
I know. And so RJ City says Toni Storm makes anything work because she's so talented and committed. I honestly haven't seen anyone so wrapped up in a whole thing that is unique to themselves since, I don't know, The Undertaker. It's like, RJ City, how much time did you spend around The Undertaker is what I wonder. And then he goes, and she's not doing half-ass horrible podcasts now, where his podcast isn't half-ass. It is two old dudes talking, I get it, but he tells great stories with like that you wouldn't get anywhere else, She's not wearing weird, problematic shirts.
Are you sure about that?
What is that?
Her shirts that say tits out?
And yeah, it's like, what? Problematic, like, okay, it's just so many Karens like want to tell people how to live and shit. It's like, fuck you, dude. Anyways, though, wrestling is not telling stories. Yeah, it is. Or like anyways, thanks, Mark. I really appreciate it. His show is weird. The guy is weird. He's a weird man. Back in my day, it was a lot better. I'm sorry, were you always dead? Did you start off dead? Would you like to explain that? I hope Undertaker punches RJ City in the fucking head in Minecraft.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That's
right in the throat.
Yeah,
just right. That Undertaker throat punch.
Bro, there would be no fucking industry for you to say this dumb shit if Undertaker didn't wrestle Hulk Hogan and all that shit. So you're an idiot, and I love you, but shut the fuck up. Like, do your goofy ass interviews that are half kayfabe and whatever, and just do those, okay?
This is that goofy Tony Khan shit where, like, you're asking about Toni Storm, like, why did you then have to take 5 minutes to bash the Undertaker? Like, it just didn't make any sense to do it. Like, you just it's just, I swear, you get Tony's money and you just, how can I get more of it? What stupid shit can I say to get more of Tony's money? And it obviously works because everybody does it. repeatedly.
Yeah, no, you're right. And then so that was on the Queen's Extreme podcast. Sorry, I keep getting phone calls, guys. It's my birthday. I've been
I
silencing
figured
them
as
all
much.
night. If you guys can hear the fucking Apple thing, I've been silencing them all night, to be honest. Anyways, though, I just plugged my phone into my computer, though, so it comes through my computer. So it's like, oh shit, they're fucking. Anyways, though, we're all good. But the Queen's Extreme podcast, that is Francine. So shout her out. Shout out ECW. Yeah. That was AEW news, guys. Round of applause for AEW news. Let's fucking go. Okay. So what else did we have? I think we went in almost everything. We didn't go into Sickos and Dave. Did we go in? Oh yeah, we went into TNA. We already did that.
No, we haven't done TNA yet.
Yes, we did. We did. I think you might. We did. We talked about TNA stuff. We talked about Jay Vidal.
The big thing is Bound for Glory is coming up. They finally finalized the card, which looks like a pretty damn good card. We should at least give that some love.
Well, I mean, we're gonna live stream it, so
we can still at least give a preview of what it looks like.
When is it? When does it take place? Next weekend?
Takes place on the 26th. Yes.
Okay, so here we go. Bound for Glory. Let's give predictions. A 5-match card, and then they'll obviously have.
It's 9 matches.
Oh fuck! Well, I don't have an updated one then.
Since it's your birthday, I will read you the matches, and then you can
read them. Read them to me, and then we'll react to them.
All right. So we're doing the Call Your Shot Gauntlet. Winner receives a trophy and a contract they can evoke anytime within 1 year for a championship match of their choosing. I'll be on the pre-show. Then we got Then we got Josh Alexander versus Steve Macklin.
Hopefully Alexander just wipes him out, but I'm not into. Is Alexander still the baby face, right?
No, he's the heel.
He's the heel. Sorry, and Macklin's the baby face. Sorry, I don't like Macklin as a baby. Sorry, go ahead.
They've given there's the New North, which is Josh Alexander and Saint and Sinner. So they've heard about how you they've heard from Phil. Hey, Phil wants a North reunion with him, with him and the former Karate Man Josh Alexander. They're working on that. That might actually happen. Ethan Page, gets some reinforcements maybe with Josh Alexander and his cronies. I'm just saying, I'm spitballing out there. But we also have the TNA X Division Championship. El Hijo del Vikingo versus Mike Bailey.
Okay.
We've got...
So that's just like a super duper match or whatever. Tony Khan.
I was going to say Tony Khan special.
It is Tony Khan special. There's only one of those. And then we got a Monsters Ball match for the TNA Digital Media Championship and International Heavyweight Championship. PCO versus Matt Cardona.
Okay, that's a great one, and they've been building to that brilliantly. Steph DeLander, they've been telling a good story, very WWE-ish story, and I don't know, I'm into it. Let's go. PCO is going to do some crazy shit. I think Cardona's going back to WWE. Yeah.
Then we got Mike Santana versus Moose in the singles match. Santana's been going through everybody in the system and finally gets his hands on Moose. We've got the tag team championships up for grabs. Rosemary and Wendy Chu versus Spitfire. And in a 3-way Full Metal Mayhem match, tables, ladders, chairs, we got the System versus ABC versus the Hardys.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last
let's go. Get the belts on the Hardys. Get the belts on the Hardys without pinning anyone.
We got the co-main event match. Your gal, Masha Slamovich, takes on Jordan Grace for the TNA Knockouts Championship.
And shout out my girl, Killer Kelly. I was going to say Kevin Kelly. That's Killer Kelly, who is, she's expecting soon. And shout her out and God bless her and Myron Reed's family. Amazing. Anyways, go ahead.
And then finally, singles match for the TNA World Championship. Nick Nemeth versus Joe Hendry with special guest referee Frankie Kazarian.
I love it. I love that. I don't know why I love it. So, yeah, we're going to get
Sounds like a
Nemeth
great
versus
card.
Kazarian off of that, and maybe Joe Hendry doesn't win the belt. Who fucking knows? Great card. I'll be there for it. We will be streaming it live. How about that? So that was TNA news. I'm going to leave this here, but I'm actually going to unbookmark it because there will be an updated card the night of. So, guys, we need to get into Sickos or Meltzer. I think that's all that's left. What do you guys want? I don't know if I do have an abundance of both. I would like to believe. We don't know until we delve into the actual bookmark.
There's comedy in both. I'm here for the comedy.
Chat, let me know. Throw your flutes up or throw your fucking sickos up. And chat's going to tell me what they want next. Sickos or Meltzer. Meltzy. We're going to see. Wait till they all... Flutes in the chat. Are we throwing flutes in the chat? Throw them in the chat if we want them. We'll get them. As a gray name, I vote Meltzy. Sickos.
I still couldn't believe that Brian last said flutes on the Cornette show the other day. I popped so hard.
Yeah, people tag me in that immediately. This is what I love. I see people
immediately.
Yeah, I see people tweeting shit though about Meltzy, and they don't even tag me, but they throw flutes up, and I'm like, dude, how iconic is it that he's forever on the internet now associated with a fucking emoji because of me, dude. That's the dumbest shit I've ever done in my life. Yeah, to me, it's the funniest thing. The Sickos flutes. It's like 50-50. Holy shit.
I'm telling you, if you'd asked me, I was down for either, man. Comedy in both. We're gonna laugh at either
50-50.
one.
The flutes are coming in. Who knows? Maybe a super chat fucking changes my mind. Moose Knuckle wants feet. I want knuckle pick. Moose, if I'm giving you feet picks, homie, you better knuckle pick me, dog. That's the only way this exchange goes down. And check my Gmail. Not in public, all right? We don't freak in public, Moose. You know that. Meltzer's a sicko. He wins. Yeah, that's true. Meltzer is the ultimate sicko.
King of the sickos.
Well, let's do Sickos, then we'll do Meltzy, okay? Let's do Meltzy last. We'll save the best for last. Corny is calling Mox Neo Moxley now. That's what I'm saying. And here's the thing, right? So, like, I don't know. I know Mrs. Cornette has listened in. I don't know if she does frequently or all the time. But I know that also, like, before we ever had a pod, my guy Hairline, like, is a bit on Jim Cornette's shit. I don't even know. Hairline never stews it. It's like whenever Jim Cornette's like, our friend up in Wisconsin, that's Hairline. That's who he's talking about. So I know he knows about this show, but he probably does not have time to even listen. Probably doesn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? So anyways, though, flutes, feet. I see feet, fucking feet. Hey, Moose Knuckle. Feet count as sicko, by the way, because that's sick as fuck. Glad you caught my typo. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So 220 of you in here, run the likes up. I don't even know what the likes are at, but you guys are goated. And we're gonna do sickos. We might as well. Or do we end the show with the sickos and then end with the music video? I don't know. Chat, we're on last minute. Oh shit, no, I just threw a whole new fact. Do we end with the sickos and throw the sickos into the fucking the sicko music video? You know what I mean?
Or no, you do a sicko sandwich. Sicko sandwich.
There we go. Sicko sandwich. Okay, that's Jake called it.
There we go. It's a team effort, man.
Exactly. Okay, so the IWC sickos. I bet I got a lot in here.
There's so many of them.
Yeah, look how much when I scroll down, it keeps refreshing. And dude, do you want to know the creepiest one too? Okay, do you guys remember now? Who in the chat watches the show enough, or I know Jake knows, I'm sure Chris knows, but there was like some fucking mark with a La Parka mask who forever, like in my bookmarks that I had in there forever, and I got him out of there today. It was this whole process. The reason he was in there forever was because I couldn't unbookmark it because the account on Twitter called Covalent TV fucking blocked me after I responded to this thing just laughing at because this guy's like, I'm La Parka, I'm a chair swinging maniac. And it's like some fucking kid who even knows where he's from. You know, he sounds Canadian or something. And he's like, yeah, Daniel Bryan, come home and shit. And I just reacted to it, thought it was funny. And I can't unbookmark it because they blocked me. So I had to go through this process of, I was like, how do I get this out of my bookmarks? I had to go on their page, block them, mute them, unmute them, do all this shit. And then I was like, finally, I got it. I don't know what I did, but it finally left my bookmarks. Either way, I know you guys don't care about that, but shout out that kid because he made more appearances on this show than probably anyone. And I think I played his clip one time, and for literally like 4 months I was like, how the fuck do I get this out of my bookmark? So the IWC Sickos were out in furious force, but before we get into that, I want to read you a fantastical tale of Tony Khan. However, it's not a full-length tale. It's not a full-length tale. I'll spare you guys, okay? This was back on September 7th. Tony Khan said, tonight, we're right now approaching a sellout crowd of 9,000 incredible Chicago wrestling fans for this evening's AEW All Out pay-per-view, which starts very soon. Thank you all for watching AEW All Out tonight. And then Burning Senton goes, you descend from your diamond-encrusted throne high in the wrestling heavens to deliver this thrilling sermon ahead of another marvelous presentation of wrestling. A presentation finely crafted by your meticulous, razor-sharp mind. We are not worthy. There you go. I thought that was cute. So Pro Wrestling Counselor posts this. He clips the real one. Guys, I encourage everybody. I know we give him clout by saying, hey, real one, I'm going to roast you on the show, bud. What are you going to do, bud? But real one is like actually a WWE fan who's just purely trolling disingenuously. So just don't like click on his shit. Don't respond. Don't even like quote tweet it and say shit. Just ignore it entirely because that's all he's doing. Like he's just legit trying to live off that blue check. So ignore his ass. Don't quote tweet him. But if you're going to clip him, do it like Counselor, where he like clips the picture of it through his feed or whatever. But even though that's one impression, even though it was on the feed, anyways. Ebu of Wrestle Purists tweets out NXT 369K 0.18. Now Meltzer's already done his spin because AEW did 632 or 33K with a 0.20. So he's like, it's pretty much the same thing, Tony Khan. And so real one's like, back to reality now. But then he's like, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, he's so mad, but but he's like, so he goes, yeah, back to reality. But it's like, dude, this still beat Dynamite, which is crazy. So I don't know if he put this up before. And then Blaze2324 says, hope AEW draws a good number this week so E-Drones can get pissed off. And yeah. So it is what it is. So Tony Schiavone made it to the Sicko segment, and I'll give him another one. Because Schiavone says Bryan Danielson is the GOAT. Okay, I call everyone the GOAT. Surpassing Michaels, Bret Hart, and Ric Flair. And he says Danielson is the best of all time for a man like me who has watched Flair, Michaels, and Hart. He's the best of all time. There's no way he actually believes that. There's no fucking way he actually believes that. Chris Connors, what do you think about Schiavone saying Danielson usurps Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels?
Hey, Tony Schiavone knows where his bread is buttered.
Chris sigh.
Just the sadness in that sigh. You could just feel it.
I think, come on, Tony Schiavone's the most overrated announcer in pro wrestling. It was like, yeah, he, Bischoff was chosen ahead of him because they looked at Schiavone and went, yeah, no. Now he's on AEW, but supposedly Cool Kids promotion, and he's 60 years old, pushing maybe soon 70. And he's supposed to be the cool guy of this, broadcast trio. Oh, come on. No.
And Chris, we know it's for money because Shivani got offered to work in WWE before, but he chose to do like college games and shit because it was just easier on his life. And so this is easier on his life to just get paid a shitload and not have to like do the road and everything. I get it. So like whatever, he earned that, I guess. But yeah, he's absolutely the shit. So is Excalibur. I'll just
No, they're not. They have a drizzling shits. Not the shits. I'm telling you right now, this is just ball washing 101 from Tony Schiavone. I mean, literally, might as well just go up and rub, Tony's back, give him a hug, grab, Danielson's ass, go, hey, you're awesome. You're the best thing since sliced bread. I'm getting sick of this.
That's
I
not
mean,
very
look,
fair.
if you want to say Bryan Danielson's been one of the best things ever in AEW,
He is great. Don't get me wrong. He's amazing.
Or if you want to say like pound for pound, even like you could say it, but just to put it over. But you know how when Chris was saying that Tony's the cool guy, you know how he's the cool guy because he's got that earring. That says real cool in 2024.
I mean, Ric Flair, really? Flair? Oh, come on. Look, I'm not even a Flair guy, but like Ric Flair drew crowds. Ric Flair, could work with anybody. It was believable. Danielson's not. Stop. I feel like the
I don't know.
I
I think he is believable. I think he is. I really like Danielson, but I agree that he's. Well, here's the thing: is that I said this is the problem with AEW. I say shit, and then they just make me sound dumb when I go. I said like he's perfectly rated. He never revolutionized the business, but he's one of those guys that's up there, right? That's what I said about Danielson. I think he's perfectly rated. Then the IWC goes, no, fuck you, Phil, on your birthday. Here's Shivani saying he's as good as Bret Hart and Michaels. And it's like, well, come on now, IWC. That's not very fair to say that he's up there with one of the greatest Iron Man double turn matches in the history. No, it's kidding. But anyways, I don't want to shit on. I was watching. Do you know what WWE Vault uploaded? They uploaded like the Rise of Sting or whatever. And it's Sting's
I saw
chance.
that.
Bro, I whipped it on. I fell asleep like an hour in. I whipped it on last night. I was like 2 hours in, fell asleep. It's like a 3-hour video or whatever. Okay. So I'm going to finish it up probably tonight. Shivani's great in whatever he's in. Whenever he's featured on that, it's just clearly people love that Tony Khan money and it's for life money. You got to understand. It's for life money. I know like awful in these guys and I love them to death, but they're like, really, it's not going anywhere, bro. They got so much money. You have to understand that. Money talks louder than anything. Yeah.
Tony doesn't have the money. His father has the money. His father,
but he has.
His father is building the new Jacksonville Stadium and trying to get all this launch. So, yeah.
No. His father gave him a chunk of it. Most of
they have the money. Yeah, if he goes,
got the money right there.
Dad, I need 100 more million. His dad.
I don't know about that because I mean, what point is his dad? Look, you were running with Jacksonville Jaguars and Fulham FC.
Dad, go patreon.com/prowrestletimes. You can watch my watch along with NFL films. His dad let him walk up in that draft room with a neck brace and a big chart, looking like a.
Yes, I know because it's like okay, just.
Looking like Simple Jack going, yeah, well, you didn't take a power driver. It's crazy, bro. I'm telling you, his dad doesn't care.
That's like not connected to
his dad's like, I invented the bumper. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
No, dad's just like, oh, please, let this be a phase.
We went to the PW Arena.
It's like when one of these days, Phil, you'll have kids, and your kids will get into like Gary say Pokemon, and you'll go, okay, it's a phase.
Yeah.
They'll get out of it. They'll go back to wrestling. They'll stop the Pokemon crap. That's what his dad's doing. Like, okay, this is a phase. He'll get out of it. Because eventually his dad's going to look and go, this is not working. I am not sinking money into this. You have two jobs.
Making all the money from the bumpers. So he's not. It'd be one thing if his dad was like retired and just not making. He's still making money hand over fist from the bumpers and everything.
Bro, yeah, he invented like a modern bumper. Google that shit.
Yeah.
Like
I understand that.
Never ending.
All Toyota vehicles use his bumper. All of them.
They have two teams that are horrible. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars are horrible. The Fulham FC is horrible. At what point does he tell his kid, like, look, we have two of the teams. You have a job. Get this done. Come back. Pro wrestling is not the big thing. You have a real job, son. I hate to say you have your responsibilities.
He does have a
you're
real
not
job.
15.
He's got a fake job.
A real job.
I think his dad's just like, here, do this.
Boy.
Yeah. His dad just he gives him an iPad that's not connected to the team's actual, intranet. It says, go over there, Tony, to do your thing.
Yeah, Dad, no,
You're
I promise, Dad. Oh, Dad, I promise soon it'll
all your
work
statistics.
out.
Yeah, that's great. We're studying all your statistics, Tony. We love them. Yeah, they're great. They're great. Here's Time Cop on DVD. Just go over
The
here.
funniest shit
Over
ever said. The funniest shit ever said is in that NFL Films thing where Tony Khan puts the meter stick down to like measure his fucking autist chart. Sorry, I hate to be so, but this is like, his redact chart, and then he goes, I'm surprised he didn't put a fucking line on that thing. He's like, I don't know, man. That's harsh, but it's so funny. It's like
I will say this.
Yeah.
I will say this. Imagine next year, Bill Belichick gets hired by the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Tony goes to him, "Hey, I'd like to have you on AEW as my wrestling promotion." I could see Belichick just looking at him, going, "Fuck off, kid. Just fuck off. I'm trying to run a football team, not deal with romper room. Just piss off. Just play with the toys. Leave me alone."
Money makes.
I want that.
Money makes people do things, man. Shadow Bat Ash for $2 say, Tony Schiavone is afraid of the grind. We got to give you a bruv for that. I don't know if he's afraid of the grind, but I definitely love your joke. But if we're gonna take it like Amelia Bedelia literal for a second, what you're saying, it ain't that. It's just he can live comfy, do his pod from home, and just fly out once a week. He probably just moved to Florida, I assume. I don't know, but he probably just lives in Jacksonville. That's what JR did and shit. So, yeah. I just think it's the
money. Live in Georgia. That's what he was doing, because that's what he was calling the Georgia football.
Right. So does he live in Georgia and shit? I mean, dude, think about this. You live in Georgia, you fly out to Jacksonville once a week or whatever the fuck, or wherever they are. We're in fucking wherever. You just fly out.
And Tony's flying in first class.
One flight a week, first class, probably for Schiavone. It's like, this is great. But yeah, I know you're kidding, Ash, but I'm just taking you Amelia Bedelia for a second. The Rabid Wolverine LC Killer 17 for $5 says CM Punk's dog Larry is more over than Tony Schiavone. Schiavone is down with the sickness. Getting up, come on, get down with the sickness. You mother, getting up, come on, get down with the sick. Open up your hate and let them know. Thank you.
I wonder if WWE just uploaded a video of like Meet Larry. I wonder if that video's got like more views than like the most What Happened Wednesday.
Well, guys, you got to understand, they're making plush. Guys, they have plush if you go on WWE Shop right now. And guys, by the way, I don't run the plug anymore because I really don't want to do that, but WWE Shop below, I am an affiliate, by the way.
Make that money.
Yeah, just go and click that link if you're gonna shop WWE, and it's no extra cost. It's no extra cost. You can save with Phil, Marks, and Conrad. But for real though, like it's like just go. Like next time you're buying, just use that link, and then they hook me up. That's a dope thing. And yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there because they're making CM Punk dog plushies, and I think that's what Punk and Cody both visioned for AEW. And I know someone will go, "Oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. They made a Pharaoh plushie and it just didn't sell well." Yeah, because their merch was trash. What I'm trying to tell you guys is like, I told you, yeah, whatever. I'm not even gonna get into that actually. Listen, the whole merch game AEW is just the shits on it. Like even Eric Bischoff's early game WCW merch plans are better than what they got in AEW right now. But yeah, Schiavone is down. I said it last show. I was like, bro, Tony Khan, give me $1 million, I'll shill AEW. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't even do it for if he put $1 million in front of my face on my life, I would tell him I have to do my show the way that I fucking do it. That I swear on my fucking life. Now, if he was like 10 million, okay. Now we might, yeah, if it was like 5 million, now we might talk about it. But I believe
I was gonna say, Phil, kids are expensive, man. That's all. I don't know much about it, but I know that.
Hey, for 10 million, Phil can just go in there, do the AEW schedule, like go up for a couple months, take 3 months off vacation, come back for a
Yeah,
Ring of
exactly.
Honor appearance, and then disappear.
No,
for
dude.
3
Hey,
months.
hey, if you have to become shill marks, that's what we understand.
I
For the
already
right
am.
amount of
Build
money,
the
we
show.
understand.
Here's the thing though. I do like need to do this show because I fucking love doing it. There's no other way I can like get all of the shit that runs through my head off where I just like yell it into a microphone and then like hundreds and then thousands of people. We got 1.4 some million views in like a year and not even 2 years. Like we're fucking goated over here, dude. All I'm saying, I like need to do this shit. So even if I had like 1 billion, I'd just do this. I'd just do it from like a boat or whatever.
Right.
I would. I'd probably do it more because I wouldn't have to like be anywhere. You know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is this, man. I'm not saying like, I don't know, dude. I love talking about wrestling, so I definitely take a bag to talk about it. But no matter what, no one can come and buy PWT podcast. That'll never happen. You can't come put PWT podcast on some other shit. I would never let that happen. I will fucking die on this fucking hill. I don't care. I'll die on this sword. That PWT live show and podcast or whatever the fuck I want to do. And I'll say fuck 17 fucking times. Fuck it. I don't care what YouTube has to say. I will do the shit no matter what. PWT podcast and live show are my shit. If someone pays me to shill AEW, yeah, I'll do that on a whole other show called I'm the AEW Shill Show or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? AEW Fill the Shill Show. That's what it would be. And I'd call it would be called AEW Sucky Sucky or whatever the fuck. I got to call it to make. I would do it for a bag. I'm not lying. Yeah, kids are expensive. But these shows would never sell out. These shows would never sell out. I've been
Yes, it would. If
I've been
Tony
approached
offered,
with like
if
fucking
Tony
like,
offered you 10
come
million,
on.
you would
Yeah.
be selling out. Nobody would blame you. You could go, hey, look. This
Exactly.
is the Pro Wrestle
Yeah, but no one's
Times.
coming to Phil Marks
sponsored by
to 10 million. No
AEW.
one's coming to Phil Marks to 10 million. Not even WWE. I don't, because I fucking call everything down the line. That's what I've told people too. Like, dude, if I just shilled AEW, I'd have 20,000 followers on Twitter. But I don't. If I just shilled WWE, I'd have 20,000 followers right now. I don't. I fucking call it down the line. And so people are indifferent. I had a guy today who was like, man, I listen to all your shit. I like all your shit. And you're like, he was like mad at me because I was like, no, dude. I think Jake was in that convo, but I was like, dude, you're fucking. I was just like, you're wrong about this TV viewer shit. Like, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right? Like, you saw that. That guy was, I was like,
whoa.
bro, I appreciate that you listen and support me. Like, I do, but I'm never going to not say what the reals is. I don't give a fuck. That's why I even do like Donald Trump shit. I don't give a fuck how you feel, pussies. If you can't be in the chat and have a fun time and like just, we're laughing at shit. I don't care who you vote for, and don't put that shit on other people. That's what I'm trying to say, dude. Like, that's why it's funny. Other people won't even do that because they're scared of like, I'm gonna divide the audience. I'll never sell my shit out, bro. I'm gonna say fuck. I'm gonna say cock. I'm gonna do thirst casts. I'm gonna say NXT in St. Louis look like shit. I'm gonna say Dynamite. You need to go into smaller buildings. Dave Meltzer has a new idea we're about to play a flute for, right?
My new idea.
Like, he's got a new grandiose idea that no one's ever thought of before, right? That I'm about to fucking play a flute for. Nothing's ever gonna change that. So if you want me to like shill your shit on your network and like, you know, it's just like talk about the good shit, I'd do that for sure in a heartbeat. I won't lie. But like but nothing's gonna fuck my shows up. These are my shows. You know what I mean? These are my things. These are like my toys. Tony Khan's toys. Yeah, these are my toys. You know what I mean? These are my things. You're not going to fuck with my things. You know what I mean? So nothing, you know? And I've been approached with some shit where it's like, you could be an affiliate member. We'll give you 20% commission every link. If you say, /ProWrestleTimes today. I've had all that shit. I've had some of those offered to me. I'm like, listen, I'll do one ad read for money each show. Cut a fine amount. You just tell me the amount. I'll read the 1 minute ad. That's all I'm going to do on one show. You know what I'm saying? And then I don't know. That's just the way I approach it. Maybe that's going to fuck me in the end, but
Nah,
the
realism is what your fans like, though.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's what attracted. Was one of the first things that attracted me to your show. I was like, oh, it's actually somebody that like I could have a beer with, because I feel like most of the podcasts you listen to, like, that isn't the actual person. Once if you got to know them, that's not who that person is, or they're putting on some kind of show or something with it. That's where.
Yeah, there's no way I can lie to you guys. I opened my bookmarks. I've accidentally opened my DMs multiple times. I opened my I'm just too open. There's no way it would fucking happen to where. But yeah, so Shivani, whatever. I'm not gonna hate on him. I don't know how he spurned off into talking about whatever the fuck we were talking about, but Danielson's not Shawn Michaels or Bret Hart. Anyways, AEW Neckbeard says, these excuses keep getting better and better. And so this is a reply to this guy who says, NXT is 9 years older than AEW. It isn't much of a developmental show either. More of a third main show for WWE. I don't know. What do you guys think about? What do we got to say? It's just cope, yeah.
Okay.
Always it's older. It's like, okay, UFC is the fastest rising sport. NFL is like 100 years older than UFC. It doesn't matter. Things change. It's just so weird.
Yeah.
I know. It's just like, bro, yeah, I know 10 years ago some shit, but we got to fucking talk about what's going on right now. We can't explain how the universe works. Don't cope over it by being like, it's a third main show. Why? Because the Good Brothers are on it. It's just a good wrestling show. It's just
a way for them to divert the attention away. Like that's why it's beating it. It's not because the booking is terrible and has been from day one. Sorry.
And you wonder, Phil, why I do not like AEW. They're just like the whiny little people who complain about everything and anything. They're just bad.
No, you're right.
I keep hoping that eventually, David Zaslav gets canned and signed to UFC.
He's good, bro. If I could even just.
How has he not?
Oh man, I've heard just ridiculous shit about that dude too. That's a whole other cast. I need to start like a cast where I just talk shit about like movies and stuff. Like what I do a bit, but it's like work though. I think I cringe a bit. I'm like, I don't want to talk about work really, but whatever. Either way though, a third main WWE show, sure it is. Whatever. Neckbeards calls him out. So here's Elboo in the chat. Elboo of Wrestle L Jurists. So backup Hangman. This is an incredible idea. Just destroy the show and burn the ring down. And this guy goes, the BCC should just kill Rampage. Like to get it off the air because it's not part of No Deal. And Ibu's like, this is an incredible idea. Just burn this shitty fucking show down and then it disappears forever.
So are we sure that Ibu is not, just Nigeria for Dave Meltzer? Are we really sure?
What it is that like the AEW guys jump. I called it out 100 times because it's like, fuck all that. I don't know. MJF like will pop up in his live streamers spaces. Like the AEW folk, he blocked me because I quote tweeted a video, not of him, that someone posted of him. So I don't know if he vanity searched or what. I have no idea. Whatever. I'm sure if we met in person, we'd be like, what's up, bro? And shit, it'd be all good. But I quote tweeted a video of Tony Khan shaking everyone's hand and just skipping past Elboo. And like, it's the funniest video. I don't know, whatever. It's on my Twitter somewhere. And, he just still shills for that. MJF showed up in his live stream the other day and was like, oh, fuck Adam Cole and all this, cuts a promo. That's awesome. Like, it's funny and hilarious, but that's why his opinions are the way they are, just putting that out there. So, and you guys have to understand, too, if Roman Reigns appeared on my show, would I not make more money off that? So that's kind of the WWE making me money, whatever. Let's say MJF, let's say Britt Baker, let's say whoever shows up in Ibu's shit. Is that not AEW helping this guy, whatever, right?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So that's all I'm throwing out there. Like, the fuck have I had on my show? That fucking Matt Morgan is a legend. He didn't even work anywhere. He's a politician. It's like, so that's all I'm saying, dude. You got to have people who keep it 100, as Conan would say, the hot news. But I just don't think Ibu's coming from a place of legitimacy just because people in AEW fuck with him heavily. Here's Bully Ray owning this Real One guy. Now, I don't care about going after Real One because he is a jabroni. But like, here's like Bully Ray's made it a mission to be like, nah, fuck this dude. So I mean, I don't know. Here's the tweet we read earlier. Real one's like, back to reality. And then Bully's like, this is your reality. And it's him walking him on a leash. This delusional AEW fan says, as a diehard AEW fan, the only way to get a true and accurate rating number is as follows. 1, the lead-in must be Big Bang Theory on Dynamite. 2, no other live programming at the same time, sports, concerts, etc. 3, no breaking news whatsoever. 4, weather outside can't be sunny. I love that. I love that. He's a troll account, obviously, but yeah, you gotta love that.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
So this is what I had. This is what I had to say some shit about. But I had to bookmark this sicko here because Dave said this with the newsletter, so that's later. But they said WWE WrestleMania is no longer the top priority for London as the NFL has expressed interest in hosting the Super Bowl in Wembley Stadium. So here's the thing. Dave's saying this, and it's like, we're going to talk about it in a minute, but this guy, Chris Wozny, goes, that's so funny. London doesn't even want WrestleMania. They want All In, but not WrestleMania. So just like a bot, like, bro, you don't even exist. Like, that's, you don't even understand the fundamentals. So we're just not going to waste our time, but we're going to continue along. But I just had to bring that up. Like, and there's not just him. You guys trust when I come to the show too. It's not just like one guy said this, unless it's like me versus some fucking lame. Oh, it's other people are saying that shit. They don't even want they don't want WWE. It's insane. So Counselor goes, I've heard someone say that he is really a smelly guy to the point that, okay, whatever. Counselor's going hard. But Righteous Reg goes, they don't belong here.
Oh, to
the WWE Arena show in Philadelphia.
The company that owns ECW's name doesn't belong there.
And they just did a Mania there. They just did Mania there. It's like, these people are fucking goofy, man. It's goofy.
Like, my brain can't even comprehend like the level of just no, that breaks me. That I saw that earlier today, and I just was.
That's just funny, man. That's funny.
All you can do is laugh. It's just funny, like, dude.
So this guy goes like this, man.
Seriously,
and shout out. Well, no, not shout out AR Gold, right? I muted this asshole because he's a sick individual. But he is, well, man, I'm just going to keep it real with you guys, right? And I'm also lit, so maybe I'm a little more candid, but let's be honest here, dude. This guy's sick. And I've spoken to this guy, like personally, spoken with him back and forth. So, like, I know what I'm saying, okay? I read people good. I read patterns. Phil don't miss, okay? I'm telling you. I don't go like, oh, defenders. I just go like, he's a cringe. He's just trolling. This Gold guy's like fucked up. You know what I mean? Anyways, though.
When you say like he's a kid or whatever, too, he's like what, like a teenager probably?
No. He's in
he's an adult? Oh, God, it's even worse.
Yes.
That's right. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. He got candid with me. He told me shit that like, whatever, it's all good. I'm not even gonna like bring it.
Bill wants to go full heel.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to. He was telling me shit, like real shit. I could play the voice messages. Like I there's no way you can call me online. I'll play the voice messages. Like
Phil, I'm telling you right now, find your inner American. Be an a-hole. You're too Canadian.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. Yo, so he's keeping it real. He's going, this is the problem, Eddie. And then I got a response too. Someone was like, this Eddie guy trolls people. And I was like, I don't know. I don't care. This is just my response. I don't care if he trolls, whatever. Because I've never encountered him before. But this gentleman, Eddie Gillette, goes, Alvarez is wrong. And this is about the stuff in the Sickos remix. We played it on the show. We're going to play it at the end. But here's Alvarez. Let me just play this clip, okay?
And I believe the problem is that Tony Khan remembers every last single thing that ever happened in AEW, and his presumption is you do too.
No. Hold on, Alvarez. See, so what Alvarez just said there is so important. Tony Khan remembers everything that yes, and he also remembers everything that happened ever in 1995 in the Super J Cup when Chris Jericho took on Jushin Thunder Liger in ECW against Ultimo Dragon and the Falls Count Anywhere. He remembers all that shit. That's the problem. That's the fucking problem, dude. I'm telling you right now. I'm a creative. It's what I do, okay? For a living. I'm telling you this right now. I'm the worst with dates. I'm the worst with remembering names. I'm the worst with remember to be here at this time. I poop so much shit out of my head so I can like think of other shit. I'm telling you right now, Tony remembers all this shit, and that is a problem because he books remembering all this shit. He's a very intelligent guy. I've never sat here and gone, Tony Khan is stupid and a low IQ. He's low IQ. It's not that he's like a dumb guy. He's just not creative, which is fine. Intelligent people think they're creative all the time. There's an infamous episode of Bar Rescue where Taffer shows up and these dudes are like nuclear scientists and they can't figure out like how to run a tab from like a table to a machine, bro, for real, because they're dumb smart. It's like Einstein. They said Einstein wore Velcros, he couldn't tie his shoes. He was too smart. It's like Tony Khan, man. He's fucking kooky because he's so smart, and I get that, but he thinks, oh, we'll bring El Hijo, Del Vikingo in. It doesn't matter. People don't give a fuck. No one's gonna care about Garcia. No one's going to care about Yuta. No one's going to care about Cassidy. No one's going to care about Jack Perry. I'm so sorry that these are the guys that you didn't realize would have been marketed to children really well. And instead you fucked up and like tried to be like, these are our next guys. I'm sorry that you fucked that up, but that's y'all's bad. And then Alvarez has to point this shit out 2 years after Phil Marks said it. He's doing my gimmick. Let's play it.
Therefore, he doesn't bother explaining anything.
There's never recaps. There's been more in the past month or so. That's true, but they need more still.
We need more recaps.
Oh, so people like story and drama and recaps and reminders and refreshers because we all go into it understanding the commonality between human beings where we go, let's say this was Iron Man Part 1, right? Let's say it's your first time ever watching a Marvel movie, but you put on Endgame. It still slaps because they explain it as if it was a standalone movie, and they explain it as if you fucking watched 15 movies before it. And that's what wrestling's supposed to be because it's the closest thing to comic books we have in live action, right? So comic books are about these larger than life characters, these superheroes who fight these super ultra bad guys, and this happens, and it's decades of storytelling. It's the same thing with pro wrestling, right? Like what Hulk Hogan's doing directly affects what Randy Orton did, directly affects what Javante Evans is going to do. It's all fucking a thing. It's evolution is a mystery. Blah, blah, blah. It's what it is. So at the end of the day, we need the packages and all that stuff. Now, yes, did Vince used to beat us over the head with replays and packages? Yeah, but it doesn't mean
they're all bad.
Right. It doesn't mean he was completely off base. It means like, no, you extrapolate what's good. And then you discard what was bad, and then you improve upon it, and that's what they're doing in WWE. That's why it's so hot. And that's what AEW's not doing. They're playing catch-up. They turn their ropes white and red. Do you guys notice that? They got rid of all the white and red ropes. That's all we got, like Raw and SmackDown and everything. That's all they don't know what to do. Oh, the long camera shots. We're going to do that after WWE. They haven't put one drone in a building. You know, Tony Khan's got all the money for drones. We have money for Woo Wings. We don't have money for fucking drones.
Woo Wings in the final countdown.
You know, you have fucking, when Kevin Dunn was, I've said it a million times. I'm going to retread and re-talk about it. Fuck you guys who don't like it. Your boy Phil's telling you right now, bro, for real. Your boy Phil's telling you right now. Listen, when Kevin Dunn was still fucking up in WWE and AEW was a thing, why didn't they break out the drones first and shit? Because they don't think of anything first. They just
originality.
No, it's just repeating other shit. And so even these fucking two marks right here are going, yeah, we need more packages and replays. Like, that's the thing we complained about for 7 years. But do you guys want to know why? Because when you do it the way WWE does it, it fucking works. This last SmackDown, I will say, a lot of the pack, I went, damn, we need more match action. I felt myself thinking that a little bit, but I was still satisfied. You know what I mean? And like, it did go with like Kevin Owens being in the car was a little long and all that. But they can get away with it from time to time because they've been hitting on all cylinders. AEW doesn't get away with shit. It's like in the For the Sickos video. The meme pops up for 1 second because it's the most important meme of all time, but it's a gem I dropped for you guys for 1 millisecond, where it's the meme of Jim Cornette going, enjoy all wrestling? Sure. I enjoy to analyze and be a fucking hater. Fuck you or whatever. That's me. You know what I mean? So fuck it. You guys are way behind. These guys are light years behind on shit. Phil Marks said 2 years ago. They're about to quote Phil Marks here. Let's listen.
Need more announcers telling us what's going on and why. We need all of that. I don't want to hear that makes it more WWE. It makes it more pro wrestling.
Is that what Phil Marks? Wait, Jake, I know this guy. His name is Phil Marks.
All right, so Phil, I want to ask the big question, but that all the Sickos that all your fans are asking right now. When
my
are
listeners, not fans? Fans is cringy listeners.
All right. So when are your followers want to know, just like I do?
Yeah.
When are we getting a confrontation? When will you go up to friggin' Dave Meltzer, give him the business? Forehand,
you know what?
backhand.
Bryan Alvarez is far superior to me as far as belt ranking in jiu-jitsu. However, I would not ever shy away from a grappling contest with him. I have him in size, and I am technical for where I'm at. I know. Yeah, he's like a black belt though, so he'd probably get me, but I would not shy away. I'd get tapped out willingly in front of him. I don't give a fuck. And then Meltzer, I will never slap him. You want me to physically assault an old senior citizen and Dave Meltzer? It's never going to happen. I'd never do that. You know, I got respect for the man as far as just the life he's lived, you know?
He just don't take anything he says seriously. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we do.
Cheating people out of their good $14.99 per month. He keeps just poking at you. He's poking with the Canadian bear going, hey, you know, Phil Marks and the rest of you guys, they're AEW bots.
But you know how? But Chris, you got to understand. In his world, bro, I've made him a fucking meme. Like, I know other people made him a meme, but I made him an emoji. Bro, he's the flute forever. He can't ever escape the flutes. Now
you saw that those panda memes of getting violent. I want you to do that. You walk up, you grab his keyboard, you smash, you tell him, hey, you know your role and shut your mouth, Dave Meltzer. I'm Phil friggin' Marks, and you're my bitch. So sit down and stop with the fake news. That's what I want. Is there any American inside you, Phil? Yeah. I get it. You're a nice, polite Canadian, but the angry Americans coming out going, Dave Meltzer needs to be slapped. He needs a slap.
I would like verbally, if he ever came on this show, I'd take him to task. Unlike Conan, for sure, I would take him to task. But it's not like I don't.
He'll leave his office.
I don't physically hate anyone. It's just like wrestling. Whatever. Anyways, let's listen to what Alvarez has to say.
Wrestling promotion.
Yeah. He's quoting Phil Marks, by the way. Bryan Alvarez listens to PWT, confirmed.
Yes.
Okay.
Promotion. It's in the name.
The reason WWE does most of what they do. Not all of it, like not being able to say hospital is just Vince McMahon madness. But the reason that they promote matches in advance and they recap things that happen and they make past events seem important to make future events seem important, that's not a WWE thing. This is the promotion of professional wrestling thing.
Oh my God, guys. Phil Marks on Wrestling Observer confirmed.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh my God. I've had so many arguments. So many people have DM'd me to die and stuff because of the things that he just said. Like, do you guys get where I'm coming from? I don't know. I'm drunk right now. Who gives a fuck? Let's listen. For real though, it's like, do you guys get where I'm coming from? Like, this guy's just saying exactly what I said. A long ass time. That's like I see JD from NY, and like I don't hate on the guy at all, but like I defended him hard. I went hard on Dax, but like JD will say shit where it's like, yeah, dude, 2 years ago is what we said. You're like so late to the party. And then Meltzer, we're gonna get into it. He's like, I have a new idea for what AEW should do: run smaller buildings. It's like, oh really? Oh really? So yeah, it's a PWT, you know? It's like,
Well, this is why they're big fans of AEW, because they're not original either. You know, just the whole circle of just nobody with an original idea. They just steal everything they can.
Right, yeah.
Who said that? Oh, yeah, that sounds good. I'll make that my own idea.
Promotion. Oh, we never, it's in the root word. Oh, you listen to Phil Marks psychoanalyze the fucking shit?
I can clearly remember you saying it's not that it's more WWE, it's more that it's pro wrestling. Like that's
it's like that's what sports do. I tried to tell it to everyone. WWE's more sports based. I pointed it out tonight. The crown jewel title. Yes, I get it. You're like, oh, it's cringy, but it's so sports based. That's what they do for Tyson Fury. They make a random diamond shiny belt. Come fight here for $1 million in Saudi Arabia. It's super sports based. I fucking point this shit out all the time. I've been the one going, WWE is more sports based. I've been saying it forever. Maybe some people agree with me. That's great. Guess what? I'm the OG. And fuck people, not fuck them, but like people just catching on. You're just catching on.
The whole point of
you're just catching on, money. And if you did put me over, you bitches, have me on your show. I'll tell you what the fuck is up. The hot news. Dave Meltzer don't even got the hot news. I got the hotter news.
The whole point of sports is to make money. WWE is very sports based. They're more sports based now that they're with TKO than ever.
Okay, let's go.
Easy to see, man. Let's go.
They do it in New Japan. They do it in TNA. They do it in
every wrestling. They do it in TNA. That's why TNA's hot. Everywhere's hot in AEW. They just don't promote wrestling the way Phil Marks said wrestling should be promoted. Fucking idiots.
Company in the world. It is a pro wrestling thing to do recaps and to hammer things home into you. There's a reason it's called a promotion.
Oh, we did it. They did it. Like, come on, man.
He said the thing. He said the thing.
Yeah, like you should be humiliated. The fact you haven't said this 2 fucking years ago, bro. This is what's crazy to me. And they're trying to. This is why it's a grift. They're trying to grift off like. They're trying to sip on the sauce that like I've been brewing. You know what I mean? They're trying to sip on the sauce that like certain people like Awful been brewing and shit. Even though Awful like fully wants AEW to die, it's like him and like people like Neckbeards and like I've been brewing and shit, bro. You know what I mean? Wrestle Soup for they've been for like over a decade. They've been brewing, you know, and that's why like they're just trying to jump on that fucking wave because like people saw it way more. It's so corny, man. These people are so silly. I will not stand for this shit, Chad. This is a fool. Don't get it. I will not stand for this shit. Like this.
Not stand for your bullshit, Alvarez.
It is my birthday, bitch. I will not stand for this shit.
Funny, and it's called a promoter.
Promoter. Tony Khan, promoter of the year. Oh, you fucking putz.
Promote your shit.
This is why Alvarez gets the shit because it's WONF4W. They're combined. They're the same thing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So like if the NHL and the KHL were the same thing or whatever, however you want to explain it, it doesn't matter. They're the same thing. They share a thing.
It's like when the AFL and the NFL merged, to make the NFL as it is. Yep.
So that's why you get cooked for trying to cook AEW, bro. We're not letting you slide, homie. We're the fucking PWT, bro. You're not gonna slide for this shit.
AEW doesn't do that. They presume you know. We shot this angle, you're gonna remember. We shot this angle with Stokely on Rampage. You're gonna remember, even though nobody watches Rampage. They just need to.
Nobody watches Rampage now that it's not mentioned in the deal. And after Phil Marks said for fucking 2 years, nobody watches Rampage, even him, who's the fucking Phil Marks. And now we're going to say that that's a thing, even though people would freak out and tell you that it doesn't matter. Like, so stupid, man. These guys,
if anybody else said this, Dave would call them the out of touch podcasters.
Out of touch 90s podcasters. What about me, Dave? I turned 33 today, bitch. What about me? What about me, bro? You fucking
I know you're blocked.
Dave. No, I know I just called you bitch, but Dave, come do an interview. Same with Alvarez. When they break up, Alvarez is going to come to PWT.
Oh man,
Say
is
more
gonna go on that
and
tour.
hammer more of it home so that people remember. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW. What do they call them? Sickos?
What? I'm sorry. What do they call them, Alvarez? I'm sorry. Can we repeat that? So you listen to Phil Marks confirm. You know, like, what is this guy saying?
Remember.
What do they call them? You know what they call them, Alvarez, because you're one of them. You know what they're called.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW. What do they call them? Sickos?
Yeah. What do they call them? It's printed on a T-shirt. I bet you were sent one. Stop quoting Phil Marks. Just at me on Twitter. Thank you.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers of it.
So again, at Pro Wrestle Times could have just tagged me. I don't know what your approach is, but you're clearly just quoting Phil Marks. Continuing along.
Eventually. Like, you got to run a promotion for everybody.
So when I go on 30-minute autistic rants and people fucking hate on me because I go, you know what? AEW needs to like appeal to the sickos, but they need to cater to like the wider casual audience the same way WWE does social media things and things where you need to look in the backgrounds of vignettes and promos to where they cater to the marks like us. However, what they're really doing is like or however you want to word it, but they're trying to garner the casual fan who taps in because casuals are the lifeblood of every industry. Nobody buys McDonald's every day. Some of them do. They're fucking sick fat freaks. The people who fucking buy McDonald's maybe once a week or twice a week, that's called a casual, and that's the lifeblood of every industry. I'm going to give Phil Marks an air horn because he's listening to me. Guys, by the way, Chris Connors bounced out. I'm going to give him a round of applause. I see a super chat here from a while ago. Alt Jake, are you with me? Are you bouncing out? What are you doing?
No, I'm here. I'm dead. It's only 8:20 for me. I'm on the West Coast. I'm
okay,
good.
because it's 9:20 for me. I'm drunk as fuck, and I don't got nothing to do in Minecraft. So we're gonna keep talking. If you're down, I appreciate.
I'm down. Absolutely, buddy.
Guys. Alt Jake, we need to, and we always do talk behind the scenes, but you did really good. I threw you a couple tests. You fucking passed them. In my book, so I don't know if the chat picked up on him, but I threw him a couple fucking tests. This guy passed them with flying colors. So
hell yeah,
yeah. So I really like
take that.
Yeah, for real, because it's like
what I love about.
We love Jake, right? Chat, yay, Jake. We love Jake.
Hey man, I like to be able. I can come here and be me. I'm not. I don't have to do anything else. I don't have to fake anything. I can just be me, crack jokes, make people laugh. Ask anybody who knows me. That's my thing.
And you're my guy
laugh,
too, like,
it's a win.
Yeah, and like behind the scenes too. I don't know, like people don't know. Like you're my guy, dude. Like for real. We connect,
absolutely,
you know,
bro.
we fucking we chop it up and like you're my guy. So it's
I'm
Shadow
still on the
Bad
lookout
Ash.
for those beers for you. I've still got the one Stone.
I
Cold
know
beers
it all
for you.
takes,
I'm gonna
like,
find
dude,
them.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna send you the Stone.
It was so
Cold.
easy to find like 6 months ago, dude, and now I can't find them. Son of a. I will track them down though.
I live in Canada. We don't get shit. We don't get the Stone Cold beer. We don't get Wheatley so good. I drink it neatly.
And the Hogan beer. The Hogan beer I can get you too.
And I want the what is it again? Jesus Christ. There's something else I can't get my hands on. Whatever. There's the Wheatley, so good I drink it neatly. And then there's the Austin beers. And then, oh yeah, this is what I want. Tiger Thick whiskey from Wigski from Brendan Schaub. If anyone's got that. Shadow Bat for $5. Sorry, I'm popping myself. I'm an ass. Tony Khan has the same intelligence and gullibility as Professor Utonium. LOL. Damn, she went deep cuts on that one. I'm gonna give you a you what? Because I bet you like 4 people know what the fuck that even means, Ash. But I love you. You know that. Yeah, Ash, you're gonna come on the show sometime soon in the near future too. We need female perspectives. For $2, STG212 says, for $5, sorry, did I say the wrong thing? Brian will wake up, then say something stupid again. Happy birthday, Mr. Marks. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you an air horns. And yeah, dude, it's not even about wake me up inside. I can't save me. Do you guys like when I sing? No? It's all good either way. I'm gonna keep doing it. Thank you very much. And he's gonna take the reason he won't go full in on Dave is because he's got to take over the Empire one day.
Absolutely.
We're chronicling it. We're chronicling it. Here, I'm gonna play the end of this here.
Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise and like are the complete diehards. But like you got to promote for everybody.
Quoting Phil Marks right there. Jake, what were you going to say? I actually have to. I'm going to run and take a piss. You're going to talk to them for 2 minutes and just tell them your thoughts on this overall. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it'll be when Dave finally has like whenever, and I don't know what it will be because I don't know how it hasn't happened already with how many mistakes he's made recently. But whenever Dave finally makes that last mistake and it's going to be pushed out, it'll be Brian who puts that final knife in his heart, and it'll be like at 2 Brian, and that'll take him out. That'll be what finally takes Dave out. I don't know how it hasn't happened already. I mean, there's how many articles and videos on Dave being a complete numpty, but oh man. All right, what's going on, chat? How you guys doing? I can't control the screen, so we're still looking at.
No, we're here, bro. Don't worry.
You're good. No, I'll start talking to the chat. I was ready to rock and roll with them. I love the chat. They're fun.
That's why Jake is fucking here, guys. This guy's a profesh. Okay, we've discovered that.
Hey, who knew?
Yeah, who knew? Exactly. So we got a couple super chats. I'm gonna read them. Then we're gonna continue along. You ain't hype for $2 says Knob Creek whiskey is the way to go, bruv. 50% ABV. Listen, I don't drink hard too much.
Hey.
Listen, I'll tell you guys this. I love tequila. I love that shit. Here's the thing. I am indigenous, and like if we start drinking whiskey and shit, bro, that's all. Like I will lose my mind. I'll trash a hotel room. It's one of those type of shits. Like I will be a blackout, stupid, dumb moment. We can't drink that fire water, as we call it. You know what I'm saying? But however, yeah. Oh my god. But yes, I do enjoy a whiskey from time to time for sure, and I will keep that in mind. Thank you so much. And I just try to drink.
I'm a whiskey guy. Knob Creek's pretty good. I'm more of a whiskey guy. As I've gotten older, it happened somewhere in my 30s where I really kind of just was like that was better for me. I think it's probably because I mostly mix it with ginger ale, so it's not quite as harsh. I don't get as hungover with ginger ale. I feel like it's not quite as not doing like a vodka Red Bull and trying to go.
Dude, I do that shit all the time. I do vodka Red Bull.
Woo.
Yeah, I do. I'm Polish, dude, so I drink the vodka or I drink fucking.
Also gets you, man.
Beer, dude. Yeah, you know how it is. Anyways, in Minecraft,
it's that sugar afterwards where your body's completely dehydrated the next day. Just pass. I can't handle that anymore.
So Anthony Strano for $5 says, happy birthday, Phil. All these AEW takes sound so ice cold now because people have been saying this shit for 2 years now. Yeah, your boy Phil's been saying, I hate to like blow myself so much, but it's like I have to. Who's gonna put me over if I do? Like I've been saying the shit. Like What are we talking about? I'm the biggest fan. I try so
get the
hard every
receipts,
time.
too.
Yeah, dude. And I try. It's all just documented on the internet. I try and like tell you guys why Dynamite's good, even though it's like I get why you won't accept this, and I'm gonna try and spin it every time. But like, I get it. It's whack. Like it's whack. I'm disheartened too. If that's even a fucking word, disheartened. I don't even care. I said it. So it is what it is. You're absolutely right. They're cold ass, need a sweater take. Shout out my guy Hughesy,
Seriously.
who gave me that line. Yeah, and I fucking robbed it and haven't given it up. Yeah, this guy says Alvarez is wrong. What makes AEW great is how intelligent the fan base is. To spoon feed and patronize the audience in a WWE way would water down the product. Don't know what's going on. Google it. He literally said, Google it. Google it. This is top level. Best storylines, best everything. Don't fix what ain't broke. Yeah, that's the problem. Even what's his face said it. AR Gold said, this is the problem, Eddie. But I told AIR Gold personally, I said, yo, you will catch on one day and you will be like, God damn it, this is what's wrong. And he's saying it now. This is the problem, Eddie. Exactly. It's what I used to say to AR Gold. This is the problem. You guys defend this goofy shit. They love WWE things. So this guy says, so Ibu says, literally quoting Phil Marks, like as of like what last week, like the last show, he goes, AEW should unify the international and continental championships, and Takeshita should be the man to do so by defeating Okada. I would then send Okada on vacation after January 5 Tokyo Dome show and try to rethink how to approach him on TV. And Ibu's trying to get a Will Washington job, and this guy goes, unify to call it the Intercontinental Championship.
Oh, God.
Fire. Except for no, because if you were actually creative and smart, you'd learn from Phil Marks and you'd learn the AC title, the All Continental. Don't call it the Intercontinental. It's All Elite Wrestling. Call it the All Continental title. This is what I said a year ago, you fucking elbow idiot. I have an idea that Phil Marks thought of 17 months ago that I'm going to repeat now. Even though I blocked him for saying the same ideas, but now I think the same ideas. That's what JD did. Then he unblocked me. Just learn.
Then he unblocked.
Acknowledge me.
I'm fucking right, bro, about all this shit 10 years before this motherfucker. What the fuck is he even
I'll
talking
come around
about?
eventually.
I'd make it. I'd combine the titles. I said that 10 years ago. No, but I said that like a year ago. Fuck out of here, man. Fucking elbow, man. It's so crazy. I gave him a chance, but I go hard on that dude now.
But I mean, how can you not? Yeah. Like, seriously, it's like asking for it. Jesus fucking Christ.
And so earlier, the chat was getting mad at each other over politics. Let's just read some of these. Here's Vic saying the IWC and politics has got to be the most insufferable combo of all time. It's so true. Look at this. Batista sold his soul and went woke. Disappointed. All right. This guy goes, wow, I wish Kane and Undertaker would die.
Jeez.
Jesus. This guy goes, Batista, look at this. Batista cheated on his cancer-riddled wife. That's not very pro-woman of him. He can't even spell properly. That's fucking retarded. Redacted. Sorry, I almost went there. Guys, it pisses me off. It's like, ain't it? This guy goes, ain't it crazy? Yeah, you know it's bad.
That's the pictures for the guy with no picture. Like that's always the people with no picture always have the hottest takes.
This guy goes, ain't it crazy how the Undertaker's I can't even say this.
Right?
Never had a good match.
You what?
Yeah. So I was at WrestleMania 26 at Shawn Michaels' retirement match because we don't count the Saudi match. I was there in person. Wow. Yeah. No. whether you agree with him or not. And my point is, I just wish none of them would just go out and say whatever, like just let it all go. But no, to try and Undertaker's never had a good match.
No, you're right, dude. You are,
but it
absolutely
is what
right,
it is.
OJ.
But that's but yeah, that you could disagree with his politics, but don't try to say he didn't ever had a
It's
good
just
match.
crazy.
God's
Yeah,
sakes.
like come on, dude. Not
Yeah,
even
right.
him
Like
with Shawn
just
Michaels.
literally, just.
He
Yeah.
fucking
I mean, that's
tombstone
like people
Hogan on
saying
his
Ric
head.
Flair never had a good match because he's gone nuts the last
Yeah,
5 to 10
They
years.
all vote. Then
Like,
you got to say the Young
it's the
Bucks
same
never
line.
had a good match. They vote for Trump. Anyone who's
Right.
rich votes for Trump, dude. It's just that simple.
Right? And they
STG,
donated to him. Like, yeah.
or donate, or they just don't talk about it
Right, or whatever.
publicly.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you're Batista, you know. Just kidding. We're fucking making jokes here. STG 212 says, "How would I didn't even pull it up. How would Mr. Marks fix AEW? It feels beyond fixing at this point." Exactly. I feel as though it's beyond fixing. I feel as though they could resurrect fucking Andre versus Hogan and it wouldn't do anything. I think that you have to push like unique guys like Hobbs and Wardlow and shit and Samoa Joe. And there was a bunch of guys from WWE you could have built a company around. Mox is one of them, but he doesn't connect with people, man. That's the whole thing. Like, they just don't get that. Like, yeah, sure, you can love Garcia. Garcia can do all the good wrist holds and shit that you want in the world. That's great. He does not connect with people. It's just that simple. Like, he looks like a high schooler could fight him and win in a fist fight. So it's like, you can't be the guy. You can't be the guy. I'm sorry. Like, it's not even a diss on you. And then if you go to Dynamite and shit, I've told you guys, I've been there, man. They say during the commercial breaks, make sure you cheer for everyone. Make sure you cheer even the wrestlers you don't like. No, I'm gonna boo Garcia because I hate him. You know, like I don't know him personally, but he has go away heat with me on TV. It's that simple. You know, so I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm gonna do some scripted shit. I put my ideas out there and people steal them all the fucking time. It's happened so many times. That's why some shit I don't even do, because I'm like, okay, other people just jack this shit. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna do these videos. I'm gonna put it out there where I'm gonna go over each roster, and maybe I'll do this with Alt Jake because Jake's the man. I'm gonna go, listen, here's AEW's roster. Here's who I would keep and who I would fire right now. Here's WWE's roster. Here's who I would keep, who I'd fire. Here's TNA's roster. I'm going to do a video like that soon. And like, I'll tier it as well. It'll be like a combo, both of those kind of things. Thank you for the super chat. So, you know, Dave Meltzer, though, like, we got it here. Neckbeards points that out. A tale of two Daves. I didn't jump on this one because last time I stole his joke. But Dave Meltzer goes, NXT. Oh, wait. It's time for everybody's favorite segment after the super chat. Right here for $5. Jimmy B. Yeah. Taker's undefeated in ladder matches. He's the GOAT. Yeah. I gave you that one because I was chugging beer. What? Yeah. Taker is undefeated. Sure, I didn't know that. I will say this: coldest take ever, but yeah, beating the streak was the biggest travesty ever. Thank you, Jimmy B. You're a big supporter, and you're the man. I don't know. I can't add anything to that. You just said it. NXT did 639K, 0.18, basically back to USA Network numbers in week 3 on CW. Yankees game did a 1.28 on cable. NXT beat Fox, but lost to the other networks. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. All those people who got furious and insulted me week 1. Wait, hold on a second. We didn't even do this properly. We're going to back up. It's time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. playing it twice for me. It's my birthday, so I get to do that. NXT, did 639K and 1.8, basically, back to USA, network numbers, actually, if we think about, in week 3 on CW, Yankees, actually did a 1.28 on cable. NXT beat Fox, but lost to the other networks. All those. So they beat Fox that all you guys were talking shit about. All those people who got furious and insulted me week 1 when I said this would happen by week 4, you certainly can and won't apologize or learn that is my field. And he got these numbers first, because then his follow-up tweet, and this is in chronological order, I promise you guys, he was feeling himself, dude. I tell you guys, he was feeling himself, dude. Like he lost his keys, bro. He's feeling himself. You know what I'm saying? Listen, this dude's feeling all over himself. Bro, this guy's like, yo, this is my field. Look at what he puts out. Look at what he puts out. AEW did 633K, 0.20 with baseball playoffs and WNBA playoffs as the leading. No one watches WNBA that's watching AEW. So it's just a tale of 2 days. Like he gives a paragraph why NXT did good, and then he gives 2 sentences. Oh, AEW did really good despite all the competition in Batman. Fucking guy, man. It's just so silly. So Neckbeard's
embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. Neckbeards goes wants proof. Yeah. Neckbeards goes wants proof yet can never provide proof or any of his claims. And so this guy goes, CW said they were expecting 500K the first week. So I'd say they'd be happy with 600K to 700K each week. And then Meltzer goes, show me the quote. But Meltzer, you're the guy who said that WBD, like we chronicle you, Dave. We chronicle you. You're caught, bro. It's so funny to me because it's like, bro, I caught you. Okay. He's the one who said that WBD would be cool with AEW getting 500K on their shows every week or whatever for Dynamite. So he's like, show me the quote. But no one can provide this quote from a WBD exec other than like Meltzer's quote and like Thurston's quote about WBD's real, which they got from Meltzer. So it's not Thurston. Oh, 500K from WBD. And he's like, show me the quote. But this is what the sentiment's been forever for WBD. They're okay with 500K. Now you're saying, show me the quote. Dave, that's why we fucking play him, bro.
The person should tweet back. Oh, I was talking to a CW executive last week.
Yeah, dude.
Because that's what Dave. That's Dave's source. That's what he says.
It's like, where's the quote? Because I get called out for that. I'm like, the WBD execs say 500K. Where's the quote, Phil? Well, like Dave said that and shit, and I'm just going based off them because they claim they're they know Tony and shit, and they're the experts. So let's go based off that. Dave, show me the quote. Well, where's your quote from an executive? You never gave a quote. You just said that shit.
Somebody replied to this and said it was from Mike Johnson, the PW Insider, did an interview with somebody.
And Mike
so there
Johnson,
actually was somewhere a quote that they could go to, right? Like someone that's like trustable. Unlike Dave and his people.
Dude, they own the Observer. You know, PWI owns the like, you know, Mike Johnson owns the fucking Observer.
Hands down.
Like, not literally, he just owns them, like, with the shitty reports. Anyways, though, moving along. Dave didn't seem that bothered about Fast Nationals back in 2021 when he admitted they were leaked to him by sources, not WWE, before other journalists got them. So here's Dave crying over because this is the new initiative, right? What did I tell you guys? See, this is why PWT's goated. What did I tell you guys? They're going to go after fucking NXT and they're going to go after Alfred. And that's what they're doing at Alfred. The Fast Nationals. Oh, fuck. The the Forbes guy. They all want to talk about it. Here's 2021 Meltzer when everyone was talking about AEW. He goes, Someone says, are you implying that SRS is in the pockets of WWE? Not accusing, just want to clarify. And then Meltzer says, common practice. Just flat out says, and like, I don't fuck with SRS, but like just flat out says SRS is in WWE's pocket. Like, come on, man. And he goes, by the way, I'd been leaking them for weeks prior to anyone else, but not from WWE. Then where? If you're hearing WWE shit, Dave, about not anyone from from anyone not from WWE, how is it confirmed? Like, he's so dumb. He buries himself. He's so stupid. He's so dumb. He buries himself. He doesn't understand how it's like.
And he
no,
does
Dave.
it in the most smug
So
tone.
you heard this shit from not WWE. So it's not real because like he's so stupid, man. And he goes, but I do care about market by market because then I can understand more about the numbers. Fast Nationals are a different set of ratings from the top 53 markets, which are then multiplied to give you an approximate national number. Exactly. But Dave, as Alfred Konowa breaks down, if you take the number and multiply it by whatever, even if it's off, if it's like whatever percent difference, it tracks. Like you can still use them to track like, oh, the rating will be up or down based off this number. So Dave just doesn't factor that in at all because it's Steiner math. Usually they're fairly close or whatever. I usually get top 10 markets if I push for them and if the TV source isn't busy on Saturday. So I'll probably get them closer to Saturday this week because my source already told me he's interested. My source. And so someone goes right and add to this. Nielsen subscribers get Fast Nationals for broadcast programs as a standard practice. Blah, blah, same old tired shit. Dave goes, or they have sources. So anyone who has Fast National source numbers have sources. Nobody is paying from my side and I get them. So nobody's paying. So now when he gets triggered by Alfred, oh, he gets the Fast Nationals. They're lying. It's fraudulent. Hey, but Dave, you used to get the Fast Nationals and no one paid you, and it wasn't fraudulent. We caught you, bro. I'm drunk as fuck, and I caught you. Like this is what I'm saying. You're too dumb for me, bro. I'm way smarter than you, Dave. I'm betting Fox tells them ASAP, and who cares if the info is accurate? So who cares if the Fast Nationals are accurate? But then Dave just made a tweet saying Alfred Kono is fraudulent. And I hate to stick up for my friend here, but like, fuck you, Dave Meltzer, you fucking slime bag piece of shit. I'm on, bro. I caught you, bro. You're done. Come to my show. You're done.
No, that's anybody who catches him or even questions him at all, he just ignores. That's why Conan had to softball him because you saw what happened after the Chris Van Vliet interview.
Dude, are bigs. No, but Conan isn't Conan, and I love Conan, but he's not capable of having like he can't. Yeah. He's not capable of he just is not. It's just not the same thing. Like we're like we view wrestling from different perspectives. You know, he wouldn't even be able to call Dave out the way I could. But this guy goes, Brandon Thurston talked about it a week ago on the WrestleNomics pod. He mentioned it costs a few $1,000s, whatever, to order in the Fast Nationals. Dave goes, it could be WWE. It's more like Fox to WWE. Fox gets them, and then they give them to WWE. So it's just highlighting. All this is highlighting. You guys go check this out. Meltzer said what? It's just highlighting how Meltzer is making excuses before for when he gets the Fast Nationals, and they're like, you know, whatever his reports are, they're favorable. He likes getting them, whatever. But then fast forward, other people get them and he's calling them frauds and shit because they get them and report on them. That's all we're highlighting here. Like, so go and read. Meltzer said, what? I'm going to read you all this cope, but it's what the fuck it is, man. Like, anyways, Meltzer said what says, so someone tweets to him, after your victory lap on NXT ratings, it must have crushed your soul when Dynamite rating came in and it was still lower. And Meltzer goes, why? I just report stuff. Oh, really, Dave? You just Dave, you just report stuff, so that's why you get mad about YouTube TV, and you don't just report that they don't do an overrun and criticize them. Like, what you do is do a whole rant and say you have to learn to record yourself. You have to learn like me. So you do.
Brian,
so you're not. Brian, you're not coping. You're not like making excuses. All you're doing is just reporting. So like when Brian's like, "Yeah, YouTube TV is fucked." You don't go, "Yeah, it is," because that would be reporting. Like, "Yeah, it's fucked." No, instead you go, "Well, you have to record it on." He's just such a fraud, and so yeah, he just goes, "You can't compare the two because of the network advantage with the cope. You know, it's always
just
cope.
Embarrassing, and
It is.
The smug tone behind it is what kills me. Like he says, "You reading would be your friend." Oh, shut up, Dave. Just shut up.
So Will Ospreay versus Takeshita versus Ricochet is 5.5 stars.
Oh, of course.
And so as we've chronicled on the show, Dave thinks his star ratings are objective. They're not subjective, they're objective. And also, he believes they're like a Richter scale, so they can keep going up if things get better and better. And also, what he claimed is that he does not factor in storyline at all into his star ratings or venue or anything like that. So he rated Punk and McIntyre, where the biggest pop for that whole match was McIntyre dumping out a bag of beads on CM Punk because of the story that was told over that fucking bracelet. But he somehow rated Punk and McIntyre 5 stars, and then this triple threat was 5.5. And according to Meltzer, guys, I've tracked this also. You can call me on my shit all you want. Go and listen to the show. I've exposed this fraud. He claims this. He claims this. It's subjective and he doesn't factor story. So the moves in this triple threat were a 0.5 star better than the moves in the Punk Drew match, where the biggest pop was for the beads because of the story. Do you guys get it? No one breaks Dave down like me. I don't care. Share it to your friends. I got your number, Dave. You're a fucking goof, and you can't get away with this. And I don't care. Why do you care about Dave's scale? Why do people care about his ratings? Because he says they're objective fact, and he's stealing money from people. So that's why. If he just said,
so many people use his ratings, like.
Right, they use the things he says.
Matter.
WWE doesn't think this guy's being worthy of being pushed. Wrestle Purist will tweet that out. Drain Bamager will tweet that out. Why? Oh, Observer said that. Well, they're making shit up, and I've proved it. Even Bischoff and all these guys who don't like fucking. No one breaks it. If you just watch, we chronicle it here at PWT. That's the thing. Let's watch every show. I fucking have exposed Dave unlike anyone else. He's literally associated with the flute emoji. That's simple because of Phil Marks. So there you go. Anyways, moving along. Awful Wrestling says, who also happy birthday, Awful Wrestling. Round of applause, Awful Wrestling. It is also his birthday. I thought he was going to pop in. He's probably busy. He goes, what Dynamite pulled these numbers? I swear Dave is so good at misdirection. If he was asked how Dynamite could improve, he'd tell you he was raised in a middle-class family. No, he's not good at misdirection, Awful, because I call him on his shit every time. He's not even good at it. But Meltzer, Dynamite Dave goes, he responds to, when Dynamite can get 41K in attendance for a weekly show like Nitro did, then we can talk. They can barely get 3K right now. If we want to keep comparing, there's plenty. Both did. Meltzer goes, they beat that twice. So they beat 41K in attendance twice. Okay.
For pay-per-views, not for a night, not for a weekly show.
Yeah, with Tony selling $1
already
tickets.
coping.
Yeah, exactly. Tony was selling $1 tickets. And Meltzer goes, also, the paid was 36 for that show. Well below AEW show at Wembley. So now he's shitting on the 40K in the Atlanta or whatever. AEW's attendance will
But
still
it was a
this year-
Nitro, not a pay-per-view.
Exactly.
Such an asshole.
Then the show at Wembley. It was a Nitro. AEW's attendance is still this year ahead of many WCW years, although not the peak period. But the peak period is what matters, because the peak period is what Tony keeps comparing himself to and getting fucking triggered over. You dumb asshole. That's why I call you out. Moving on. So
you dumb son of a bitch.
Yeah. So Kevin Owens' WWE contract situation. Listen to Meltzer here. He goes, regarding Owens and his contract, there are a lot of different stories going around. Are there, or are there just the ones you're making up? And he goes, there are reports that he's close to signing. He says there are reports that he's close to signing or hasn't signed, could go to AEW in January when his deal is up. Dave, those are two very vastly different ends of a spectrum that maybe don't talk if you don't know about it. Because is he close to signing, or has he not signed and could go to AEW? Those are two very different things. And Dave is just saying both of the things. And so he goes, I do know
both sides of his ass.
Yeah. He goes, I do know that multiple people in wrestling have said, dating back to Bash in Berlin, that they believed he signed, but it's being kept quiet. But that's wrestling rumors that we haven't been able to directly confirm. But you can't confirm your other shit, or you'd say we can confirm he's signing to AEW. That's what I mean. We can't confirm this bullshit, but maybe he'll sign to AEW, which we can confirm. It's like, fuck your mouth. Those closest to the situation have not said anything about any of the different versions of the story. So this is literally what he's saying. Even though I made up all these versions of the story, no one close to him said any of these versions that I made up of the versions of the story. But he might come to AEW. That's literally what he's doing, chat. It's fucking disgusting. Shadow Badass for $5 says, if a Will Ospreay has a match in a stadium or arena and no one goes to see it, does it still get 5 or more stars? Hun, it gets 5 stars. It's Will Ospreay.
7 if it's the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah, exactly. 7 if it's at the Dome. Yeah, so Dave just making shit up, doesn't know anything, had to write a story about it. Here's Alvarez. Here, we're going to quote this again.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Yeah.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually. You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise and are the complete.
They're still trying to perpetrate that narrative of AEW fans are richer and smarter. It's that's not true. I'm so sorry. Whenever they go, oh, you guys like the McDonald's slop that's them projecting, because they will just watch a fatal 4-way between 4 random motherfuckers and just think, you know what I mean? So fuck them for saying any type of bullshit. Anyways, we're going to move along. Here's Alvarez saying, here, we'll listen to the long form.
Remembers every last single thing that ever happened in AEW, and his presumption is you do too. Therefore, he doesn't bother explaining anything.
There's never recaps. There's been more in the past month or so. That's true, but they need more still.
We need more recaps. We need more announcers telling us what's going on and why.
Yep.
We need all of that. I don't want to hear that makes it more WWE. It makes it more pro wrestling promotion.
Yes.
Okay.
Promotion.
The reason.
I know you guys are repeat, but I played this earlier and I paused it every 2 seconds because you're quoting Phil Marks. Anyway,
in the name.
The reason New Japan, they do it in TNA. They do it. It's called a promoter. What do they call them? Sickos?
Yeah.
If you run a promotion.
Cope. You guys already know. Will Ospreay versus Ricochet versus Konosuke Takeshita is called the greatest triple threat match in wrestling history, according to Dave Meltzer. Compared to this match, Daniels, Joe, and AJ, Unbreakable, the Royal Rumble with Rollins, Cena, Brock, which is like maybe theirs was maybe better, maybe, but these guys are all way more over. But then like Gunther, Sheamus, Drew, which in my opinion is like the greatest triple threat match of all time, because I'm not a big fan of like, oh, the triple threat, but it was so good. And then you have Michaels, Benoit, Triple H, which from my all-time favorite WrestleMania is 20. It's like 18, 19, 20, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's like my run of like the, you know, for me personally. Sentimental reasons, but even that Benoit winning the belt was like way better than Ospreay to Takeshita. Like, let's just be honest here. So the greatest triple threat match I get. Yeah. Dave, the Wrestling Observer newsletter says WWE WrestleMania is no longer the top priority for London. We cover this as the NFL has expressed interest in hosting the Super Bowl in Wembley Stadium.
They can't have two priorities. They can't want both.
And the mayor of London's like, we're running a whole, like, re-elect me and I'll fucking do WrestleMania. He hasn't said shit about the Super Bowl. So it's like, I don't know. These people are fucking stupid. Dave's just saying that, making things up clearly. I'm so sorry. Okay,
well, the NFL
so
was just recently in London this past weekend, and so like
because of Tony Khan,
there was probably people talking about it, and there was probably brought up somewhere. Right?
Tony Khan's brought the NFL there.
Jacksonville was there. You're right.
Exactly. So Jay Angel's loyalty. So whatever he has to say. But Meltzer says, question: if Tony had unlimited money to spend, why are Reigns, Heyman, Rollins, Lesnar, Ripley not working for him? Answer: because he didn't have unlimited money to spend. No, Dave, it's because they're not fucking marks, and they're not gonna go work for this fucking money mark, Dave. It's like the easiest answer ever. They value their fucking career over their bank account.
And they'll make just enough. They'll do just fine in WWE.
Fine. Their bank accounts are fine. Why doesn't he have unlimited? Because he's not. What you couldn't get Reigns away from WWE unless you were like $20 million a year, and then he'd maybe do it. But Tony Khan's not willing to spend it, and that doesn't mean he doesn't have unlimited money. It doesn't mean he couldn't give Roman $20 million a year. It means he won't give him that much a year because you're a fucking goofy mark. So MJ from NJ says, I'd just like to point out Dave thinks AEW's valuation is 10 times gross revenue. It's true. That's mind-boggling stupid for a person who says this is what he does. Remember, Dave, I'm an expert. I'm an expert. Dave goes, if I bought my son a play set and he worked on it for 5 years and it was growing to gross 260 to 300 million next year and be worth well over 2 billion, I'd have realized I really didn't. Bro, what is he talking about? I'd have realized I didn't really buy my son a play set, but a successful business. God damn it. Gross and revenue and profit and all of these things are so different. And Dave has no idea. Guys, we caught him. He has no idea what he's talking about at all. I get old beliefs die hard, but you've got to let it die. It's not healthy living with your narrative. It's not healthy. Dave wants to talk about what's healthy with those fucking warts on his face and his steroided out fucking middle schooler body in a 5'2" frame in a dirty fucking cluttered fucking office with so many papers.
I retweeted that and said, you want to talk about healthy living, Dave. You work in out of a pigsty and you operate in a fantasy world. Shut up, Dave. MJ's good people. MJ's one of my favorite people on Twitter. It was a great tweet. That was one of the first tweets I saw this morning. I was like, thank you. That's perfectly said.
He's cooked, bro.
Dave.
He's cooked. So Dynamite Dave.
He's literally, his brain is melted.
He's melted, bro. He's
melted.
schmeltered. So Meltzer said says Dynamite Dave was just adding in his own personal and obvious commentary that the NFL Super Bowl is bigger than WWE, but we can't expect him to be Googling information he prints. Also, what if London got both? Exactly. What if they got Mania and the Super Bowl, you fucking dumb fuck? Different years, different budgets. Here's Dave talking shit. He goes, there's real talk of that, but when Roger Goodell talked about the idea of a Super Bowl at Wembley, when it comes to WWE, they're now in a distant second place when it comes to priorities in the city. Dave is such, man, I'm telling you right now, here, and then, this guy is such a fucking sick freak, dude. I don't know, man. What else can I say about him? He's a sick freak. Jake, what do you got to say about this? Listen, from anyone's perspective, fucking American. I see people going like, no Americans ever said, fuck all that. Listen to me. Dave is just saying, bro, he cut a whole video about, we're going to bring WrestleMania here. They can't have WrestleMania and the Super Bowl, Dave.
No,
Like,
one event per year in your city. That's it. That's all you ever get.
In one of the largest tourist attraction cities in all of the world, you can only have one, the Super Bowl or Mania. It's a distant second. He's literally saying this and then there's idiots. We covered it earlier going, oh yeah, Wembley wants All In and they don't want WrestleMania. No, they want Mania. You fucking dumb fucks. They want Mania, but they have to bid a bunch of money for it. That's why they don't get it. They don't give a fuck if they get All In or not, but Tony pays the money for it, and that's why they allow it to go down. It's very simple to understand if you understand very simple things in this world. Okay? I don't know what we got to say to some of these sickos, but it is what it is, man. Dave's fucking freak. And so Heel Uzi says, question, who pays Meltzer $15 a month? Meltzer says, question, if Tony Khan had unlimited money to spend, why or blah, blah, blah. We read this before. We know why it's not the case. He does have unlimited money to spend. It's just a matter of he's not willing to spend what some of these people are worth. Because even I say it, I'm like, no, the TV show will last forever. Yes, he'll run the show with Garcia and Allen and everything. But once all these people jump off the ship, he will, dude. He'll run it with all the fucking guys that Jack Perry and the Bucks, for sure, dude. But as far as like, we speculated on the show, what would it take to get Roman away from WWE? You have to be like, dude, we'd give you $10 million a year, no guarantee dates. You know, you'd have to do some crazy shit, like collabing with Jordan and shit. No one cares. That's the thing. No one cares about AEW. Why? Because the storytelling shit. Because you fucking goofy old ass you, Dave, the old ass podcaster. You, not me, because I just turned 33 today.
Liar! Own it!
You old ass podcast motherfucker. I'm calling you out. It's because you are trying to just make believe things, bro. I roast you all the time. I don't even got much to even say to you. Dave Meltzer, Melty, I know you're listening. Actually, you're probably not. But is his name really Dave Meltz without the R? Is that really a thing? Chat, do you guys see that? Dave Meltzy, Seltzy, Weltsy. But yeah, it's because Dave Roman, even if you were like 10 million a year, there's bigger value being associated with the WWE. That's what none of you fucking goofball idiots ever factor in. You're associated. Oh, MJF got all these movie roles. Great. It's an outlier. 99% of people, if you're associated with WWE, it's a bigger and better thing. Period. And you'll get all this, and like you'll get all this money up front. What about the long term, Dave? You don't want to talk about that because you don't have the long term because you're an old senile prick. You're the old podcast. You got 10, 15 years left on that clock, Dave. And I just turned 33 today, bitch, to tie it all into a bow, this whole live stream. I just turned 33 today. I'm going to be here 10, 20, maybe 30 more before I make the millions you've made off of these fucking morons that believe the lies you fucking tell them. And I'm not mad at them, but they're mad at me, Dave. So they're going to get it. And that's PWT motherfucking live show right there. Thank you all so much for being here. Round of applause for all Jake. Round of applause for the chat tonight.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Oh, thank you so much. I love you all so much. Time is fake. Space is fake. Dinosaurs aren't real. We're getting demonetized. No, I love YouTube. Listen, I believe in dinosaurs. I'm just kidding, but we're being funny here. Guys, I want to thank you all for being here. I'm lit. We went 5 hours. I thought we were going like an hour and a half tonight. That's how much I fucking love chilling with you. I'm not even joking. You know, I just did shit earlier in the day and I was like, oh man. But either way, here's the IWC fucking sickos. You guys enjoy this. I love you all so much. Jake, you know we love you, buddy. I don't even got much.
Absolutely, man. Love you guys.
You're gonna fucking DM me and yeah, you're my guy. Everybody show your love up for Jake. And yeah, let's just we're gonna go into the post show. Jake, I'll DM you, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll give you a DM. I know me and you could hang out forever and ever, but I'm gonna shoot you a DM. And everyone in the chat, I love you all so much. This Wednesday, live show Dynamite. Let's talk about it. Everyone, round of applause for Alt Jake, who is here tonight. He's the man.
Love you guys. Awesome as always.
And this one's for the sickos, man. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise. Because we have just secured the bag. But like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
No one will be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
Well, folks, it's been a night to remember, but right now we are out of time. I'm Nick Diamond.
I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin.
And I'm Johnny Gomez. On behalf of all of us here at Celebrity Deathmatch, good fight, good night.
SDL. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. B3 CCA, bitch. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke. With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber. DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too hottie. SDL with a $sign ho. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. Face fat, ass fat, say hey. 2 bad dishes, 1 hot track. Haters got no grip, that's priceless. Haters got no dishes, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight. Come try us. You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight? Let's get bloody like Carrie. I'm queen of the prom. SDL with a $sign ho. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts.
I'd be remiss.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless blue bodies on the wall. We are the youth dog wild. Get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
What do we got? Super Dave, Pro Wrestling.
He's got a